Hello everybody, welcome to the Stahl stream showcase on Saturday. I hope everybody's ready for a little bit of fun. I'm actually pretty excited about this one. I've been doing a lot of testing over the last 4 or 5 weeks, working on my Side Story 1 video. It's the chapter that I'm least comfortable with, I would say, in the early game. And I'm starting to develop some pretty consistent strategies, and surprisingly, I think Stahl has really been a standout unit for me. Maybe it's just because I've been trying super hard to make Donald work, and as we all know, Donald is just trash. So, compared to Donald, I would say Stahl is pretty amazing. That might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said about him. I am going to do the dual strike opener here. I went out of my way, so if we do have to reset, you're going to see my game file is like 16 or 17 minutes long, which is kind of a long time to get through prologue and through chapter 1. The reason I took so long is because I was spending every single turn thinking about what I was doing, trying to make sure that I got Frederick and Stahl to this crucial C support, so they have a very high chance of landing this dual strike. 46%, pretty likely, so we're not going to have to reset as often. Now, on my test attempts, I've been able to get a pretty good Chapter 2 fight where I have Stahl fight an enemy on almost every single turn of combat, other than when I'm standing here healing on the forts. Other than that, Stahl has been fighting like almost every single turn, if not every single turn. So we're going to try to replicate that performance. I don't know if I'll be able to, but I'm going to try. I'm trying to remember the exact opener that I used on the last attempt because it was pretty good. I would love it if I could get Stahl over here somehow, but I think... Okay, hold on a second. Let me make sure I'm going to do everything that I'm trying to do. Yes, okay, I've got it. So you two are going to go over here. We need to separate them like this, because we want Muriel to move into this position where Lisa is standing, and we can have Lisa move first, because she can heal somebody without committing an action. Hey, me Mike, thanks for stopping by. Hey, Poochievert, thanks for being here. Hey, Mavtado, you've been waiting for this all week. Stahl is your favorite Awakening character. Well, get ready, because we're about to have a bunch of Stahl moments today. Skywing thinks that Donald makes later chapters easier. I mean, I think any character, if you train them, they're going to make the later chapters easier. The problem is, it's like Donald is so bad in the short term. Like, it's not really worth the cost that you have to spend in order to make him, like, semi-decent. Alright, so we're gonna... let's just start with Stahl right in front. Like so. And... oh yeah, this is our avatar, not Grima. Let's see what happens here. I want this guy to go for Stahl. I hope that he will do as I want. He will. That's perfect. Ooh, and we got a dual strike. That's awesome. Okay, now we need Frederick to not die here. That would be nice. That dual guard was probably clutch. You need at least like something to go your way, and we actually just got it right there. Okay, so we're in an extremely good position now. So what I would like to do now is set up a situation where Frederick can fight and weaken these two enemies. So what I'm going to do is move right here, which is right at the edge of their range, and I'm going to equip my bronze sword. I'm going to check what skills they have. Neither one of them has Luna, so I feel very comfortable just standing right here with the bronze sword. I'm going to move Lisa up here to heal him. Get his health back up. And then all we have to do is think about how to remove this enemy while staying out of range of the other enemies. We could also possibly leave Stahl just in range of this guy. Although I don't think that's going to be possible this turn. I think it would be better to get him this kill if I can. Which I can definitely do. I just need to get him some attack points. So let's see. To that end, I'm going to do... hard to see Muriel hit. Okay, I'm actually going to chip him first with Muriel. Oh, hold on a second. He has Vantage. Because he has Vantage, we're going to have to... Actually, he has Vantage and Hawkeye. Alright, I didn't get this opener in the past. I don't think Stahl can get this kill. What I will do is give it to Muriel. She's going to be useful in the upcoming chapters. I'm going to give Vake his axe. I haven't really been using Vake a lot, but I'm going to get him ready anyway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have these two fight together. Get Muriel a little bit of experience and get her ready for the upcoming chapters. And because I did that, would it be a good idea to have Stahl fight this guy instead? I don't think I can get him back above 17 HP, so we're going to have to hold off on Stahl action. That enemy spawning with exactly Hawkeye and Vantage really screwed us over. It just happens sometimes, especially playing on Lunatic Plus. That's why I think less reliable characters become like even less reliable, if that makes sense. It's just one of those things. No, I want to go here. Just because an enemy can sometimes spawn with the exact skill to like mess them up and not allow them to do what they want to do. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, that's fine. We should be able to set up this kill here, so Stahl can get this guy. The only question is, we have to make sure that we can one-shot him, and we have to make our attack as accurate as possible. Both of those things should be very doable. I need healing. And I need specifically healing from Lisa. So what we can do is we can have Stahl end his turn here. We have to make sure that he has access to a vulnerary when he does so. I will go ahead and use Not Grima for this. I can go like this. I can move here. I'm gonna have to use my vulnerary and Lisa healing probably. Yeah. Is that true? No, that's actually not true. I can actually get away without using the vulnerary. I'm gonna save the vulnerary because I'm gonna need it later on. You can go here. That might have actually hurt us more than it helped us, but I'll live with the consequences. Yeah, so far everything's gone completely different from how it did on my previous attempt. Not necessarily worse, but I think worse for Stahl. We're having a harder time getting him into a good position. We probably double these spear fighters. We do, okay. Can I move? No, I can't. Okay. Honestly, let's just hold this position. Yeah, he's only going to hit us for 9 damage, and then we're going to chip him down. And maybe Stahl can run over and finish him off. He won't have advantage. I think it might be better to fight 2 enemies on this turn if we can. The problem is we can't reach the... Oh yes, we can reach this tile, okay. This guy does have Luna, though. I'm going to go for the dodge here. If it messes up, we'll just reset. This run has kind of not been the best anyway to start with, so I think it's fine to just go for like a more risky play. I really screwed up my positioning too. I knew as soon as I started streaming I was going to start playing a million times worse. It's just... can never escape from that. So I'm going to start moving my units up here. Stahl should be healed just enough that he survives with 1 HP, and then he's going to one-shot this guy in return. So the fact that this guy doubles him doesn't matter because we're just going to one-shot him anyway. Alright, let me get caught up on chat. You wish the Fates games had Lunatic Plus? Me too. I wish every Fire Emblem game had more Lunatic Plus. Or like any kind of like plus mode. I've talked about this on previous streams. I think Hard Plus would have been a fantastic idea. You hope RNG is with me. The thing is, my strats are becoming more consistent. I'm becoming less reliant on RNG. Like, even this attempt, like, we could have gone for a 100% consistent opener here. The reason I'm going for a more risky opener is because I really want Stahl to get more combat and more experience. So I'm willing to play a little bit more risky to allow that to happen. Okay. Nice. That dual guard helps a lot. We got the dodge that we wanted. We're getting a lot of dual strikes. We are getting a lot of... RNG is very much on our side. We are getting an insane number of dual strikes. Okay. This guy has Vantage, so I'd like to get rid of him if possible. I have some ideas about how to do that. First of all, if we can get Stahl up here, he can actually one-shot this guy with no retaliation. Like, there's nothing this guy can do back to him. So even though he's on 1 HP, he can still fight. Only question is, though, accuracy is a little bit of a concern. See what the matchup looks like. Okay, the accuracy is not great. I could trade him the Lance to give him much better accuracy. However, the reason I don't want to do that is because I actually really badly want him to get sword rank. Like, I want him to get sword rank way more than I want him to get lance rank. In fact, we're probably going to switch him to a sword master. So he's ultimately not even really going to be needing lance rank at all in the long term. Trying to replicate the practice round and stream is impossible. No kidding. Where's the Sully option? I feel that when you train Stahl, you kind of have to bench Sully and vice versa. I don't have a good track record of trying to make them work together. It might be, you know, other people might have more success with that, but for me personally, I just don't find that Stahl and Sully work well together. I feel like you typically have to choose one or the other. Mavtado's sad that Pan isn't winning. Dark Deity 2 has a Lunatic Plus counterpart. They literally describe the demonic mode as unfair and unbalanced, but it's not nearly as hard as Awakening's Lunatic Plus. Dark Deity 2. Is that a ROM hack, or is that made by the... I think that's made by the guy who said he was inspired by Fire Emblem, but it's not a ROM hack. It's like an original game. Yeah, we just started Tricky. Hey, Baby Cooley, thanks for stopping by. You know what? I'm going to post some stream links. This attempt looks like it's going to succeed because Frederick got that dodge. Let's do that. By the way, how's everybody doing today? I'm doing pretty okay. I don't know if my Discord notification went off, by the way, either. If you guys heard that. Sorry. It happens sometimes. I just turned it off. Alright. Back to the gaming. Haven't really gotten any big stall moments so far. Not with that attitude to get... Ugh. Give us the pairing that Kaga intended. I think Stahl Muriel is the intended pairing, but you can kind of make any... This is a game where you can kind of make anything work. Or you're kind of intended to make anything work based on your own preferences. There's not really a strict pairing. Dark Deity is not a fan game. It is its own thing. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's pretty cool seeing that so many people in the community actually respond to stuff like that. Like if somebody, like if a fan or like a Fire Emblem gamer makes their own game, like people will actually respect that and give it a try and look at it. It's not like, you know, people are... Ooh, this is tough because I actually don't want Virion to stand here. Can she survive this hit? She can. Actually, we can use that to our advantage. We can go like this. Survive on 1. Get some chip experience. This is going to boost Stahl's accuracy. I can possibly boost it even further. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can boost it further. So right now we've got 1, 2... We got 2 support points. We just need 2 adjacent partners to boost his accuracy again. Ooh, unfortunately, he cannot get over there. Alright, let's make sure that we can actually kill this guy before we do anything else. Yes, guaranteed, in fact. Let me switch him over to the Falchion. I've been wasting rapier charges. Okay. Dual Strike would have been nice there to get some free experience, but not the end of the world. Alright, so we're going to set up everything here for Stahl. This is going to be our first stall moment. Honestly, whether he hits or misses, this is about to be a stall moment. So we're going to be setting up everything possible that we can to make Stahl's attack as accurate as possible. We're going to do this. We're going to surround him with support partners, as well as the bonus he's getting from Sully. I'm also... I wonder if it's actually better to transfer Virion over, because I'll get +1 skill. Let me make sure that doesn't mess with my damage range or anything. Doesn't mess with my damage range. Okay, I'm going to transfer over. This is going to increase us from 78 accuracy to, I think, 79 or 80. Even that's even better. Let's send it. Yes. And we got D rank swords already. You can get. I almost got C rank swords on my previous attempt. I almost got C rank swords. I think it's possible. All right, so that went okay. That was pretty good. We're kind of getting Stahl started so that he can go off in the later half of this chapter. If he doesn't get the ball rolling fast enough, he doesn't have the strength to keep fighting the upcoming battles. Let me update my text box. That's a Stahl moment right there. Having to rely on an 80% accurate attack just to not even reach level 2. Stahl moments. 1 and counting. Is this a challenge run? I wouldn't say it's a challenge. I'm not necessarily trying to challenge myself. I'm just using Stahl the way I would use him in a normal run. Man, Frederick. By the way, you guys haven't seen this because I was doing it yesterday off stream, but in this run so far, Frederick has just been picking items up on every single shiny spot. I don't think he's gotten a single experience boost or weapon rank boost. It's just been non-stop picking up items, which as a result means we have like a bunch of items. We have a Titania's axe, we have a Superior axe, now we have a Wolf's bow. Like, we just picked up so much junk that I don't want or need. In fact, I'm gonna grab that now. It is a C rank bow, so we're not gonna be able to use it anytime soon. 80% hit with a 25% dual strike, so that should be around 94% reliable. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even think about that in those terms, but that's true. All right. All right, we're gonna do a little bit of fort healing. I will let Lisa get a few heals in. There's no downside to it. The other thing I did yesterday was I made sure that Robin and Lisa got their C support. That helps a lot with reducing the crit rate from the boss. Unfortunately, he spawned with Gamble. If he spawns with Gamble, he's going to have a crit rate no matter what. If he doesn't get Gamble, then you can usually reduce his crit rate to 0. There's another thing I wanted to talk about. I used a different Robin from my usual Robin. I'm using plus magic minus luck Robin. And the overall balance on these stats actually looks really nice because it gives you a bonus to your magic, a slight bonus to your speed, a minus to your luck, and a very, very small minus to your resistance. And there's almost no other stat changes. So you're essentially just giving up luck, the worst stat, and you're getting a little bit of magic and speed in return. If you're not planning to use any physical attacks with Robin, like in this run, I'm planning to switch Robin to a Dark Mage as soon as possible, and I'm never going to use a physical. I'm not even training my sword rank at all. If you're doing that, if you're never planning to use physical attacks with Robin at all, I think this plus magic minus luck Robin is really good because of the stat line. How it doesn't really have any downsides. All it does is just optimize your magic gain and your speed. There are ways to be a little bit faster. I'm just gonna ride this out. There are ways to be a little bit faster, but in terms of just like overall stat balance, I think this is probably the way to go. Alright, so the next thing we're going to do, I'm actually going to let Stahl heal back up to full because I need him to fight in these upcoming battles. He's got 2 vulns. I need to give probably 1 to Robin. So Robin's going to be up here. I'm going to need Lisa with me. I want Crom with me as well. And using Stahl here solves one of the really big problems that I've always had, which is that you want Crom over here, but you also want Crom over here with Robin. Well, because I'm using Stahl here, that actually frees up Crom and allows him to go over here. So this is one thing that Stahl does really well, is that he occupies this space on this turn. This is a really crucial turn. So thinking about which character standing here is actually very important. The fact that we have Stahl standing here, which allows us to move Crom over here, just provides way more value than you would imagine. Unfortunately, this guy spawning with Luna was really crappy. We're probably going to have to hope for a dodge here. I'm also going to go with the Sully pair up. And I'm going to have Muriel standing right behind him. one downside here is that we're splitting up our vulneraries, which is going to give Frederick less flexibility with his healing. However, we have a lot of extra elixirs. I actually didn't use any elixirs yet. The fact that we have lots of extra elixirs gives us a little bit of flexibility on that point. All right, so we've got our bridge units set up. This matchup here, unfortunately, we can't even really three-shot him without dual strikes. That's fine, though. I mean, we can chip him down slowly. We can even let Frederick fight him a little bit. Training Muriel's tome rank is probably the hardest thing about her that I've noticed over these attempts. I've been doing a lot of practice, a lot of off-stream attempts, and I'm starting to notice little things about like every unit has their own little quirks. I would say Muriel, her biggest downside is that tome rank start. It's not just that it's E rank, but it's also so low. Like you're less than halfway to D rank. It just takes a lot of time to get her up to speed. All right. This guy's got a pretty unfortunate skill set too. I actually wonder if I should trade their tomes. We'll be fine. I would have loved a dual strike there. I did not get it. All right, we're going to move Lisa here. And let's see what happens. That's fine. Get the one shot. I really, really, really want Stahl to dodge this attack. God. You know what? That's a Stahl moment. Give me that. Hold on one second. On every single test attempt I have ever done, he has gotten hit by that attack. It's getting very frustrating to me. If he dodges this attack, it changes everything. It literally changes the fabric of reality, and he just can't dodge it. The guy has a 55% chance to hit me. Might as well be 100%. Okay. Yeah, this free fort healing is awesome. Can I sell the random stuff? Yeah, I'm going to be able to sell the random stuff very soon, and that's actually going to help me a lot. Using Stahl is the challenge. Thank you. Thank you, Tilda Hat. Let's see. Tricky is explaining to somebody in chat how the Robin stat adjustments work. What are my thoughts about weapon rank grinding? And what are my thoughts on engage weapon ranks being tied to classes? So I have not played Engage yet. I'm waiting to play it for some very specific circumstances. I might even stream my first playthrough, but I can't do it right now. Or I might just play it off stream in my free time. I don't know. But either way, I can't play it right now. Unfortunately, sitting here on 22 health, I just can't do what I wanted to do. I have one idea. Yeah, this should work. I can use the elixir for this. I'm unfortunately going to have to send Muriel away. But that's fine, because it actually gives us repositioning options next turn. The last thing we have to do is set up our combat against the boss. So like I said, unfortunately, because he has Gamble, there's nothing we can do. We just have to hope that he doesn't crit us. And I mean, I guess, yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't want to crit him. So I'm going to unequip the rapier. Okay, now the tricky thing here is we probably need to get the elixir back into Frederick's hands at some point. Got a free iron sword, that's not bad. Like dodging, guys. Have you, literally in your lives, have you ever heard of dodging? It's a really cool concept. Let's see what his hit rate was. Another 55 hits us, okay. And he's hitting us for 23, so I don't think we can even heal back up enough to fight him. No, we can't. But that's okay. In my previous attempts, I actually didn't fight this guy. Over here, what I did was I just drew him back one turn, and then I used that turn to set up the rest of my combats. So we're gonna be replicating that performance again. This guy's a thorn in my side, I gotta say. I would like for Stahl to get a kill. I'm not seeing how I can do that from this position. I can block this guy, though. So actually, I think I can do... Muriel here, Stahl here, Frederick here. But I would have to also, the problem is I would need Stahl to attack and also heal. I can't have him do both things. I can only have him do one thing. So that doesn't work. These guys both getting Luna and both hitting their attacks is really hecking me over here. Have I tried the Vake Lunatic Plus stream? Not yet. Is Vake superior to Robin on Lunatic or Lunatic Plus? I don't think he's better than Robin on Lunatic, or I don't think he's better on Lunatic to begin with. He's definitely not better on Lunatic Plus. Vake is one of the units that gets worse on Lunatic Plus. He's still very good, but he does get worse on Lunatic Plus just because Soul tanking is not as reliable as Nosferatu tanking, and you really want that extra reliability if you can get it at all. This guy's this guy's made me very angry. Okay. I can do this. Let me make sure that I'm not in range of the boss. I'm not in range of the boss. I can go like this, get rid of him. Stahl can actually get pretty far over to the left-hand side here. Set up a combat against this guy. Fortunately, we don't really want to fight him. What we kind of want is for... God, he's got Hawkeye and Luna Plus. This has actually been a pretty quick clear. We got it done on our first attempt. I'm actually very strongly considering resetting here. If Stahl levels up and he does not level speed, we're absolutely resetting. Not only has like every possible thing gone wrong to force me into positions where I can't train Stahl, on top of all that, like it's just, I don't know. I'm wasting elixir charges. Like this is going so much worse than my off-stream attempts. And all of the enemies are getting like crucial skills to punish me. Well, Robin can definitely fight this guy. So let's start with that. I forgot to use my vulnerary. Yeah, Robin can't fight this guy. Robin's about to die. I was supposed to use my vulnerary there. I'm just too tilted right now. We're gonna have to reset. One thing I can possibly do is maybe... I mean, it doesn't matter because he has Hawkeye. So we can't even dodge here. We're just guaranteed to fail from this position. Like this guy's gonna run over and he's gonna kill one of our units. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that because I messed up. All right. The downward spiral begins. That was not a Stahl moment. That was a me moment. Dodge or die. Yeah, you can't dodge against Hawkeye. I didn't answer my thoughts on weapon rank grinding. Yeah, I know I was going to get there. I just got distracted by my own crappy gameplay. You think engage matting is pretty easy if you know what you're doing. Let's see. Okay, so weapon rank grinding I think is pretty good. It can definitely give you a solid return on your investment. Like for me personally, I'm the furthest thing from an LTC player. Like if you tell me there's a way that I can improve my chances of beating a map or improve like my overall meta strategy, and it just takes me like 5 extra minutes of time, I'm absolutely going to do it. In fact, I did it on this. I talked about before about how I don't really use the water trick that much anymore. I kind of came back around on the water trick just because it takes like 5 minutes and it makes Robin a lot better. And even if you're not using Robin as your main unit, like just having a stronger unit like enables you to use all of your other units better. Not only that, but like I'll show you. So because I used the water trick, I was able to get not Grima to level 5, I got Grom to level 3, and I got Frederick like a little bit past level 2. Like I just got good returns on all of my units that I want to use with no real downside. Other than just wasting 5 minutes of my time in real life, which is like not a big deal at all. Okay, don't have Hawkeye. Yes, he doesn't have Hawkeye. Okay, We'd love to dodge this guy's attack. We have not really been getting very lucky with our dodges so far, but it's certainly possible. It's something that exists. It's just not happening for me right now in my life. I don't mind the dual strikes and like dual guards, like those are cool when they happen, but there's like a couple just like key moments where I need dodges and I'm not getting them. And they're like 50-50s, so it's not like they're that unlikely. See, that dual guard was really good. I'm very happy with that. Now we do need Frederick to survive. Excuse me. He's pretty likely to survive. We got an absolutely busted Frederick. This Frederick's really strong. I think he leveled up like all of his important stats. I'm pretty sure I leveled up HP, strength, skill, speed, and I don't think I leveled up defense. I'm not sure. You'd have to look at Frederick's starting stats, but I'm pretty sure he got 4 or 5 stats on his first level up, and it makes a huge difference. On that note, we're kind of trying to go for the same thing with Stahl. What we want to do is just get one really good first level up. The reason getting a good first level up is so important is because it removes the chance to lose consecutive coin flips. So if Stahl fails to level up speed 3 times in a row, he just becomes trash. If you get +1 speed on your first level up, you've already removed that possibility from happening. It literally cannot happen because he's already leveled up speed 1 time. So it's no longer possible to fail 3 times in a row. Alright. These guys spawned with pretty good skills. We can definitely fight them. I'm thinking of using the Vuln here, but I actually probably would prefer to save it if I can. This guy's pass, it doesn't matter. We're going to stand on the square that he occupies. I think I'm just going to stick with Lisa's healing here. Yeah, this should be fine. Okay, so what we need to do is chip this guy down to around 8 HP because we're not going to have +1 strength from Robin. I'm actually going to transfer Robin over here. I'm going to attack, start getting some tome rank. And some experience. Now all we need to do is get Virion to shoot this guy. Our attack is very consistent. I'm going to unequip Sully. I do not want to dual strike here. Do not let Virion and Sully steal your experience if you're not planning on using them. Just use them for chip damage, use them for pair-up bonuses, and then bench them later when you're done with them. I mean, that pretty much applies to all characters. So we're going to get our first stall kill here. Fortunately, we didn't get the second dodge. That's okay. We got the first one. So the fact that we got that first dodge allowed us to take this attack here because our HP was full and we didn't have to worry about taking damage. I'm going to put Sully here for better repositioning next turn. So this opener I found is very consistent. I'm thinking of doing like an amended Chapter 2 video just to show off this opener because I found it's even, like, I think this opener is even more consistent than the one where I was having Frederick go up here and draw enemies away. You can actually just kind of kill the enemies quickly one at a time just by drawing them to the left and fighting them like one at a time. So the hardest part here is that both of these guys spawned with pass, and they both moved into like kind of the same position. So there's no real way for us to separate these two guys. And because Chrom didn't get a dual strike and didn't get rid of this barbarian, we have 2 enemies to worry about. We cannot fight 2 enemies. What we can do is... we can pull this guy off. Yeah, we can pull this guy away with Stahl. We need some HP, though. We need, yeah, we need, like... we need Lisa to heal us. But she can't heal us because we're going to be standing very far away from her. Well, that's actually not true. Yeah, okay, so the vague repositioning is going to help us out here. The only problem is I need to make sure that Robin and everybody else can get away from the enemies. I can use Frederick to body block, though. So we'll probably be fine. So I'm going to move Frederick back 2 tiles. And then I'm going to use the Vulnerary. In fact, I'm going to move back 3 tiles. Yeah, that plays around pass better. Ooh, thank you, Black Mask. Thanks for the super chat. You like Stahl? Hopefully you're in for a good stream. I'm trying my best here. I kind of screwed up on the first attempt. It wasn't even that I screwed up. The game just really screwed me over. Alright, I'm going to use the Vuln here. That should keep us alive. Now, we don't want Frederick to steal both of these kills. I'm fine with him getting this one. Let me check what my combat is going to be like. So I'm going to be on 16 HP. And this guy's going to hit me for 15 damage. So I'm going to survive on 1. So I'm going to use Sully for this. She is going to bring Stahl up here. Vake is going to bring Lisa up here. That's going to give Stahl enough HP to survive. And in fact, with the extra defense from Sully, he'll be even more fine. Unfortunately, we moved into range of this guy. I did not catch that. Yeah, I just screwed up. Why did I not see that these guys had overlapping ranges? They're literally in... These guys moved into like the worst possible formation. You can't separate the mercenary from this guy because they're diagonal from each other. But you also can't separate him from this guy because they're also diagonal from each other. I knew as soon as I started streaming I was going to start playing like absolute crap. Alright, let's see what happens. I think we're screwed here. We could technically dodge that attack. Oh, wait, this guy had Luna anyway. I'm just making mistakes left and right, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, that's 19 euros, by the way, which is like 25 US dollars, which is pretty cool. I thought it was just $20. It's actually like $25. Thanks a lot for that. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah, the water trick is where you have, so Lord and Tactician have the ability to walk on water tiles, and most classes cannot do that. So in the first chapter, you can have Crom and Robin standing on the water, while Frederick is paired up with Crom and Lisa is paired up with Robin, and the enemies, most of the enemies can't reach you, which allows you to just safely chip them down one at a time and get more experience onto Robin and Crom, and and give less of the experience to Frederick. All right, so what we really need here is a little bit more luck on our dual strikes on the next attempt. We need to get a dual strike to get an attempt going. Weapon ranks are really important in this game. However, I would say that even access to E rank weapons is very powerful, just because in Lunatic mode and Lunatic Plus, enemies always have A rank in all of their weapons. Like, I'll show you. So these guys all have, this guy has A rank in axes, this guy has A rank in swords, this guy has A rank in lances. Because the A rank weapon bonuses are so like large and so powerful, even just equipping like an E rank lance and fighting this guy removes a ton of attack power and a ton of hit and a ton of dodge from him, just because having weapon triangle advantage removes his weapon triangle bonuses. So even having access to E-rank weapons is really good. However, on that same note, training yourself up to C rank so you can start getting the bonuses yourself is also really helpful. I feel like I'm rambling a lot today. I'm playing like crap. I'm rambling. This has not been a good stream so far. I'm sorry, everybody. I know I can do this. I just did this yesterday. It took me like 20 minutes. I did one like fantastic attempt. I went so fast. I got so much experience on Stahl. I didn't make any mistakes. And then I looked at the poll and everybody wanted me to play chapter 2. So I was like, okay, cool. I'll just do it again tomorrow. And then you know what? It's just not happening for me. This opener here is very consistent though. I'm really loving this opener. So, you know, all is not lost. Nice dodge. We're getting the dodges now. Okay. That's fine. I think that's like guaranteed. Yeah, because our Frederick was so strong, we're like guaranteed to one round those Lancers, which makes a huge difference. Okay, for some reason the enemies actually split up this time. They just decided, you know what, today we're going to split up. So we can definitely use that to our advantage. We're going to go for the same opener here. This guy does have advantage, so we're going to risk another attack. There's kind of no real getting around that. There's always at least some point in time where this guy's going to get some chance to attack Stahl. Transfer Robin over. I'm actually going to unequip Robin. I don't want to dual strike here. I realized that after the last attempt. That could have been a misplay. If Robin dual strike, I'm pretty sure plus magic Robin would one-shot this guy. Would deal 13 damage up to this guy, so that would be bad. Okay, we're going to unequip Sully. I also forgot to switch... I forgot to switch Chrom back to the Falchion. Because I'm being a buffoon today. Alright, so we're going to have to not get hit by a Vantage attack here. We got a pretty good chance to dodge. Didn't get it, that's fine. Okay. So the biggest problem now is actually your positioning, but if I want to be able to do... If I want to be able to do anything next turn, if I need flexibility for next turn, I'm pretty sure I can't waste actions unpairing these two. So I'm just going to do what I did last turn. I'm going to go like this. This actually works really well. I love how every time I play, I just refine my strategies even more. It's like I'm always finding new strategies. Okay, we got the Chrom dual strike. That completely changes the game. Now we can set up a situation where Stahl only has to fight this guy. And we can have Frederick start weakening the other ones. And unfortunately, we got all of these enemies that have Hawkeye, and one of them has Luna. So we cannot fight all three of these enemies on the same turn. It's just not going to work. Because this guy has passed, we can actually use this to our advantage. Let me just think about how we need to configure our units. We don't have to run halfway across the map. That's the big difference. Unfortunately, actually, his health is too high. We can't... Excuse me, hold on. We can't actually defeat him with Stahl because we didn't get our Chrom dual strike this time. What I'll do is have Robin fight him instead. We actually get the one shot, I'm pretty sure even with the Fire Tome. So I'm going to put Robin over here. I have my Fire Tome equipped. Stahl can move up here to get ready for next turn. Lisa can go heal Stahl, get him ready for next turn. These two can move up here to hopefully actually draw some enemies away. Sometimes if you move your other units up here, it actually draws the enemies around the mountain, which gives you like an extra turn of breathing room. I would not mind that at all. And then you're going to go here. Okay. Now, because this guy has passed, we don't really need to worry about him. All we need to do is think about what we're going to do with these units. And unfortunately, because these guys are diagonal from each other, we can't really split them up very easily. What I could do is actually go to the right. I haven't done this in a while. I've been kind of doing a strategy where I keep Frederick together with everybody, but you really have to be flexible when you're playing Lunatic Plus, and right now I'm seeing the merits of having Frederick move over here and pull both of these guys to the right. We can potentially kill or weaken this guy. We can potentially kill or weaken this guy. I like this strategy. And then whichever ones that Frederick and Chrom don't kill, we can send them back over to the left-hand side. And give the kills to Stahl, Robin, and Muriel. We had to give a kill to Robin, unfortunately, just because of the way things worked out. I'm willing to make that concession. As long as the rest of the map goes better. Even if Chrom and Frederick steal all this experience, I don't really mind too much, because I'm planning on using both of them. Alright, now all we have left is one Lancer, so we can just slowly feed this experience to Stahl. We do have to be careful about one thing, which is the fact that he has Hawkeye and Luna Plus. And he doubles us. So we need to make sure, first of all, we need to make sure that he doesn't double us. Then we need to make sure that we actually survive an attack. So if we can heal to full, he definitely cannot kill us. So that's one good thing. I am similarly... I can move here, but I won't be able to have Lisa behind me, which I really want Lisa behind me. Sorry, I want Lisa and Muriel behind me, but they can't both get behind me. Do this. Oh, hold on, I have an idea. I could use my Cavalier movement. Yeah. Just use my Cavalier movement. I'll go over here. This allows Lisa to move behind me here. And then I can move Muriel over here. And I can even unpair her from Robin. And I can even give her the Fire Tome. Back. Excuse me. I'm gonna have these two run over here just in case. I probably just want to mop up this guy. Yeah, on this turn, I don't want to leave him running around alive. So what I need to do is chip him down to the point where Stahl can get the guaranteed kill. Well, very highly likely kill, I should say. He doesn't have Vantage, so we have a lot of room to play around here. We can deal 9 plus 8 damage. That's 17. That's 25 total. We can get this kill. We just need to make sure that we actually hit all our attacks. I can even do this to give me more accuracy and damage. I just misclicked there. Thankfully, it wasn't really a big deal. This is what I was trying to do. Yeah, we'll leave him alive just on 1 HP. Then Stahl can reposition here and get the kill. Hopefully, if we don't miss. Nice. This is pretty early on in the chapter. I'm willing to take some risky actions. Alright, let's see if Frederick can get some experience, please. Exactly what I wanted. Perfect. Now the next time he kills an enemy, he will level up, which is great. We'll get some nice rollover experience. By the way, 40 people here today. Welcome lurkers, welcome first-timers. Sorry I'm not chatting a lot today. I'm very focused on... Sometimes I get into this mode where I'm like very focused on gameplay and I just don't read chat at all. I hope you guys understand. The last time I talked about this, everybody pretty much said that they're here to watch the gameplay anyway. So even if I'm chatting less, they don't really mind that much. Which made me feel a little bit better about it. I don't know if everybody feels the same way, but there's at least some people who feel that way. Which definitely takes a little bit of pressure off of me. I don't feel like I'm having to constantly read chat. I can just focus on the gameplay itself. Especially in situations like this. Like, this is like trying to train Stahl in Chapter 2. Like, trying to get him to fight enemies every single turn. This is not something you can do, like, without while trying to multitask. Or without thinking about what you're doing. Let's see if the boss spawned with Gamble again. He did, okay. I wonder if he always gets Gamble. I'm not sure. I didn't think that he did, but maybe he does. We've got the Thunder Tome this time too, which I think is better. I wanted it last time, but I just didn't get it. Yeah, we can use Fort Healing here. So we're gonna have you standing here. Is that true? What does this matchup look like? This is actually pretty good. We can potentially get some dodges. Let me see who's gonna boost Stahl's Avoid the most. Definitely not you. Okay, so we are gonna use Sully for this. Which means you're gonna be here, and Vake, you're gonna be here, and in fact, I can do something very clever. Which I noticed during my last attempt. I figured something out. I'll show you right now what I have in mind. So I'm actually going to give the the elixir to Stahl now, because when I reposition them later, I can give the elixir back to Frederick while still allowing Stahl to use it on the turn that he needs to use it. Because last time I had to move Stahl over here, have him take the elixir, and then use the elixir. Instead, what I can do is I can move Stahl over here, have him use the elixir, then move Frederick over here and have Frederick take the elixir back. That's very, very important. That's a huge difference. It's going to allow us to end with the elixir in Frederick's hands, which is much better for what we want to do. Don't worry about moving into their range. They won't move unless you have enough units in their range. So you can do this. You can set up right at the edge of their attack ranges. And then what we're going to do, I haven't shown this off in a while, or I haven't explained what I was doing anyway. I showed it off on the previous attempt, but I didn't explain what I was doing. So what I'm doing here is I'm attacking this unit with Robin from the water. This is kind of like a secondary water trick. You can stand on the water right here and attack this unit. When I attack him, it triggers the aggression of all of these enemies, which forces these two enemies to move and allows us to put characters right at the edge of their attack range. Instead of needing to move into range of multiple enemies and hoping they do what we want, we can force them to do exactly what we want them to do. Lisa, get up here. All right. Which is better, Bow Knight? Oh my god, sorry, hold on a second. Which is better, Bow Knight or Bow Knight for Stahl or Assassin for Stahl? I'm thinking of going Assassin. However, I definitely see the merits of Bow Knight. Hey Garrett, thanks for stopping by. You missed the start, no worries. Hi Sen, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, Swords A rank is plus 3 damage, which is a huge deal. And with the Lance Weapon Triangle advantage, you reduce that. Plus, it's a huge accuracy and avoid swing. Like I think it's like 30 points of hit and 30 points of avoid. It's absolutely insane. The weapon rank bonuses in this game are nuts. Stone Warning says they actually like it when I show the gameplay where things go wrong because it's more relatable. Yeah, I think it's also more informative than just showing a clear where I do everything perfectly. Like, if you see the thoughts that go in, if you see the thoughts and, like, the process and the, like, the trial and error that goes into, like, coming up with a working strategy, I think it's a lot more informative than just seeing me get it right and not ever making any mistakes, which is part of the reason why I started streaming these attempts, because I thought people would be interested in seeing them, and it turns out people are definitely interested in seeing them. Some people are, anyway. Enough people. HP, Strength, and Defense. I'm actually fine with that. We got a speed level up already. We didn't get our dodge there, unfortunate, but totally workable because now we can do this. I can move here. This is exactly what I was talking about. I can use the elixir. Then I can move Frederick over here. I'm going to keep the Silver Lance equipped. I'm going to trade. Now Stahl has the Vulnerary. In fact, I'm just going to keep the Vuln, so I can use it right now. We might not even need to use it, but I'm going to use it anyway for safety. Then I'm actually going to put these two over here for repositioning next turn. Now all we need to do is set up our combat between Robin and the boss. Unfortunately, the boss spawned with Luna again. It's not a huge deal, but I'd be happier if he didn't have it. Now, unfortunately, we cannot reduce this boss's crit rate to 0. We just have no way of doing that. So we're going to have to live with it. Just because he got Gamble. Nice, that dual strike is crucial. No crit, please. Nice. I would have loved a dual strike there. Didn't get it. Okay, we've got a couple of low health enemies that Stahl can potentially fight. Unfortunately, this one's still got a pretty good hit rate against me. This guy's actually got a higher hit rate than some of the other ones. Most of the others had like 55 or like less than 50. I don't know why this guy in particular just has 65 hit. Very weird. I could use like the woods to my advantage to reduce his hit rate. It's not really that reliable though. I'm wondering if I give the elixir back to Stahl now. Let him heal back to full. And then Frederick can fight this guy. Oh, I would love it if I had one extra attack. Oh, I can do it with the Iron Sword. Well, let's do that then. Alright, so let's keep Stahl out of his range. We're going to go here. We're going to have our Iron Sword equipped. Stahl is going to move here. He's going to take the elixir back and use it. I don't know if this is a good use of the elixir, but we're doing everything for Stahl, so we're just going to play it out and see what happens. We're putting a lot more faith and a lot more pressure on Frederick, which I think is actually a good thing. He's one of our best units, and we're relying on him more. There's no real downside to relying on your best unit, other than the fact that he does fall off in the long term. I was talking about this with my friend yesterday. Oh, we got some delicious rollover experience there. A lot of that experience went towards the next level up. Unfortunately, we didn't get the first speed level up. You really, really want that first speed level up. We can live without it, but I would have loved that first speed level up. I really want Lisa over here to heal Stahl so he doesn't have to keep using the elixir. This guy's guaranteed to hit me, unfortunately, so I can't stay in his range. Is there any way I can get Lisa over there really fast? The answer seems to be no. In fact, she's actually really far away from the action. What I can do is draw this guy away with Robin. Yeah, okay, I see what we need to do. We need to get enough HP to survive. Which is a little bit tricky because I'm not using my favorite defense Robin. And I don't even have a sword. So we have to take 26 attack. -6 defense. We need to get above 20 HP, which I think we can actually do. Yeah, we can. So here, we also have pretty good odds to dodge. So we're going to go here. Start consolidating our units, moving everyone towards the center so everybody can group up here in the middle. Now this allows us to do something like... Honestly, I think this is worth a Silver Lance charge. I want to leave this guy alive on low HP. Gotta be careful, I don't want to stand next to these woods. We'll stand right here. And we don't want Fake to dual strike. So I'm gonna go like this. This guy does have pass. This guy does have pass, but neither of them can actually get as far as they want to. I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna unpair these two. Next turn, Stahl should be able to get a kill on one of these weakened enemies. Possibly even set up 2 kills. Okay. Interesting decision there. Why would he go after Frederick instead of going after Robin? I could not answer you that question. Could not answer you. Fortunately, the boss now has overlapping range with all of these enemies. I think this is fine. It's a little bit frustrating, but I think we're fine. We just need to get above 15 HP, which we can do with Lisa's help. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. So I want Stahl here. Lisa behind him. She heals him back up to 17 so he can survive. This is actually better because we're spending an extra turn to get Stahl more chip experience. I think we can actually use this to our advantage. I'm gonna move Sully out here. You can go over here. The boss is kind of forcing us into a corner. That's kind of the one downside about what's happening here. And I can't use Frederick to pull him away because Frederick's health is very low right now. And there's just so many enemies who have Hawkeye. I can't rely on Frederick dodging attacks. Pretty sure Frederick can stand on mountains, yeah. I think this guy deals 22. Plus he's gonna have a crit chance. With Luna, that's 25 minus 3. Yeah, he's gonna deal 22. I'd have to use a vulnerary here to pull the boss away and then not get crit. Let's go with the risky strategy. God, Stahl is just gaming out of it. That's a Stahl moment right there. Hold on a second. That was a Stahl moment if I've ever seen one. Dude just survived on 1 HP. Let's give him credit for that. It actually takes me a second to update the counter. That's our third Stahl moment of the run. Ooh, that's weird. I don't like that. Apparently, I can still control the game even when I have the window minimized. I saw it like the window moving around on the screen, but that's very wonky. Okay, this guy does not have Vantage. So all we need to do is just set up a guaranteed kill against him, which we actually don't exactly have, but we have a pretty high damage kill, and we can easily, in fact, we don't even need Sully. Frederick can literally, because we dropped Frederick on the mountain, Frederick can just run up here and kill this guy right now. With a bronze sword. I don't even need to use an iron sword charge. That is absolutely based. Okay, is it better to give this to Muriel or Stahl? In fact, can we give this to Stahl? Interestingly, if we can chip this guy down, we can actually give this kill to Stahl. I don't think we can. We would need a character capable of dealing like 4 damage to him and not getting killed in return. I stand corrected. If I dodge a crit here, I can give this kill to Stahl. I'm pretty sure that's what people want, right? If I can give this kill to Stahl, people want me to give this kill to Stahl. Let me give a second for chat to catch up. But I'm almost pretty sure. Snow Warning is asking if Stahl could have better accuracy if he took this Bronze Lance. Yes, absolutely. The reason I'm not doing it is because I'm planning to make Stahl into a Myrmidon, so I don't want to waste any time training his Lance rank at all. I want to get him to C rank swords as soon as possible. Stahl's bulk is paying off. You think the most noteworthy trade is starting with 8 defense and then now having 9? Yeah, unfortunately we just didn't get that speed level up. That speed level up is crucial and we did not get it. Can I surround to get plus 10 crit avoid? I mean, the crit avoid's not going to be the issue here. The issue is going to be making sure that we actually hit the guy. Alright, let's go for it. I think this is going to be fun. So we're going to give this kill to Muriel. Then we're going to have Stahl. We're going to have Frederick run up here, take Stahl, rotate him in front, and then attack. And Stahl should be able to guarantee this kill. In fact, didn't I say that he needed 4 extra attack? Because we can do that. We can just get that. We don't need to weaken the boss first. The reason to weaken the boss first would actually just be to get chip experience and sword experience on Crom. But I'm pretty sure we can actually have Stahl do 12 damage against this guy. Alright, so let me move some units in range for crit avoid. So let me make sure that I have all of my options available here. So I can do this. Still 9. So our only hope really is if dropping Sully, dropping Sully here, because I don't think Lisa, no, actually Lisa can reach this tile. I don't want her to though. I want to move her afterwards if I can. Okay, that worked. That worked. Awesome. All right, so what we can do, we can get some sword experience. We can get some chip experience. Get a nice dodge. Now Lisa is free to move and use her action to heal anybody that she wants to, which in this case is going to be Frederick. We have a lot of heal stats left over, so I'd rather use them to get experience. Now we're going to run up here, we're going to grab Stahl. I'm pretty sure we can even use the Iron Sword if we need to. Yeah, so we actually could have gotten 12 damage with Stahl guaranteed, and 100% accuracy. This is a very, very surprising turn of events. And the guy doesn't even double me. Oh no, he does double me, sorry. But we actually survive. We actually survive even though he doubles us. I mean, we'd have to not get crit. But even if we tried to, even if we fought this guy, like we could potentially survive against him. All right, let's go. Please give me speed. If I don't get speed here, I might need to reset again. Oh yes, yes, Stahl moment. Stahl moment right there. everything except magic and resistance. Hold on a second. Update the counter. That is beautiful. I'm just gonna stand here and admire that. Oh my god, that looks amazing. Amazing. I can hardly believe I'm still me. That was such a good showing for Stahl. The fact that he could have actually killed that boss without chipping them down first just by... Remember, not only did we have the ability to get 4 extra damage from Frederick, we could have gotten even more damage from taking the Iron Sword. So Stahl's extra strength bonus and the sword rank that we're building for him is going to quickly add up to the point where he can deal considerable chip damage. Now we should have Stahl Sully and Stahl Muriel. You can get them both in the same chapter. The other one I was really hoping for was Crom Sully, but we didn't get that. That's fine. It just means we need to get them a little bit of combat together in the next chapter. We did get Crom and not Grima, so that's good. I'm going to go in here. Yeah, that is a nice level up. I got too lucky. I should reset. Thank you, Lagify. You really want this entire day to just be me streaming Chapter 2 over and over again, huh? Alright, so let's see. Now the tricky thing is, I want to bench Sully, but I also want her to reach C rank with Crom. I cannot accomplish both of those things, because I didn't get the C rank on the last attempt. Is it possible that I can bench Fake here? If I do that, I can take the Iron Axe with Frederick, start building my Axe rank. I think Frederick wants the Bronze Sword, and Stahl wants the Iron Sword. I'm pretty sure that's true. We definitely want the Elixir back. We only have 1 charge. You actually only need 1 Elixir charge to make this chapter consistent, so even though we kind of wasted Elixir charges training Stahl, we have as many as we need, so in the end it wasn't too big of a waste. Lisa's got plenty of heal stabs. Unfortunately, her magic stat is in the dumpster. This is like the worst Lisa I've ever seen, honestly. Crom's looking fine. I'm going to equip the rapier because that's the first weapon I'm probably going to need. Robin is looking fine. We're actually very close to being able to use the Katarina's bolt that we picked up. Viron. Sully. Is there anything that she can hold? We could give her the Bronze Sword for more options, or we could let Stahl keep the Bronze Sword just to say... Like, basically, the logic here is either Stahl keeps both swords, which allows us to conserve Iron Sword charges in cases where we don't need them, or we give Sully the Bronze Sword so that she can switch around as she needs for Weapon Triangle. I'm pretty sure letting Stahl keep both swords is actually better, because it's going to allow us to forge the Iron Sword as soon as we get access to shops. And the more charges this Iron Sword has when we get to the shop, the better return on our value we're going to get. And then I'm just going to check to make sure I'm not leaving anything hanging in the convoy. I actually have an extra Iron Lance left over. Let's get that to Frederick. Yeah, this gives him Lance, Sword, and Axe versatility. I'm very happy about that. I'm going to save. I'm going to put my units into good positions, and I'm actually going to take a quick break once I finish repositioning these units. Just warning you guys right now. I just got to go refill my water. It's like almost empty, and you can probably tell my throat's getting a little bit hoarse. Anybody else who has not drank any water for a little while, I recommend you go and drink some water as well. It's a very good idea. It's great for your health. I'm actually going to go in without checking enemy skills, see if we can get on the first attempt blind. And I will be... Oh, hold on a second. Well, let's let this cutscene play. I'll be right back. You guys can watch this cutscene.
Better hold on tight, Captain. Could get bumpy.
Right.
You'll be fine.
Sumia!
Hello everybody, thank you for your patience. I am back. Did anyone else do anything fun for their break? For our little 5-minute break? Does the galloping actually do anything for Pegasus? That's a very good question. You actually think Lisa pretty much always ends up with low magic? That's interesting. Maybe I've just gotten lucky in the past. I just don't remember her ever having like this bad like magic score. But I have gotten screwed over on magic, but especially with the 50% growth, it's just always a coin flip. Saul gets Levin Sword access a little bit faster than Sully. Yeah, we can use the Levin Sword before the next chapter for sure. Hold on a second. I just saw somebody send, I think, a first salted snacks. Yeah, thank you for stopping by today. Gianna, thanks for stopping by. I'm seeing some messages from people that who I didn't give shout-outs yet, so let me just get caught up on those. I thought I saw one other person. Locke, there you are. Hey, Locke, thank you for stopping by. Water checking the chat. Oh, by the way, Legacy's talking about the Sumia with Crom like thing about them, like their whole conversation about being about pies, like baking pies. So the original Japanese conversation is actually different. For some reason, when they localized it, they just changed it to be like entirely about pies. They just removed everything else and they just had them talk about pies. Maybe the translators got lazy like halfway through and they just, like instead of translating the rest, they just wrote whatever they felt like writing. I'm not sure. But I actually want to do either a video or a stream where I show off, where I translate the dialogue myself. So I would be very interested to know if people prefer for me to just make that a video, or would you be interested in seeing me stream that, the whole process of me translating it? Okay, we got multiple enemies spawning with Luna, so we're probably not going to be able to enemy phase all of them. However, you know what? This is a calculator moment, because if Frederick can safely fight all 4 of these enemies, I want him to fight all 4 of these enemies. So we're going to have 22 plus 22 plus 23 plus 27. This is the very scary one. So we're going to have 97 minus 15 minus 15 minus 7 minus 7. We're going to take 50 damage. That is a lot of damage. Kellum is going to give us an extra... What does he give? Does he give +4 or +5 defense? I don't know why I'm completely blanking on this right now. And I can't... Hold on a second. I can do this. Can't check because he's a green unit. He gives +5 defense. Okay. So that's going to give us an extra... that's going to reduce 5 damage... 5 damage, and then I think it's actually gonna, in fact, you know what, let me add this up again from the beginning. So we're gonna have 20 defense, so it's gonna be 94 damage, minus 20, minus 20, minus 10, minus 10. That will deal 34, so that will kill us, unfortunately. There's no way to guarantee Frederick's survival here, not even with the Kellum pair up. We cannot fight all 4 of these enemies with Luna. Although we could rely on potentially dodging at least 1 attack. If we just dodge 1 attack, we'll be safe. That's consideration. I think it's better to go for the safe strat. The next question is, can we double these guys? I think we can double the archers with a Crom pair up. We can. In fact, we might even be able to double all of them. I'm fine with using the falchion here. I think because our Frederick was really blessed, I think we can actually double these guys. Unfortunately, both of these guys got pass. If only one of them gets pass and the other one doesn't, you can split them up. We're not going to be able to do that here. I'm going to have Stahl, Sully, and Robin ready to run in. I'll keep my other units behind them. Muriel being on the bottom row is fine because she's mostly going to be going after this knight anyway. Alright, let's see what our opener looks like. We actually got really lucky with the opening skills. Because, oh my god. Really? Just dodge 1 attack, please. We didn't get a single enemy with counter. That could have been a really good attempt. I've gotten really bad luck on dodging today. My units just cannot dodge anything to save their lives. Literally, to save their lives. Crom got blessed, reaching 10 speed, which gives him that extra +1 speed from the pair-up. Ooh, that's a good observation. I didn't catch that. Which, by the way, that reminds me of something else I wanted to check. I want to check if using tonics and rallies causes you to give more speed on pair-up, if that makes sense. Like, for example, unfortunately, I can't find a good example. 7, 6, 6, 10, 12. Here we go. So, okay, so Crom has 8 defense, for example. If we gave him a defense tonic, which meant that he had 10 defense, would he give the extra +1 on pair-up, or would he not? Same for strength, actually. If we give him a strength tonic, will he give an extra +1 on pair-up, or will he not? I'm not sure. I don't know if it counts your base stats or if it counts everything. It's actually surprisingly very niche. If I'm going to summon a servant, what class would it be? Archer, Caster, Berserker? I'm not really super into Fates, so I don't really know all of the different, characters that well. I have an idea of, what each character is supposed to be, what all the different classes are, but I'm not, familiar enough with the franchise as a whole that I wouldn't really consider myself to be an expert. We got much better odds of surviving this time. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the same thing again and hope that it doesn't lead to stupidity. Unfortunately, I probably should have shoveled their inventories. That was a little bit of a misplay. It's going to be very hard for me to get the Vulnerary now. Yeah, extremely hard. Oh well, I'll fix it next time if we have to. I actually want Stahl in the top row, Sully in the middle row. Yeah, that makes more sense. Muriel on the bottom row. Callum can go here. Middle row, bottom. All right. We should be fine this time. We didn't roll multiple enemies with Luna. Unfortunately, him getting Pavis sucks. And we are doubling the archers. That's very good. Yeah, wow, that makes such a big difference. Look how fast we're clearing this left side. This is going to give us so much time to respond and reposition on the right-hand side. We only got a couple of enemies with counter on the right-hand side, too. We got so lucky with counter. We need +2 speed. We can actually just get it from Robin. Where do I want to be standing, though? There's not really a good place for me to stand to activate the Stahl pair-up. Does Stahl give speed? It does. I can actually get the speed from Stahl, which is an interesting idea. Not a very good one, because he won't deal very much damage to this guy. That's an interesting idea. Okay, so ideally, in an ideal world, what I would really love to do is eliminate all of these enemies without using Frederick's action or Kellum's action. The problem's going to be this guy. He's still got a lot of HP. Alright, let me do this. I think this is a good start. I'm going to fish for a dual strike with Frederick. Didn't get it. Oh, my throat is still really scratchy and dry. You think it's raw stats without any bonuses? Virion doesn't give 1 extra skill even with +2 skill. Ooh, that's a good observation. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, I think the extras don't matter. It's only your base stats. Yeah, I know what Fate is, Locke. I'm just not super I haven't really played or read any of the games or watched any of the anime. I read a little bit of I started reading a little bit of Tsukihime, which is by the same creator whose name is completely drawing a blank now. It's Type Moon. But I didn't get very far. I got to some material that I didn't really like. I just like stopped reading. Are we going to try to get a kill for both Muriel and Stahl? I mean, in an ideal world, that would be great. Unfortunately, this guy spawning with Pavis Plus makes it very difficult. Yeah, like, we can only deal 3 damage to him. Like, that's a very difficult kill to set up, especially because we didn't get the Frederick dual strike. We deal 0 damage to this guy. We can hit him for, like, 1 damage. Like, it's going to be very difficult to get a kill for Stahl here. So I think what we should be focusing on is getting a kill for, or setting up something for Muriel. This guy right here is just a problem. It's just a massive problem. I think I have an idea, though. Go for another dual strike. Didn't get it. Getting very frustrated at not getting any dual strikes. This guy doesn't have pass. Theoretically, if we body block him, we'll be fine. He doesn't have a lot of movement either. Ooh, this is a good observation. This is a good observation. This guy doesn't have a lot of movement. We could body block him for 1 turn. I don't think that's the play. It's definitely an interesting idea, though. I think we have to kill this guy. But we need somebody who deals 14 damage to him, which is, like, pretty hard to do. He has a lot of defense. We could give it to Muriel, but then we have nobody left to attack the knight. Like, the problem is we needed somebody to kill him and kill him. We got a really good opener, but I just can't figure out any way to not use Frederick here. I feel like we have to use Frederick. How much damage is Stahl doing? 7. I mean, Callum has 16 attack. 18 with her. That's actually 1 short of what I need. Right? 18 minus 5 is 13. Cut that in half, we deal 6 damage. It's just not quite enough. Well, actually, hold on. Leaving him on 1. Will he kill us, though? We're going to have 6 speed. He will double us. He's going to hit us for... He's going to hit us for 7 damage twice. We actually take that. And then Stahl can run in and get the kill. But then that just leaves the same problem, which is that Muriel has to somehow find a way to clean this up. Honestly, I have some ideas. I think this can work. So we're gonna go like this. The problem is we needed Kellum too, though. Like we need Kellum to be with Frederick, but he can't do that if he's doing this. I don't know. Let's just see what happens. Oh, we got the dual strike anyway. Okay, that actually hurt me way more than it helped me. I'm very tempted to just restart this attempt. Everything has gone wrong. We got such a good opener, and then after that, every single possible thing that could go wrong just went wrong. Yeah, and then this guy's still alive. What we can do is this, though. Which is surprisingly not what I want to do. So, here's the problem. The one thing that we wanted was for Stahl to get experience, and that's the one thing that didn't happen. And then the second thing that we wanted is for Kellum to be paired up for Frederick, and then that didn't happen. So this attempt's kind of looking pretty ugly. It might not be completely hopeless. At the very least, we can get Frederick into position. We can even give him a Stahl pair up. I don't know if we need to, though. Can you just fight these guys without a pair up? I don't know, because I can't get close to them. 23 plus 22. Minus 15 is 15 damage. So yeah, he just survives without the Stahl pair up. I think it's better to leave them unpaired. What I'd really like, actually now, is a speed pair up. But we can't get one. because Crom is occupied. Alright, let's do this. Unfortunate that things worked out this way. Let's see what happens. We might just... The thing is, this chapter is so difficult, I'm not really comfortable resetting over and over again to get, like, the perfect, you know, experience distribution, because this might be, like, our... Like, if we just throw this attempt away and start over, we might not get another good attempt for, like, 20 or 30 minutes. So it's better to just take the good attempt while we have it, in my opinion. Okay, we really want the Crom pair up now. We wanted it last turn, in fact. I think we wanted it more than the Kellum pair up. If I recognized that, I could have possibly played differently. Both of them have passed, unfortunately. If we could split them up, that would have been great. But we cannot. I'm just having a lot of trouble finding ways to use my non-Frederick units. We cannot stay in range of these two characters, for sure. Just can't not do that. Possibly we can stay in range of all of these three. The problem is these guys having passed means Frederick does not have a lot of wiggle room. Standing here work? I think it does. Give me a second, because I have to figure something out. I gotta do some really weird repositioning. So I have to go like this. Like this. Like this. Then I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna take Crom. I'm gonna use the elixir. Okay. So far everything looks good. We could actually... I think we can actually use pass for advantage now. Because what we can do is we can let this guy move to this tile and then fight Stahl. Or whoever. We kind of don't want him to fight Stahl, because our weapon triangle matchup is bad. Maybe Sumia. I mean, the Sumia matchup's not bad. It gives Stahl a chance to dual strike. You know what I should have done is use Sumia, Sumia Frederick, because I'm planning to do a Sumia Frederick marriage anyway. Okay. I think I see the plan. It's very strange, but I think it works. So the archer actually can't reach his max range because Frederick's standing on the tile that he wants to stand on. I messed up, by the way. Oh, I didn't want to unpair them. I wanted to grab Stahl and have Muriel hold him. Okay, well, since we can't do that, let's just do the other option. Which is to hit this guy for as much damage as possible. I would like to end the turn with Lisa standing next to Robin, but if I do that, it wastes Sully's action, which I don't love, because I might need it next turn. So I'm actually just going to separate these two out. And then, oh, you know what, we can put Beer in here, so that's fine. Yeah, so pass allows this guy to move over and get attacked by Robin, while the other enemies get stuck fighting Frederick. And then because we stood in a good position, we can also enemy phase this guy. Now the issue is we have multiple enemies with counter to worry about. And no really great way to split them up. And unfortunately, because everything has pass, we can't really, like, eliminate this guy and then body block. It doesn't really work. Not the way I want it to, anyway. This is a really tricky situation. There's a lot of lances and swords on this map, by the way. It's making it much harder to train Stahl than I expected. Is it possible to go all in this turn? I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. It would start with something like this. Yeah, if we could double this guy, I think it would be possible, but I don't think, because we can't double him, I don't think it's going to work. We would really need Frederick to double this guy or to get a dual strike with Crom. We can fish for Rapier dual strikes. If we can kill every enemy except for this spear fighter, he won't go after Frederick. Because Frederick's defense is so high, he's going to prefer to attack other characters. And we can use that to our advantage. So we can go like this, we can fish for Rapier dual strikes. And then all we would need to do is eliminate these two enemies while leaving someone in range who's not scared of taking a hit from this guy. And we don't even need to worry about like managing Frederick's inventory because the guy won't attack Frederick anyway. I'm going to try this just to experiment a little bit. I think I don't feel very good about this attempt anyway. So if this attempt hits a dead end, I'm not really going to feel that bad about it. So here's the tricky part, is actually defeating this guy. He's definitely the most scary one. Lisa can stand here safely. That's very important information. Yes. Okay. So, where else can she safely stand? We need to think about all the places where Lisa can safely stand, because that's going to give us a lot of information. I can have Stahl, Virion, Sully, or Kellum eliminate this guy, but I need to make sure that they survive a round of combat against him. Which means they're probably going to need some extra speed. I also need to make sure that I get rid of this guy at the end. In fact, if I start thinking about my formation, and how I'm going to build it, I think what I need to do is take advantage of Frederick's position. You see, this guy has pass, but if I have someone stand here, it limits his range of movement up to the north side of the map. That means that Virion can attack from this angle, and he'll be completely safe as long as I move somebody into that position. Or even better, I could have Robin... No, I don't really want Robin to do it. I could have Muriel do it. But I kind of want Muriel to attack this guy. Can Muriel survive a round of combat against him? No, she can't. I really need to think about how I'm going to get rid of this guy. I need someone who's going to hit him very hard, but also can fight this guy safely. And I feel like I need to use Robin for this and Robin for this. I can't have them do both. It's very complicated. So maybe using Virion here is the play. I love this map, by the way. I just love how much of it, like every turn is just like a puzzle that you need to figure out a way to solve. I don't know if people find this interesting to watch or if they find it boring to watch. Like for me personally, like this is the highest form of Fire Emblem. I'm just sitting here thinking about it, like how I'm going to get rid of these 3 enemies and then leave my units in a position where they can survive against this enemy. What if I don't have Muriel's pair up? Do I still one-shot this guy? The answer is no. So I can't do some kind of complicated chain where I switch my characters out. Like it needs to, they need to be together. Muriel and Robin need to be together if they're going to defeat this guy, or I need somebody who can defeat this guy with one shot. can Kellum do it? He has 16 attack, minus 5 defense. He would need a way to get plus 4 attack, but I don't have Vake with me, unfortunately. He would need the Frederick pair up. He can't get that because Frederick's in the lead. What's our next option? Stahl. Not gonna work. Especially because I'm gonna lose. Well, actually, I'm not gonna lose weapon triangle damage because I don't have weapon triangle ranks anyway. Unfortunately, I just don't have enough damage. Hold on one second. This is one of those attempts where, like, I talk about how you should be able to recognize when the attempt has already failed and just quickly reset to save yourself some time. But instead of doing that, I'm being very stubborn and I'm trying to figure out a way to clear these enemies. Yeah, the CPU does not factor in counter, no. Chapter 3 on Lunatic is a lot easier, but on Lunatic Plus they get the most dreaded skills to Aegis, Pavis, and counter. For sure. Those are like the 3 most annoying skills. Alright. Let me just make sure I didn't... Unfortunately, the chat is moving way too fast for me to keep up. But I don't think I missed anything super important. If somebody said something super important and I missed it, I'm sorry. Yeah, I love the choke points. I love the fact that you have to fight a battle on multiple fronts. There's like time pressure, and I love the fact that it doesn't just resolve in the first 2 turns. Like we're sitting here on turn, what is this, turn 4? Yeah, we're sitting here on turn 4, and this is like the most complicated turn. Like instead of the most important turn being turn 1, it's usually like turn 3, 4, and 5. So you just have to keep firing on all cylinders, like for multiple chapters without ever like losing your way. Okay, we have to get rid of this guy. I think we just have to use Baryon for this. Next is Robin here. Ugh. I hate this so much. I hate that I'm wasting Robin's action on this. But there's no other way to get rid of this guy, is there? Yes, there is. I'm a fool. I should have seen this all along. Alright, I think we're good. I think we're actually good. The only thing is I need to find a way to protect Lisa. Robin here is good. I might even be able to do it with the Fire Tome, right? Fire Tome is like 2 less than Thunder. In fact, I think it's only 1 less. Yeah. So what I can do is I can get the Fire Tome for accuracy. I can take out this guy. Then I can have Stahl run over and finish off this guy. The problem then becomes this enemy right here. I don't know who he's going to attack. Because I need to sort the inventory of the person who he is going to attack, but I don't know who he's going to attack. So that just by itself causes so many problems. And then I also need somebody who can body block for Lisa by standing in this square, that's a huge commitment because I need like all my characters over here wiping out these enemies, but then I need somebody to be standing in this square, like back here, who can also survive a round of combat against this guy. Like that's a lot to ask. That is a lot to ask. Interesting. I might be able to utilize this to my advantage. Crom has plus 10, or Crom has 10 strength. Wow, our Crom is kind of strength plus, by the way. He usually does not have 10 strength at this point. because I only need 1 extra point of attack. So I can actually do this. This is a huge commitment. We're kind of going all in now, but this... We get the counter, we kill him, so we don't take any counter damage. Now what we need is somebody with less than 10 defense to be in range of this guy, so that Stahl doesn't get attacked. We really don't want Stahl to get attacked here. Even if he does, what does the combat look like? 23 minus 10. We take 13 from him. We deal 16 minus 5. 16 minus 5. We deal 11 to him. That's 24 total. It's actually exact lethal on us, unfortunately. If we had gotten 1 more HP or defense level up, we'd be fine, but we're unfortunately the opposite of fine. We're very much not fine. Can Sully survive a round of combat against this guy? I think the answer is yes. Does she need a pair up? 23 minus 7. I think the answer is no. She takes 16 damage. He does not double. So we're going to remove his equipment so that even if he gets attacked, he won't deal any counter damage to himself. Next, we're going to move Robin here. This is about to be... Guys, like, come on. Like, you have to leave a like on the stream for this. If I get out of this, this is absolutely insane. We get this one shot here. Now we're going to be utilizing the properties of past to our advantage. Because even though the enemy can move through us, he cannot get into this square if we block it with Lisa, which guards Virion. Unfortunately, I was supposed to trade away Robin's equipment there. Hopefully Robin doesn't... oh my god. I think Robin's going to get attacked, which is exactly what I did not want to happen. I might have just screwed everything up. I got way too cocky there. Yeah, I might have just screwed everything up with that play. Because what I need to do is move these two here to block Lisa, but I need Robin to not have anything equipped. I was supposed to just take Robin's equipment with Lisa, and I just didn't do that. Why didn't I stop and think about what I was doing? Does Lisa survive? 23. Oh, hold on, what's the speed? No way, she's fast enough. Yeah, she's just way too slow. So we have to block. We have to body block Lisa. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put Sumiya in the lead. If I can get Sumiya to the point where she survives. I think the enemy's still gonna go for Robin. 23 minus 5. 18. He actually just kills Robin anyway. I'm so used to playing with plus defense Robin, I wasn't even considering the fact that this enemy could just kill Robin right now. Okay, well. This is what should have happened. I'm going to show you what I had in mind, what should have happened. So this guy deals 23. So I was going to go like this. I was going to unequip Sumiya, and then I was going to use the Kellum pair up to keep her alive. So she's body blocking Lisa. Lisa's body blocking Virion. These two have no weapons equipped, so if they get attacked, they don't take any counter damage. Frederick will never be attacked because he has the highest defense of all of my characters, so the enemy's just going to ignore him. And then Robin, I'm so used to playing with my plus defense Robin, I just assumed that the enemy was going to ignore him. I just completely overlooked the fact that this Robin is way more frail and is actually the most likely character to get targeted here, which is exactly what's going to happen. Yeah. So that was a huge oversight on my part. We'll fix that on the next attempt. I didn't feel very good about this attempt anyway. But the fact that we just somehow would have gotten through that if I didn't make a huge misplay was quite amazing. Yeah, Mila's turn wheel would have been nice, but honestly that would have just resulted in us spending another 15 minutes looking at this map trying to figure out how to solve it, when it's probably more exciting to not watch me do that for 15 minutes at a time. It's probably better to probably more fun to watch like fast gameplay. Unfortunately, we got two Luna enemies again, and one of them does have Hawkeye this time. I'm gonna go for the The Crom pair-up is so much better. The Crom pair-up is so much better. I'm going to go for the Crom pair-up. It's more luck-based. But when you get that plus speed Frederick, I think it's actually worth it. And usually you're not going to have all of these enemies having Luna and Hawkeye just to ruin your day. We didn't get either enemy with pass this time, which is interesting. That's definitely going to change our positioning a little bit. Like, we can put Robin up here. Is that an idea? Yeah, Robin up here is probably fine. Sumia behind Robin. Gotta be careful about this guy. Yeah, Stahl stays here. Virion, I don't really care where he goes. Kellum moves behind. We get to creep our units a little bit closer to the enemies, which can give us a little bit more flexibility next turn. Okay, that one's guaranteed to hit. This one we need to dodge. Got it. Okay, we're safe. And we even got a nice dual strike. And another nice dual strike. Alright, we're in a much better position now. I'm really hoping this knight moves into a good spot. I don't know if he will. Not the best, unfortunately. Not what I was hoping for. Alright, this guy not having Pavis this time is gives us a lot more freedom, though. The thing is, I actually want to keep the Crom pair up. I realized on my last attempt, it made me realize that I actually want to keep the Crom pair up. So let's do this. Oh my god, this is perfect. Perfect. Amazing. Could not have gone better. I actually don't want the dual strike this time. Is that correct? I probably still want it anyway. Just because unfortunately there's no good way to set up a kill against like a bunch of lance fighters with Stahl. Alright, let's fish for the dual strike. Didn't get it. So now we need a way to deal 13 damage to this guy. Yes. Okay, I see what Stahl can do now. Now we fish for a Stahl dual strike. Didn't get it. Now we use Sully, and Stahl gets the kill. Perfect. Really perfect, in fact. That went so much more smooth. Like, that was what I was trying to do last time, and did not go my way at all. Actually, no. Do I want, hold on a second. 16 speed. Yeah, we need to keep the Crom pair up. I would have preferred a Sumia pair up, but we need the Crom pair up. This guy having counter is unfortunate. Let me, and they both have Hawkeye too. Let me see if Frederick can survive against these two enemies. So 22 plus 23 is 45. Minus 15, minus 15. We're going to take 15 damage. Then we're going to deal how much counter damage to ourselves. That's the question. That's the big question. 18 minus 5 is 13. We're going to deal 13 counter damage to ourselves. Do we double this guy? No, we don't. Okay, we're going to have to use the elixir here. But we can set this up to the point where Frederick cannot die. I think Frederick cannot die here. Therefore, it's hopefully true. A little bit of a Lisa moment here. You know, hold on a second. Speaking of that, that was an absolute Stahl moment there. He just got that kill. Bro just brought a bronze sword to a spear fight and he got the kill. Like, come on. That's a Stahl moment. You know it. You know it, I know it. Some people have said otherwise. Those people are wrong. That was a Stahl moment. Okay, now this guy should hit us for 7, and we survive on 2. Now, we gotta figure something out to deal with the fact that, God, a lot of these guys have counter this time. There is a way. There is a way to do this. Especially because this guy has pass. We can use this to our advantage. Yes. We can use this to our advantage. Okay. Fortunately, we don't have a lot of great healing. But I think that's okay. We're at risk of taking 8 plus 7. In fact, it's not a risk. It's a guarantee. We're going to take 15 damage. If I move Frederick here or here, the problem is I can't have Lisa safely heal him because she'll be in range of an archer. But I also don't have an elixir. I don't have a spare elixir charge to heal him back to full. Six plus 7 is 13. I just can't get my health high enough. I have to switch my pair up, which is actually fine. Yeah, okay, switching my pair up is gonna work. Yes. Okay, I see what I need to do. Is the Iron Axe gonna deal enough damage? I think I'm gonna have +3 strength from Kellum, right? Yes, I am. Okay, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna have exact lethal on this guy with the Iron Axe. Hold on a second. Am I doing everything correct here? Yes. Now we need Lisa to heal him. No, I think this was wrong. I think I wanted to be standing here, but it's fine. I can't change that now. The whole point I did this was so that I wouldn't have to switch my positions, but I ended up doing it anyway. We can still work with this. It's just, unfortunately, it means the archer is going to be left alive on low health. Yeah, there's nobody else who can one-shot this guy, so it has to be... In fact, I just messed up because Frederick can't one-shot him without the Kellum pair up. So I have to do this. So we need the Kellum pair up anyway. That's fine. Could have gone better. It's very easy to make small oversights, small mistakes. Lunatic Plus is very punishing on those, but it's also possible to recover as long as you recognize the mistake and course correct before you go too far down a bad line. I'm actually just going to put these two up here. I have a feeling I'm going to have to retreat for one turn. So with that in mind, I think the best play is to just start retreating now. So we're going to one-shot him exactly with the with the Kellum pair up. Take like no damage from that guy. Now I would love if I could find some way to fight a bunch of these guys on enemy phase. I just don't see how that's going to be possible. I can potentially draw this guy out. I can't actually get over there. No, that doesn't work. Hey, Phantom Knuckles, thanks for stopping by. Let's see, you were asking a question. Let me see what you asked. One question. Your English is not the best in the world, so you're going to try your best. No worries, I can understand what you're typing. The best sons are the ones who take Gale Force and Aggressor from their parents, or which skills are best. So, the best male units, Gen 2 units, let me check. Let me see who I think the best Gen 2 male units are. I personally think the best Gen 2 unit overall is Severa. Among the male units, I would say Inigo is good. He doesn't need to inherit Gale Force. You really don't need Gale Force on every character. One of the things I talk about in my team building guide is how characters have specific roles. Like if you get Soul onto Inigo and use him as a tank, he doesn't really need Gale Force because he's most of his action is enemy phase anyway, and Gale Force is a player phase skill. What you really want is for him to get Soul as soon as possible, which he can do in his default class of Mercenary. So you want to pass down something like Vantage to him to improve his survivability. Brady is very good. I'm not sure what I would pass him on, honestly. Depends on what you're trying to do with him. Brady is one I could definitely see passing down Gale Force. You can pass down Gale Force to Owain if you want. Male Morgan is kind of interesting because they have access. You can not only can you choose their starting class, but you can also give them access to any male class. And if you're using female Robin, you're probably going to pass down Gale Force for sure. So then you just need male Morgan to get some offensive skills. Jerome never gets Gale Force. Yarn never gets Gale Force. Lawrence never gets Gale Force. So basically, the only options are like Owain, Inigo, and Brady are the three characters you're asking about. I think all three of Owain, Inigo, and Brady are good, but for different reasons. They're not really they don't really require Gale Force. I would say Brady is the one who I would most want to get Gale Force onto, not only because Maribel has a pretty good path to Gale Force, but also because Brady wants it a lot as a Sage. Owain doesn't really want it as much. I don't really know what Owain wants to do. I think Owain's one of the lower tier Gen 2 units. I think Brady's a lot better. But honestly, a lot of the Gen 2 units are pretty difficult to use, which means I don't have a lot of experience with them, which means I can't really give you the most informed opinions. But yeah, it was a good question. You did Crom as a Dread fighter and married him with Sumia. So the thing is, Crom cannot pass down Aggressor. He always passes down Rightful King to his male sons, which is really unfortunate. Honestly, Crom, I pretty much hate everything about Crom as a father. The fact that he always passes down Aether to Lucina, and then she still starts in the Lord class, I hate that. The fact that he always passes down Rightful King to his male sons, I hate that. Like, I wish they gave Crom more flexibility. Because he is not very flexible as a father. This is a very annoying core, by the way. These two characters right here both have encounter. I just have no idea how to punch through this. And this, oh my god, and this guy has Pavis Plus as well. I would want Frederick standing here. The problem is Lisa can't heal him. So he has to be able to handle himself. Why didn't I equip the javelin? I'm playing like garbage today, guys. I'm mad at myself. That's the thing, is I'm mad at myself for playing this crappy. I've honestly been playing very slow. So you would think that I'm being careful and playing better, but that's not even true. I'm making like 4 turns per hour, and I'm making a mistake like every single turn. We can put Robin here. In fact, we can even put Muriel there. With a Stahl pair up. Yes, I like this. This is going to allow her to draw out and kill the archer. Now the tricky part is keeping all the rest of our units safe and making sure they're not in range of any enemies. To that end, I've got 2 safe squares and 2 pairs of units who I can move into safe squares. So we're actually pretty safe here. The problem is next turn all of our units are going to be paired up. So I want to think about what my units want to be doing next turn. And I believe that is going to be this pair right here. I can put them right at the edge of the archer's range. And then probably this. This feels fine. This feels good. Why would you go after Robin instead of Muriel? Let's think about that. I don't know. There's probably a reason. Strength, speed, and defense. That's not what I want. We're unfortunately going to deal counter damage to ourselves, and we're going to leave this guy alive, and we have 2 additional enemies to take care of. So we've got a lot of characters paired up, and we've got a lot of enemy health to chip through. And a lot... Oh my god. And more than one of them have Aegis. Pavis Plus, sorry. More than one of them have Pavis Plus, so they're going to be very hard to get rid of. This is crap, guys. This is doo-doo. I'm going to start with this. Okay, we finally got the smallest amount of good luck. The tiniest amount of good luck, finally. How much do I deal with this Silver Lance? Not enough. But if I chip him down, I think I can one-shot him. And then all I have to worry about is this guy, who unfortunately kills Robin and has passed, so I can't heal Robin and form a blockade. They really just try everything in their power to make this as hard as possible, as difficult as possible. What I can do is potentially... I just need to chip this guy down more. I'm not going to think about it. I'm just going to go for it. Okay. They just had to add insult to injury, didn't they? They couldn't let me have it. They couldn't let me have just like one attack after making 7 consecutive misplays in a row. They couldn't let me land one attack. That was too much to ask for. This is absurd, guys. I'm sorry. This attempt's definitely already over. I just want to see if there was any way for me to, at least chip this guy down. I can at least do this. Oops, I don't know how I completely miscounted that. Yeah, okay. Wow. So, on top of everything else, I just completely miscounted how much damage I was going to do to that guy. I mean, there's a small chance that somebody might survive here, I'm not sure. Maybe we get a dual guard. Interesting. Okay. Cool. We're going to be on this chapter for a while. How's the run going? I'm playing like crap. I'm really playing bad today. This is so frustrating to me because I was playing so good yesterday, and I knew too. I knew as soon as I started streaming, the level of play was going to deteriorate rapidly. These are maps that the thing is, I can clear these maps in 20 minutes off stream, and it's taking me an hour on stream. It's literally taking me 3 times as long to clear them on stream, and I'm just making misplays constantly. Let's see. Oh, hey, hey, Devino, also known as, I think, are you Musa Gaming? Or am I confusing you with somebody else? I kind of recognize your icon. I'm not sure if you changed your name or if YouTube's just changing your name. They do that sometimes. Yeah, Aggressor also can't be passed down anyway. That's a good point. I wasn't even thinking about that. Owain wants to do what Long Ku does and go for a dodge tank build. Sort of, yeah, but he has more flexibility just because you can pass down any skill, and you can also expand his class set. You can make Owain into a mage build if you want to. That's not really possible with Long Ku, just as one example. What do I want to do here? Because these guys both have Pavis, I think I just need to go for dual strikes, which means I'm going to have to go for a Crom build. A Crom opener. Yeah, I need to stop overthinking things and just, be more proactive here. We got the Rapier and the Javelin equipped. We have one enemy with Pass. Interesting. We could potentially bait him out with Robin or even Muriel. Is that worth it? How much damage can we do to him? 19. It would be worth it if we could double, but we can't double him, so I don't think it's worth it. I think it's better to just rely on Frederick. Alright. Ooh, very, very careful. I just almost made another misplay. Alright. I think that dodge helps us, but we want dual strikes a lot more. Getting hit there sucks. Missing that dual strike really sucks. I mean, that dual strike helps, but it doesn't solve the main problem, which is that we needed dual strikes against the other two, and we didn't get any of those. We did not get any of the dual strikes that we needed. I'm gonna go for this opener. I really liked this last time. I just noticed that this guy has Aegis Plus, and we didn't get any dual strikes either. Cool. Cool story. I'm just resetting. I'm not doing this. Male Robin can never get Gale Force, and the daughters can never get Aggressor. Yeah, the Gale Force potential sons are Owain, Brady, and Inigo. Out of them, I think Inigo is the best one, and it's actually not even for using Gale Force. I don't think Inigo needs Gale Force to be good. I think he's just good because he has quick access to hero, like immediate access to hero. Yeah, not Grima. That is pretty. You know what's really funny about heroes too? My friend pointed this out to me. I didn't even think about it. Like, I don't even think about this kind of stuff because personally, like for me personally, like I don't care that much about spoilers. If somebody spoils me on something, I'm just like whatever. I'm probably just gonna read it and enjoy it anyway in my spare time. This guy of Encounter is a huge issue. We're probably going to have to go for a very aggressive opener here. But, oh, sorry, I got sidetracked on what I was trying to say. For some reason, like, they just thought it was a good idea to just have heroes completely spoil everything. Like, they spoiled the fact that Robin is Grima, and just, like, nobody seems to care. They just didn't think that anybody would mind being spoiled on, like, one of the big plot twists in one of, like, the most popular games in the series. They just have, like, a bunch of alts that make it very obvious that Robin is Grima. Alright, I don't know if we set this up to the point where we don't kill ourselves with counter damage here. We still do it with exactly 1. That sucks. We might still survive here. We just need to dodge this next arrow. We need either a dodge or a dual guard on this next arrow, and we'll be fine. Probably not going to get it. Yeah, statistically speaking, that was not very likely to succeed, but that was our best chance of success. We probably increased our odds of success from like 0% to like 10%. It was worth going for it. I don't know. Yeah, they also spoil the Black Knight's identity. Legathy's heading out. See you later. See you next time. Probably next week. Oh, by the way, speaking of future streams and stuff, so one of my favorite games of all time is Wizardry 1, which is kind of the foundation of all party-based dungeon crawlers that have ever been created. The game is such a classic. It came out after Donkey Kong, but before any other game featuring Mario. So, you know, that's kind of a big deal. We could potentially survive against all 4 enemies with the Kellen pair-up, but I think the Crom pair-up's more important for building momentum. Anyway, extremely classic, extremely, like, influential dungeon crawler. So, for example, the creator of Dragon Quest said that he was influenced heavily by Wizardry. So, like, if you, like, think about all the games that were influenced by Dragon Quest. Now think about the fact that Dragon Quest was influenced by Wizardry. It's kind of like a Demon Souls situation. Like, all the games that were influenced by Dark Souls were obviously influenced by Demon Souls, because Demon Souls came before Dark Souls. I'm going somewhere with this. So, earlier this year, they released a remake of all the original wizardry. And it's currently on sale right now, and I'm thinking of buying it because for a very long time I've been wanting to do a wizardry-based stream with chat participation, where I allow people like in chat to create units, and if people die, I think it'll be very funny, and then you can create more units, and then they can die, and then hopefully at some point in time we'll get a nice like optimized party, and what'll be cool is like all of the party members will be based on people in chat, like the ideas for characters that you came up with. I don't know, I think it's just a really fun idea. I know personally, like personally speaking, if 3 people show up and are chatting, I will have a lot of fun. Like for me, like that's all it will take for that stream to be considered a success. However, I want to think about like what other people want to do. So I would be very interested to know if anybody has like any interest in that sort of stream. If you would find that fun at all, let me know, because I am very interested in doing it. Is there any way for me to get a good Muriel pair up here? I know I can kill this guy for sure. The question is whether I can get Muriel to pair up with me while I do it. I don't think I can. I don't think there's any clean way to do that. What skills do these guys have? We didn't get counter this time. That's really good. That's going to give us a lot of freedom. So let me chip this guy first. Now I can kind of give this kill to whoever I want. Probably Sumia. Yes. I want her to have a good para partner for this. Alright, so let me think. So we're going to do this first. Give Stahl some experience. I think just having Stahl standing next to me might give me the accuracy bonus. 92 is pretty accurate. I know I can boost it further. I'm very tempted to go for like a Muriel shot here, but I think it's better to just get the guaranteed shot with Robin. Yeah. Let's just... I don't know, it doesn't really matter who we use for the pair up, honestly. We'll just go with Kellen. Oh, we still have 92 accuracy even with the pair up, so it actually didn't matter. I mean, 92 accurate is extremely likely to succeed anyway. I'm not that, like, butthurt about it. Okay, I'd like to use the Vulnerary here and then heal with Lisa. And then I'm going to unpair, I think, these two. Okay. Nice. Oh my god, that helps so much. That helps so much. That just changed everything. We're pretty much in the clear now. Gianni says they think it would be fun. Vivi Cooley says they think it would be fun. That's actually very good, because if I have 2 people already saying that they would have fun doing that, that probably means it's worth doing. Because, like I said, if I can get 3 people to show up and create characters, like, we will have, I guarantee you, I will personally have a lot of fun. I don't know how fun it will be for chat. I think that's kind of what we need to figure out, if other people are going to enjoy it as much as I do. Vivi Coley, you don't, to be honest, you don't know if you participate because you tend to leave streams running in the background while you do other things. So the good thing is, all you really need to do is just show up and tell me, like, what character you want me to create. So I would, like, say you want to make, say you want to have a character based on you that's an elf. I would just make an elf named Vivi, and then that, you know, that's like the minimum amount of participation that's required to get into the stream. Let's say you want to be more specific. Let's say you want to play as a dwarf fighter. So then I would make a dwarf fighter named Vivi. And then also the more active chatters could help me with making decisions, like, are we going to try to open this trapped chest? Or because if you try to open a chest that has a trap, you could risk setting off a bomb that's going to kill party members. You could risk, you know, getting a poison needle, or if your thief gets paralyzed by a stun trap, they're pretty much good as dead. Like if a character gets paralyzed, they're pretty much as good as dead until much later on when you have good methods for curing paralysis. It's not like Pokemon where you just go to the Pokemon Center and you heal paralysis. Like if a character gets paralyzed, that's like a permanent condition. They're like permanently paralyzed for life unless you use magic to cure them. So it's very funny. The game just has so much potential for fun, especially if we do it Iron Man style, where like, because you get bonus stat points when you create characters. So if your character rolls like the minimum 6 stat points and they just have very bad starting stats, it's very likely that they're gonna die in the most hilarious and stupid way possible within like the first 10 minutes of the stream. But there's so much potential for fun. For me, it's just an extremely fun game. I love playing it. I've been playing the game for years. Like I come back to it every few years. I'm currently playing Wizardry 3 off stream. I'm having a lot of fun with the elemental planes. But you know what? Let's focus on Fire Emblem. Let's make this a Fire Emblem stream. The fact that people want me to stream it, even if it's 2 people, and I know I have friends that I could invite to the stream who will show up, so we can probably get like 4 or 5 people in there at least at the start of the stream, and then see where things go from there. So it makes me feel very good that we can make a real stream out of this. Is there a way we can give this kill to Frederick? I think we can do what we did last time. Yeah, we can set this up with Kellum. The question is, these 2 guys have counter again. That kind of ruins. Like we gained a lot of positive momentum, but these 2 guys having counter just immediately removes all of the momentum that we gained. I have some ideas. We can use the Silver Lance, perhaps. So Silver Lance, we're going to deal 29 minus 5. That's a lot of damage. That's 24 counter damage we're going to deal to ourselves. He's going to hit us for 21 minus 15, which is 6 damage. That's actually not a lot. I think with the Kellum pair up, we actually survived this. The thing is, I need to be standing in this position with the Kellum pair up, which is not that easy to do. Especially because Kellum is already assigned to another character. The fact that we have Kellum paired up with Sumia is actually going to hurt us a lot here. I think I can get through this. I just have to use my brain. I have to be standing here in the tile where Muriel is standing. So I'm gonna move here. Yeah, this doesn't work. This doesn't work. Yes, it is. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I got it. Transfer Kellum here. Pair up with Stahl. Move Muriel out of range of all enemies. In fact, I'm going to have to use the elixir here, I believe. So I'm not going to need Lisa for anything. We're going to back these 2 up. Now I can grab Kellum. I gotta make sure I get the elixir first. I don't need the javelin anymore. I wish you could close out this window and look at enemy stats. It would be so useful because it would help me be able to calculate if I need to use the vulnerary or the elixir. But I just don't have the mental energy to do that right now, so I'm just gonna use the elixir. Neither of these guys have pass, which means I can actually put Sumia behind me. And then everyone else can just kind of back up. Now I need to make sure Robin's not in range of anything that I don't want Robin to fight. In fact, If I had been thinking about this, I could have actually set it up so Robin could fight this enemy. Or Stahl, even. Yeah, I should have thought about that. That was a slight misplay. Not a huge deal. We're setting it up so that Frederick one-shots this enemy. And then, unfortunately, I don't know really what we're going to do about this. We're going to deal a lot of counter damage to ourselves, but this guy's going to deal like chip damage to us. What I wasn't really considering is how much damage this guy's going to deal to Frederick with Luna Plus. I think I should use Robin to pull this guy away. I can actually stand here. The question is, can I take his attack? He's going to deal 23. -3. Yeah, we can take his attack. We're going to deal no damage to him, unfortunately. But this is going to keep Frederick alive. So I think it's important. Yeah, 14 counter damage to ourselves. Not the best, but salvageable. Now, I would love to set up a situation where we deal as much damage to these two as possible. Unfortunately, they still have overlapping ranges. Maybe we can pull this guy away and fight just him. I think if we repeat what we did last turn, with Stahl down here, we can make this work. Maybe not Stahl. What about Muriel? Muriel's not going to work. Unfortunately, we just don't have a great character to fight this guy. I mean, we can still use Stahl if we really have to. We would have to get a little bit of speed. He just, unfortunately, him having Luna Plus makes it very difficult. How much damage did I do to this guy? 14. 14 is not going to be enough. We're going to deal 14 counter damage to ourselves because we don't have enough strength to one-shot this guy. Hector says they think it would be fun. Black Mask think they says it would be fun. That's awesome. Thank you. I'm really glad that everybody sounds excited about it. Jansen, even Jansen thinks that it sounds fun. Wow. Okay, this is more people than I expected. This could actually be fun. Dual Strikes ignoring Aegis and Pavis Plus is so useful. You're totally right about that. Honor says, how many Fire Emblem Awakening saves died for your channel? Probably a lot. I've reset so many times, both on stream and off stream. You guys have no idea how much I play this game off stream. Like, it would probably offend you. You would be upset if you knew how much I played this game off stream. For the past 5 weeks, I've just been trying over and over again to play through the first 5 chapters and try to make Donald work. It just doesn't work. But through doing that, I kind of learned ways to make Stahl more useful, and that's what inspired me to make this stream. Partially also because I want to record some footage for my future Stahl video. So this is just a good opportunity to both stream and record footage at the same time. Alright, so let's think about who can draw this guy out and fight him safely. And in an ideal world, we would like to also kill him. I don't think that's going to be possible. If we get the Muriel pair up, we use our Vulnerary, and we heal ourselves with Lisa. I think we can actually do it. Hold on. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second here. Did I just figure something out? I gotta be careful about this guy. I need to see how far he reaches. Lisa will be safe in this tile. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to use the Vuln. Then I'm going to heal. After this chapter, I can buy more Vulneraries. So I don't really have to be too conservative about my healing items anymore. This allows Robin to fight and kill this enemy. Nope. Sorry, I completely forgot about Aegis Plus. Okay, well, if we get a Muriel Dual Strike, I guess we'll kill this enemy. Otherwise... I hate Aegis and Pavis so much, especially in this chapter. This chapter would be absolutely perfect. This would be a 10 out of 10 perfectly designed chapter if the enemies could not get Aegis and Pavis Plus in this chapter. Like, we could perfectly plan, even the fact that these enemies have counter and Luna, like counter, like I could play around counter right now if this guy didn't have Pavis Plus on top of having counter. Like, it just ruins the entire game. It's fine later, it's fine in later chapters. It's frustrating, but, like, fine, like, understandable. Like, you can play around it, you can find out ways to play around it. It's just this chapter specifically, it's too early. Like, you just have no tools. Frederick can stand here safely, so I'm going to do that. Vulnerary is fine. I can put Sumia behind him. However, I think whoever stands here is going to be at risk. Yeah, so I can't have a character standing here. Next, I just need to make sure my other units are in safe positions. I'm going to start with Sully on the bottom and Stahl on the top. That way I have flexibility in terms of my Cavaliers. Like, I have a Cavalier on the top and a Cavalier on the bottom for repositioning. Okay, sure. I think that's fine, actually. We're going to take 14 damage here, which we take. Okay, we've got a lot of low health enemies now. I think we can clean these guys up. We can guarantee this kill. Next, I can pull Muriel over and let her kill one enemy. I think this attack is not very accurate, but it's the smartest play because of this guy having Pavis Plus. I think getting rid of him with the Fire Tome is more important. And then because this guy has Aegis Plus, we actually can't guarantee the kill on him. We would need 2 more damage, which we can't get easily. So let's go for this. He did not dodge, thankfully. I think even if he dodged, we might have been safe. Let's see. We'll play the rest of this out and see, like, is there any way that we would have had, like, 1 or more actions left over at the end. I'm pretty sure we're going to have plenty of actions left over at the end here. I'm going to take Sully here so that I don't get doubled, so that if I miss, I'm still fine. We're fine anyway. Next up, potentially we can give this kill to Sumia. Who has the Javelin? Crom has it. That's actually fine. There is one thing I'm somewhat trying to avoid, though. I actually think I might give this kill to Crom. Accuracy is not great. I'll give it to Sumia. Who has the Bronze Lance? No, seriously, who the heck has the Bronze Lance? Sully, I think, has it. This is going to look very wonky, but trust me, there's a reason why I'm doing all this. Frederick needs the Bronze Lance, and then he needs to be rotated into the rear position. Then Sumia is going to take Frederick. She's going to get the Bronze Lance from him. And then with the Bronze Lance, she has very consistent accuracy, and then even if she misses, she still kills. Let me also switch him to the Iron Axe. If I miss and Frederick dual strikes, I would rather use Iron Axe charges. Okay, that's a great Sumia kill. Okay, we finally got out of reset land. Yeah, I'm very hyped about the fact that so many people said they were interested in the Wizardry stream. That is very inspiring to me as somebody who absolutely loves that game and wants to play it more and would love to play it on stream. I think it really lends itself well to chat participation, too. Oh, I could have actually paired up there and healed the full. Alright, let's organize our inventory. We've got a lot of things to figure out, so this guy right here is not going to be a huge concern. We can just let Muriel get this kill. This guy actually got like the perfect combination of skills to feed Muriel some experience. So we're gonna do... We need the door key. We'll get it from Stahl. Then we're going to get a Kellum pair-up for the maximum defense. And we're gonna open this door. Not quite yet. I'll wait until I'm ready. But when we're ready, we'll open that door. I'm gonna give the Thunder Tome to her. I'm gonna send her over here. I'm gonna be using a Stahl pair-up just so Stahl can get some extra sword rank if and when he dual strikes. Is there anyone else that she wants to build support with? Probably Robin. Or sorry, not Grima. So our chain is gonna look like this. Bronze sword. I wonder if equipping him with the Iron Sword so that he can get experience is better. Because I'm pretty sure he needs the Iron Sword to be able to get experience. I'll wait till next turn. That way I can check that information. Alright, so we're fine here. We open the door, we have nothing equipped, so we're not going to damage him. We're just going to draw him out. We're going to double him. And the Bronze Sword does deal 1 damage. So we're actually totally fine here. Just keeping the Bronze Sword equipped. So this is what I'm setting up. Frederick can just body block this guy. Muriel can take free shots against him. If Stahl gets dual strikes, he gets weapon rank experience, which is good. He needs weapon rank. Magic, skill, speed, and defense, that's fantastic. We're going to kill him next turn no matter what. We're hoping for another Stahl dual strike here. We did get it. That's fantastic. That's phenomenal. We just got him to C rank swords. The game just changed, guys. Everything changed on that day. This was the start of our new reality. Dude, the fact that Stahl is already sitting on C rank swords, and his stats are like pretty decent too. Let me start moving everybody back across the map now. We gotta go all the way over to the opposite side of the map. Paulo is asking if I restarted the entire run or is this just in their save file. So this is just something I wanted to do for fun. This is like what I do in my free time. This is literally what I do in my free time. I'm just streaming it because I felt like people would probably... I thought people might want to see it. I'm just doing like a quick early game run through, testing out how good Stahl is in the early game, figuring out ways to like maximize his experience gain, his weapon rank gain, and seeing like what benefits you get from having a trained Stahl. So like not only are we going through the process of showing how to train him, but we're also thinking about like what are the benefits of training him. And one of the benefits is his strength and defense are pretty good, and his speed is like decent. His speed is salvageable to the point where we can use him as like a secondary combat unit. And the more we train him, the more opportunities we're going to get to make better use of his strength and his defense. Especially as a pair-up, like right now, he's a pretty good pair-up because of this. Because he has plus 10 strength, he's giving an extra plus 1 strength to his pair-up partners. Because he has plus 10 defense, he's giving an extra plus 1 defense to his pair-up partners. Very soon, he's going to have 10 skill, which means he's going to be giving an extra plus 1 skill to his pair-up partners. Because Cavalier is a good pair-up class, this is very important. It's giving him a very wide pair-up stat line. I feel a little wary about giving this one to Frederick. I'm wondering if there's a better candidate for this shiny spot here. So Muriel's a good option. Stahl is an okay option. Frederick's an okay option. Crom, not good right now because his experience is already close to max. Not Grima, not a great option. Sumia might... I actually think Sumia is the best option because she wants experience or weapon rank. She got weapon rank, which is actually very good. That's bringing her... She doesn't have discipline, so it takes her a while to train weapon rank. And we need her to get C rank lances so she can use the... There's an item. It has a name. And that name is Killer Lance. Do we double this guy without the Stahl pair up? We do not. I have an interesting idea here. I actually want to not double this guy so I can fight him for more turns so I can get more experience onto Muriel. I do need to get another door key though. And by the way, when you trade two characters, they automatically re-equip their weapons, so make sure that you unequip him. If you want Frederick to be unequipped, you have to make sure that you unequip him after you trade him the door key. He doesn't have pass, so we can just stand here and just do this. The one thing I am scared about... Oh crap, I forgot to pair up Kellum to give myself some extra defense. That's okay. Ooh, we got a dual guard from Muriel? You never see that. That's insane. That is crazy. Unfortunately, this doesn't... Yeah, hold on, I can do this. Go like this, move back over here, now like this. Okay. So now we have the extra defense from Kellum that we wanted. We go like this. We're still baiting and install dual strikes, but we're going to be able to fight the enemy for more turns, which is going to get more experience and more weapon rank onto Muriel. And she needs weapon rank too. She's another character, she doesn't have discipline, so it takes a while to train her up to C rank, which means we need to start that train like now. The only thing is, nice, we're just getting crazy dual guard luck here. I'm trying to say that the problem with this formation is that Frederick can take some serious damage, but he just keeps getting dual guards anyway. Okay, see, yeah, that's an issue right there. That's a huge problem. We cannot take another hit like that. I think we just have to secure the kill now. Nice. Unfortunately, didn't get any more Stahl dual strikes, but not the end of the world, especially because we already hit our benchmark anyway. And we still have plenty of chapter to play. I don't know what I'm doing, guys, by the way, sorry. I just had a complete, like, mental breakdown trying to figure out these moves. Okay, what I was trying to do was get Muriel over here into Lisa. That way she heals for more. By the way, I have to find out where my other heal staff is. I think I put it in the convoy. Alright. Let me reorganize my inventory now. I didn't do that. I said I was going to. I just didn't do it. Do I have any more vulneraries? I have one vulnerary. I don't have any elixir charges. Oh, I have 3 more vulns over here. Okay. Well, let's do this then. Let's give the 3 vulns to Frederick. He's more likely to need them. And then the 1 can go to Stahl. Alright, before I tackle the top part of the map, I'm going to go get some more water. The Donald experience is poking a trapped archer over and over. Okay, so here's the problem, and I recorded this, and I'm going to show this. I don't know when I'm going to do this, but I'm going to show this because I just can't handle it anymore. I just can't take it, guys. I just can't take it. I'm getting comments like on a at some points in time I was getting comments on a daily basis. Now I'm still getting comments like every single month. People trying to tell me that all you need to do is trap an archer and then hit them repeatedly with Donald to train him, and then he somehow becomes good. He doesn't become good, okay? I've recorded hours of video footage of this, of training Donald, of feeding him every single possible, like, scrap of experience he can get inside Story 1. And even after doing all of that, I gave him the Tiki's Tears, I gave him the energy drop, I gave him a Frederick pair-up, and he cannot fight a single enemy in Chapter 5, okay? Like, you invest every possible resource, more resources than you will ever have in an actual playthrough, and he still cannot fight he has no good matchups. He cannot fight the mercenaries, he cannot fight the barbarians, he cannot fight the dark mages, he cannot fight the wyverns, he cannot fight the archers. There is not a single enemy that Donald can fight in Chapter 5. After feeding him every resource and more resources than he can possibly get. Like, he's still too weak to fight anything. Okay? I've recorded it. I have video proof. I'm going to show it. Like, the character is bad. He's just bad. Like, you can't make him work. Like, you cannot train him. It's just not possible. He's never worth it on Lunatic Plus. Maybe in Lunatic it's possible. In hard mode, I certainly believe that it's possible in hard mode. In Lunatic Plus, he's unsalvageable. What chapter did I make it to? This was only testing chapters 1 to 5. I understand. If you somehow magically conjure up a way from the ether to train this character, that in chapter 15 he's going to be good. But that's true for everybody. That's true for every character. Like, every character will be good if you train them for chapter 15. The problem is, Stahl is good right now. Kellem's good right now. Like, Frederick's good right now. Robin's good right now. Sumia's good right now. Sully's good right now. Crom is good right now. Donald is the only character who is completely unusable right now. The only way to use him is with grinding and with, like, resources that go beyond anything that you would ever have in a real playthrough. You would have to use, like, every single stat booster from the 9,999 renown rewards. And even then, I don't think his combat would be good enough to fight anything. It's just bad. I used the Frederick pair-up. I gave him Frederick, and he still didn't have the stats to fight anything. Even, like, he should have a good matchup against sword fighters. He can't fight sword fighters. Oh, by the way, I also forged his weapon. I forged his weapon as much as possible. I gave him the Tiki's Tears. I gave him the energy drop. I gave him the Frederick pair-up. It takes him 3 attacks to kill an enemy, and they one-round him. Every single enemy on the map still one-rounds him with all of those bonuses. If you weakened a Dark Mage, maybe Donald could run up and finish it off. That's the only way I could see using him. The problem is, you don't have a lot of deployment slots in Chapter 5. Like, how are you going to, like, who are you going to bench? Like, are you going to bench Vake and lose out on your best strength pair-up? Are you going to bench Sully and not have the ability to send characters 7 tiles across the map? Are you going to bench Virion and not have the ability to chip down the crucial enemies on turn 1? Like, you can't bench Lisa, she needs to use the rescue staff. You can't bench Crom and Robin. You can't bench Frederick. Like, are you benching Sumia to deploy Donald? Like, that's the only thing that could possibly work. Either way, you can tell I'm genuinely, like, I'm not being super serious about this. I'm definitely, like, in my head, I know I'm saying this in a jokey tone, like in a joking, like, lighthearted tone, but I understand, like, when people hear it, they're gonna think I sound more serious than I really am. But I do think, like, Donald is completely unsalvageable. Like, that's all I have to say. And I took too much time on this already, especially because I have to go refill my water now. I promise I will not take as long as I did last time. I will be right back, and we will tackle the top half of this map. I'm not leaving yet, because Tricky just says something hilarious. 17 speed Myrmidons, Donald starts with 3 speed. Thank you very much. Okay, everyone else go get some water as well. Okay, I'm back. Jansen says we hate Donald. I'm definitely Donald's most notorious hater. Black Mask unironically benched Sumia to use Donald in your first playthrough. So that's the thing. I think a lot of people's perception is colored by their first playthrough. Like, yes, on your first playthrough when you played the game on normal mode, I'm sure Donald was great. I'm sure he was fantastic. And when you played the game, like a lot of people, when they played the game like 12 years ago, and they used Donald and they allowed themselves to grind, like, yes, I'm sure he was great. But you can't take that information into a non-grinding, like, Lunatic Plus context. Somebody said something too. Oh, hey, Kata. I just noticed you stopped by as well. Somebody said something that really stood out to me. I want to find the message so I can give them credit. Okay. Yeah, so Rob was the one who asked this. By the way, thank you for stopping by today, Rob. I don't think I've seen you here that often before. Maybe this might be your first time on the stream. Robin mentioned that they haven't unlocked Lunatic Plus before, so they really only know like what works on the lower difficulties. So one of the reasons why Lunatic Plus is so much more restrictive on training bad units is because of the randomized skills. So for example, Skywing is talking about how, like, you know, you can allow, if you chip down the Dark Mage's health low enough, you can allow Donald to run up to them and attack them and secure the kills, which is true. That is, if you are going to train Donald, that's probably one of the best ways to do it. You can also, he can even possibly attack and kill the mercenaries, as long as you're willing to risk him getting, you know, killed in return. But that's anything he attacks, he risks getting killed in return. Here's the problem. On Lunatic Plus, number one, what if the enemy rolls advantage? Now suddenly, Donald's matchup, he might not be able to kill them because they would hit him first and then he would just die. What if they roll Pavis? Now suddenly Donald can't kill them and they just kill him in return. So it's just like, he has a very limited number of enemies that he can fight, and the randomized Lunatic Plus enemy skills reduce the number of enemies that he can fight safely to an even smaller number. So it makes it even more difficult, more like unnecessary. It's just unnecessary. Like, you don't need to do this. Like, there's no reason to train this character. It's just completely pointless. You just get nothing out of it. Okay. We can hit him for 7 damage. I would like to hit him for more, but I definitely can't. We can hopefully kill this guy. I would like to kill this guy. If we don't, I think that's also fine. I do want to trade around some items first, though. So somebody needs a bronze sword. Eh. Actually, I think that bronze sword is for Frederick anyway. I do want to equip the falchion. That's one thing for sure. Okay. I might even pull this mercenary out with somebody else. Let me think about that. No, I can't do that, unfortunately, because his range... No, okay, hold on. His range does not overlap with the archer. Okay, so if I have Frederick stand here, I could have someone stand right here and fight this guy. It could potentially be Stahl. Let me see what Stahl's matchup looks like against this guy. Rob says, it is your first time watching the stream. You're going to try finishing Lunatic first, but you'll probably bench Tom. I'm not trying to tell other people how to play the game. I feel like I'm one of the most, like, the #1 people who says, like, just use whatever units you like. Like, you don't have to use the best units. But, like, even with that mentality in mind, the problem with Donald is, like, he's almost unusable. Like, even if you like him, it's almost impossible to use him. Unless you're willing to allow yourself to grind. Like, if you want to use him and, like, grind and use him, like, that's fine. I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm not saying people who do that are, like, worse at the game. I'm just saying, like, in a no grind context, like, you just can't. Like, it's not as easy as people try to make it sound. Like, they act like you just, like, pin an archer in a corner and, like, train Donald and, like, suddenly he's good. And it's just not true. It's just not true. Okay, the Muriel pair-up does not work. I'm thinking about the potential of the Kellum pair-up. First of all, let me get these two out of here. I actually don't need them for anything. This also gives us potential to hit the enemy with the Iron Lance. Problem is, I think he still doubles me. Yeah, what I need is speed. How much speed do I need? That's what I should have checked first. I need +2 speed. I think I can actually get that from Robin. I got too distracted by the Donald conversation. Now I'm like off my game. All right. How much is he actually going to deal to us? Something less than 24. So that's fine. We take the hit. Is it worth it to use the Iron Sword here? Yes, that changes this to a 3-hit. It's very important. Say if we don't get the dual strike. Can we reduce the crit rate? I can actually put Muriel behind him. I didn't think about that. Let me do that. Let me get Kellum out of here, though. I gotta do some unit repositioning. I gotta do a lot of unit repositioning, in fact. So first of all, we don't need Kellum anywhere near this. Okay. Next thing I'm gonna do is put Sumia next to Frederick, which means we actually want Sumia to be here. Then we're gonna put Muriel up here, but not yet, not until we're actually ready. Okay, so Muriel's gonna be here, just to support Stahl. Stahl is gonna be body blocking Muriel with the Robin support. We love a Robin dual strike here. Oh, I forgot to equip the Iron Sword. That's okay, I can trade it into his hands. We're gonna equip the Javelin. We're gonna put the Iron Sword in Stahl's hands. Sumia can be used to ferry Muriel away. So we don't actually need any other characters nearby for transportation, but I will do this. Yes, I'll put 2 characters here, which can be Lisa and Sully, that's fine. The other 2 can just back up. And this should be fine. I think we're pretty much guaranteed safe here. Took more damage than I wanted to. Didn't get the dual strike. Missed a very crucial attack there. Okay. Somebody needs to enemy phase him. I like the idea of Muriel doing it, but I don't know if she survives. She survives, but she doesn't kill. So maybe Robin. Robin survives and kills. So I want Robin standing here. What tile was it? Okay, at the very bottom of the staircase. We want Robin here, with the Fire Tome equipped. We're gonna get all of these characters out of here. I'll put Lisa behind Robin. Because we baited the mercenary to go northeast, he doesn't have overlapping range with the archer anymore. This allows us to kill the archer on enemy phase without having to fight anything else. And then also, because these characters are both melee locked, even though they had overlapping ranges before, now that they've moved, they blocked each other in this choke point, and now they don't have overlapping ranges anymore. So we definitely use that to our advantage. Now we need somebody who's going to have a better matchup against this guy. I feel pretty good about using Frederick Sumia. I will have to use the Silver Lance here, probably, over the Iron Lance, just because we really need to start chipping this guy down. Especially because this archer is a little bit of a concern. Let me think about who's the best character to fight him. It's honestly kind of like nobody. Like, there's nobody who has a good matchup against him because of him having Luna Plus and Pavis Plus. He has the exact 2 skills that I don't want him to have. I would literally prefer for this guy to have counter. No contest. If this guy had counter, I would be ecstatic. Am I going to make a video about why I hate Donald? Yes, I am eventually. This is actually part of the reason why I recorded that footage, just so I have video proof that Donald, with every single stat booster that he would never have, is still incapable of fighting anything in Chapter 5. Other than, like, finishing off very weakened enemies. How do I feel about weapon durability in Fire Emblem? I actually really like it. I really like Awakening's weapon durability system. I think it adds a lot of resource management to the game that I enjoy more than, let's say, Fates, where every weapon just has infinite charges. I don't like that as much. Tricky says they usually funnel experience to a handful of units because training too many units at once makes Chapter 5, 6, and 7 more difficult. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a balance. If you go all in on just training like one super unit, like you can technically probably have that unit just like solo the most difficult maps in the game. It's a little harder to do that on Lunatic Plus because of how devastating counter is. If you train like... Sorry, hold on. Ugh, my throat is really scratchy today. If you train like 3 or 4 like really optimized units, like if we do like Frederick, Stahl, Robin, and Muriel, if those are like our 4 units, like if these are just our 4 units and they're all 4 of these characters are really trained, I honestly think that's better than having like one super unit, especially for playing around counter, Aegis, and Pavis, because you have options for playing around different skills, which is very, very crucial. If you go overboard and you try to train like 7 units, like if I was trying to train Sully and Virion and Kellum on top of all of these other units, the experience would get spread out too thin, and my units would end up sucking. So you have to make sure you don't go overboard on how many units you train, but you also can't like go underboard. If that makes sense. Okay, I think I want a strength pair up. Yeah, I want the Kellum pair up here. Somebody just dropped something out in the hallway. I don't think you guys heard that. That was probably not loud enough for you guys to hear. Yes, this changes our matchup now into a 2-shot, and we're also going to take a little bit less damage. So I feel very happy about this. Okay, so we're going to stand right at the edge of his range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here, we're going to stand corner from the woods. We're going to equip our Silver Lance. We're going to put Sumia behind him, because we need to keep building their rank. Let me make sure... He cannot reach Sumia in this position. I really want to build this Sumia Frederick support. It helps a lot with chapter... I'm not good on remembering chapter numbers, but it's the one below the annoying Wyvern ambush spawns and the thieves that run away from you. These two can just hang back for a turn. Oh, they're doing laundry, that's what it is. I can hear the laundry machine, like, banging and bumping around out there. Maybe you guys can hear that, I don't know how loud it is. Okay, you're gonna... I think healing Frederick is not as important as it seems. Yeah, Robin is actually more in need of healing. And next turn it's gonna be apparent why that is the case. So this guy right here has a hammer, and he also has Hawkeye, which means Frederick cannot fight him. So making sure Frederick was on full health is not that important because he wouldn't be able to fight this guy anyway. Now, unfortunately, this guy survived on low health, but that's okay. We can just back up 5 tiles and do it again. I'm gonna go stand in this space where Stahl is currently standing. I'm also gonna heal Stahl up. Now, I came up with an idea of using Stahl to fight this guy, because Frederick can't do it. Unfortunately, because he rolled Pavis, Stahl does not have a great matchup against him. We can play Ring Around the Rosie and just run around the arena and fight this guy for 8 turns if we want to train Stahl, which actually, you know what, this is a Stahl stream, so we are going to do that. For this turn, though, we have to back up. So we're going to go like this. Now this turn, Frederick's going to kill the guy. Rom can back up. Virion can back up. Very good. Alright, so what we want to do is set up our... Oh, great level up. Oh my god, that's a Frederick moment right there. And this was already a blessed Frederick. Like, he's just... This is like a Frederick who can actually, like, survive into the mid-game. Alright, so what we want to do now is set up the best possible matchup between Stahl and this enemy right here. So we have to think about, like, how many attacks it's going to take to kill him while optimizing our experience gain. Do you need to worry about Frederick stealing experience? Nah, I don't think so. Frederick's totally fine. You can let him get as much experience as you need him to get to make the early game easier, and then your other characters will just gradually come online as long as you find like we're finding opportunities to train Stahl, we're finding opportunities to train Muriel, we're finding opportunities to train Robin. Like we don't really like Robin is level 7, Stahl is level 4. He's gonna be level 5 or even level 6 before the end of this chapter. Like, we don't need to sit here and worry about, like, not leveling up Frederick. Like, it's just not going to matter. Getting levels onto Frederick now is important. Anyway. What part of Chapter 5 is difficult? Like, oh, never mind. You're answering somebody else's question. I thought you were asking that. Yeah, the opener, I think finding a good Chapter 5 opener is pretty tough. Yeah, Chapter 10, that's the one. I thought I saw another message that I wanted to respond to. Black Mask. How do I feel about weapon... Oh, I read that one already. Hehehe. That's why I thought that I saw something. It's because I already responded to it. Alright, so... Right now, this is a 6 shot. It's going to take us 6 attacks to kill this guy. Not great. There's not really a way to make it any better, is there? Let's see, in theory, if we were doing 8 damage. If we were dealing 8 damage, we could kill him in 5 attacks. If we were dealing 9 damage, we could kill him in 4 attacks. There's no way we're going to get 9 damage. We can get 8 damage for sure. So we're gonna do this. So the best possible matchup we can get is just doing this. I'm actually not gonna move Lisa yet. I also want him to have a bronze sword equipped. Frederick has a bronze sword equipped in case he dual strikes. Stahl has an iron sword equipped for a good matchup. Now we heal. And then I'm going to put Muriel behind him to keep building their support. It would be better to use Robin here. I'm just saying that right now. The reason I'm using Stahl is specifically because I want to train Stahl. Like, if we wanted to kill this guy as fast as possible and LTC this chapter, the goal would be, it would be very smart to use Robin here. That's not my goal. My goal is to get as much experience onto Stahl as possible, and in order to do that, it's actually better to just take 6 turns to kill this enemy, if that's what it takes. We crit anyway, so it didn't even matter. Well, we got some nice rollover experience. Good level up. Oh, speed level up. Perfect. Okay, Stahl is online. That's all we needed. We got 2 speed level ups. He's finally like a valid unit. Now the problem is we need a character who can fight these 2 enemies safely. Ideally without killing them both. Like, I'd like to leave them both on low health, if possible. Is that possible? I do not know. Problem is, without my plus defense Robin, it's actually kind of hard. I don't have like a good 2 range unit. And these guys both have Luna Plus too. That's actually pretty scary. This is actually a really scary formation. Let me think about whether Frederick can even survive against these two. 28 plus 22. They have 50 damage, and we're not going to get a lot of defense. We can reduce that down to 34. We actually we cannot survive this unless we have a good defensive pair up. All right, so let's take a turn to restructure. Gotta be careful because I actually want Kellen to be close by. Now we heal Frederick back up. This is why we didn't heal Frederick earlier, because now we can just heal him back up anyway. If it's going to take 2 turns of healing, then it's just going to take 2 turns. Sumia, I would also like to have close by. Everyone else can kind of back off. We don't have Solidarity yet, so there's not really any reason to keep Robin close by. Alright, so here's the thing. With the Kellum pair up and the Javelin, we don't 2-shot this guy. We do 2-shot this guy. We're going to take a lot of damage, but we can reduce it down to 30, so we will survive. If we use a sword, we'll have a better matchup against this guy. That will reduce a few points of damage. But we won't deal any counter damage to the archer, which is a little bit of a problem, because we need to start shitting him down too. This might be okay. I'm just going to keep backing up, I think. I'm fine with sandbagging a little bit here. This is going to help us get more experience onto Stahl and Muriel. Now the question is sword or javelin. I'm going to go javelin. No, I'm going to go sword. I don't want to waste javelin charges, especially because I don't have like a plus defense Robin to rely on. Nice, we dodged anyway. Trying to think if there's any way for Stahl to rush forward here. Get this kill, and then intercept this guy on enemy phase. I'm pretty sure he can do it. It just means we have to kill both of these two. This one right here being the more tricky one. I have to make sure that I kill him. Does this guy have pass? He doesn't have pass. Interesting. In fact, what if we give this kill to Stahl? This actually works. No, it doesn't, unfortunately. I can't get Muriel into a good position. Well, hold on a second. 30. And then Robin can stand here to body block Muriel. Yeah, this works. This works. This guy doesn't have pass, right? No, he doesn't. Okay. I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna chip this guy down. Magic, skill, speed. You're always happy to see that in Muriel. Those are the only 3 stats she really needs. I would like to get the bronze sword back, but I don't think I can. Does anyone else have a bronze sword? Crom actually has it. Interesting. Go like this. Now, Frederick. I'm going to unequip Callum because I don't want a dual strike here. We're going to leave this guy alive on 1 HP. Now, Robin can run over, pick up the kill. And then he's body blocking Muriel, so she's safe. Nice. Magic and speed. Those are the stats I want. Magic, speed, defense. I'm actually gonna back Sumia up. That guy hits hard. God, playing without plus defense Robin is so terrifying, guys. You have no idea. I use plus defense Robin like 90, 95, 99% of the time. This is such a different experience for me. Just like having a Robin that completely folds when they get hit one time. It's nightmare difficulty. I think I can actually chip this guy down and then kill him with Stahl. Oh, I'm definitely capable of that. Okay, hold on. Let me get the Fire Tome, so I'm not wasting Thunder Charges. Those are pretty valuable. Oh, nice. That's fine, actually. I'm totally fine with that. Stahl is actually, he's a little bit above where I want him to be anyway. So Muriel picking up a kill when she's a little bit behind where I want to be is actually not the worst thing in the world. Now let's start healing our characters back up. And we're pretty good to finish out this map. Depending on what skills the boss has, that really determines which characters we can train here. A bow unit, a bow and axe user, so that's a warrior with HP +5 and movement +1 is really nice, and also lock touch. Which unit are you guys talking about? You're talking about Jansen. Oh, this is about Anna. You must be talking about Gaius. Okay, so Gaius from Thief into Warrior. Yeah, that's actually a line that I want to try. Gaius from Thief into Warrior. Gaius is very similar to Lonku. Yeah, one of the big differences is that access to Warrior, and also there's a couple other minor differences. Like, he doesn't need to use the second seal to get access to Lock Touch, whereas Lonku doesn't need to use a second seal to get access to Vantage. So that's like one of their major differences. Other than, and then you've got, each of them has like a one class that's different from each other. Lonku having Wyvern access is actually pretty good. Resetting his weapon rank to E rank in axes isn't the best, but axes are one of the best weapon types, and it's not that hard to train out of E rank axes. Later on in the game, it's pretty hard in these first couple chapters, but like later on, it's actually not that hard because you can just forge a bronze axe and just like slam every single enemy with it. We'll go Muriel here. 10 experience, fine. Okay, the boss has Pavis plus advantage. That's actually not that bad. That means we can definitely train Muriel against her. Possibly Stahl as well. Depending on if he can actually deal damage or not. I don't think he can deal damage. That's going to be the problem. So we'd basically just be getting weapon experience on him, which is a little bit wasteful. I want to train Stahl, but like we have to think about our team as a whole as well. We can't do everything. Like, it can't be everything Stahl. Yeah, so we can't deal any damage here, so I don't think using Stahl here is a good idea. I think it's fine to just let him relax. Like, he got a lot done this chapter. He got everything that he needed. He's halfway to level 6. He's got C rank swords, which means he can use the Levin sword. I'd love to get him to Myrmidon soon, but you know, that's not something that you can rush. I think we can get him to Myrmidon before chapter 6, though. I think we can get him into Myrmidon before, and then like use him for chapter 6, potentially, depending on how long this stream goes on and how much difficulty I have. This is a good opportunity to train Muriel. We just need to get her enough defense that she can actually fight the boss safely, which it looks like we have plenty of Fire Tome charges. Should I train Frederick's sword rank or axe rank here? I think training Frederick's sword rank here is a good idea. Let me empty out Stahl's inventory. I don't need the Silver Lance. I don't need the Javelin. I don't need the Iron Lance. These are the 3 items that I want. Now, if I pair Frederick up with Muriel, he can potentially deal chip damage with dual strikes and get sword rank experience. He gives Muriel enough defense to survive and enough speed to double. So she has a pretty good matchup against this boss. And then even if like we get like not the best combats against her, we can just slowly gain experience on Muriel, which is good because she needs a little bit of experience anyway. I will continue to build the Muriel Robin support as well as Muriel Stahl. And I'm fine with using the Fire Tome here because the charges are less valuable and there's no real rush on killing this boss. And we can buy a fully stocked Wind, Fire, or Thunder Tome after this chapter. And we survive on 1. Didn't get the dual strike, that's fine. Now we heal. Our limitation here is probably going to be heal stabs on Lisa. This is a nice little engine for killing the boss. We can just move... this reminds me of the boss kill in the prologue chapter where you have Robin paired up with Crom and you enemy phase the boss and then you move them away and have Lisa heal him and then move them back over. Like we're doing the same thing with Muriel here. It's like the same exact formation. Just we have more characters now. Finally got a Frederick dual strike. Yeah, I don't think we're going to run out of Lisa healing stabs before we kill this boss, so Muriel's just going to get some good boss kill experience. And this is helping a lot with getting her to C rank tomes as well, which we desperately need. Nice crit. Marseillos just woke up. Who has been stabbed by the magics on this day? Who has been stabbed by the magics on this day? I don't know what you're talking about, buddy. Stahl's kind of going off. Muriel's kind of going off. You think Gaius has a more interesting class set? I think Fighter, Thief, and Barbarian is a pretty good class set, yeah, for sure. Early access to Barbarian is interesting. Unfortunately, like, Barbarian is very interesting in this game, but I don't think it's quite there. Like, they didn't quite get it. It would need to, like, it just needs a little bit something extra to be viable. I just never find any way to really make any characters use Barbarian unless I, like, force my way to go out of my way to do it. Anyway, that's chapter 3. We finally got through it. It took longer than I really wanted it to. Like, I've gotten to this point in the game in less than an hour before. The fact that this took 3.5 hours is just criminal. Wing of Light is asking what are my asset and flaw. So for this attempt, I actually used plus magic minus luck Robin because it gives a very good growth rate stat line that doesn't really give you any negative growth. So your only negative growth is luck, and like a tiny amount of negative luck and a tiny amount of negative resistance. And in exchange, you get plus magic and plus speed. So it's a very balanced, like magic-focused stat line. It's very good if you're not planning on using any physical weapons, but like I know I'm not using any physical weapons with this Robin, so for me this was worth it. Typically, I recommend plus defense minus luck Robin, because plus defense on Robin is just so valuable. It makes them like your best 1-2 range character for the first like 12 chapters of the game, and really beyond. People like plus speed Robin. I don't really like plus speed Robin, I just don't think it's worth it. And I also don't like minus skill because it just makes your attacks less accurate, which I don't like. I think minus luck is probably the best flaw, just because luck doesn't matter at all. You can completely eliminate enemy crit rates just by having a character stand next to you. Like the luck stat does almost nothing. Yeah, no one starts in Barbarian, that's the big thing. I think you need a character who starts in Barbarian to make it viable. If there was a character who started in Barbarian, I would absolutely use them. It's just the characters who can reclass to Barbarian are Gaius, who is better in Thief and Fighter, Vake, who's better in Fighter, and Henry, who is better in Dark Mage. Like, there's just no reason to send somebody over to Barbarian, especially Henry. It's too late in the game. Yeah, people really want Cordelia, Stahl, which is fine. That's a good pair up. We can make good use of that, and we can also, because we're doing Myrmidon Stahl anyway, we can pass down Vantage to Severa. Crom Frederick, that's good. Not Grima with Muriel, that's good. Okay, we're going to pick up our Renown rewards. I'm also going to see if I get access to the bonus box, because I activated it. Okay, we don't have it, okay. So I have to I found a way to manually adjust my save file to unlock the bonus box, so I can get the wireless options, even though the wireless network is shut down. Unfortunately, it looks like it doesn't update my global save file, so I have to do it every single time I start a new file. I have to go into the bonus box and manually adjust it. The good thing is, Renown rewards are universal, so I can just pick those up. Now, what I do with Renown rewards is I grab the first 5 items, because when you beat Lunatic, you're going to have, I think 300 Renown. I can't remember the exact amount, but you're going to have around 300 Renown. So you're always going to have these 5 items when you unlock Lunatic Plus. So for me personally, when I play Lunatic Plus, I always grab these 5 items. I typically think it's okay to get the energy drop and the Beast Killer as well. You're going to have these before they become relevant. For the energy drop for sure, the Beast Killer, I usually wait and then I grab this on chapter 12. And by chapter 12, you're going to have over 400 Renown. So you'll always have the Beast Killer by that point. I won't grab it now, I'll grab it later at the point when I would normally get it. The energy drop, I've kind of opened up to the idea of grabbing the energy drop, just because with all of the side stories and paralogs, you're probably going to have this much Renown anyway. Okay, so there's a couple things I need now. I don't need to buy a backup heal staff yet. I do need to buy some strength and defense tonics. I'm going to buy 3 of each. I probably need more vulneraries. I don't have very many. I have a 3 stack and a 1 stack. I would like to have another 3 stack if possible. They're very expensive though. Next, I want to look at my weapon situation. Oh, by the way. Yeah, I want to look at my weapon situation and see like how many charges I have on all of my best weapons, and if there's any good forges that I could consider for the long term. I have to be careful about these bronze swords because I don't want them to stack. I don't want to accidentally stack these bronze swords. He's probably going to be my Levin sword user. In fact, Crom can't even hold it right now, so he's definitely going to be my Levin sword user for this chapter. So he has 0 magic. He's not going to be as good with the Levin sword as Lonku, but we don't have Lonku yet, so it's fine to just let Stahl hold it. It gives him the option to attack at 2 range, which he otherwise doesn't have. And with the Muriel pair-up, his Levin sword damage is going to be buffed. I'm thinking of giving her the... No, she can't use the Katarina's Bolt. Okay, I'm going to give her Thunder, and I'm going to give Robin the Fire and the Katarina's Bolt. So Robin can hit really hard if they need to. They can whip out that Katarina's Bolt if I need them to one-shot something. Muriel otherwise is going to have consistent high damage with the Thunder Tome. I'm going to be forging a Thunder Tome soon, So I don't necessarily need another one. I don't necessarily need to forge a tome right now. I can just forge that Thunder Tome when I get it. I'm thinking of possibly forging an Iron Sword for Stahl. Just so that he has like an extra burst damage option. Although he kind of has the Glass Sword for that anyway. So yeah, let's just use the Glass Sword for that. That'll save us money on forges. I could very strongly consider forging a Bronze Lance for Sumia, or even an Iron Lance. Iron Lance would probably be smarter. Just so that she has an option to hit things really hard, but she's going to be getting the Killer Lance soon anyway. So again, that's not really a huge deal. It's not like the best investment. Sully's going to be benched. In fact, hold on. Let me check the chapter. I'm going to see who we're actually deploying this chapter. Despoil also can't trigger on enemy phase. I actually didn't even know that. Let's see, Paulo Augusto, hey, thanks for stopping by today. You guys are talking about plus luck Robin and stacking for arms thrift. This is not my style of gameplay at all. I just don't think it's that valuable. I've never been in a situation where like having arms thrift allowed me to do something that was like otherwise impossible. You just have plenty of money. You can just buy the tomes that you need, or buy the swords that you need, or buy the axes that you need. You don't need arms thrift. I mean, it helps. Like on characters who have it, I appreciate them sometimes conserving weapon charges, but other than that, it just doesn't really matter. Doesn't make a difference in the short term and makes a very small difference in the long term. And other than that, and even like, let's say you're a big fan of that one gimmick, like even if that's true, other than the ability to do that, luck is otherwise a almost completely useless stat. It does almost nothing else. So we need Stahl, we need Muriel, we kind of need Sumia. I wonder if I bench Robin for a chapter. That's insane. We don't do that. But the problem is I'm not going to be able to bring Lisa with me, which means I'm going to need to rely on vulnerary healing. And I don't have any leftover elixirs either. If I had an elixir left over for this chapter, I'd feel a lot better about benching Lisa here. The problem is I can't bench Crom. Crom is the one I probably want to bench. I can't bench Sumia because she needs to get some experience in this chapter. She actually didn't get any experience last chapter. I'm wondering what if we just don't use Sumia? What if I just don't use Sumia? I'm a little bit short on lance users, but I mean Frederick can use lances, so it's like not a huge deal. What about this formation? Like, what if this is our 6 core units? One thing I love about this chapter is it makes you think about who are your 6 core units that you're planning to use for the rest of the run. Like, the 6 units you deploy here are very important. There's a lot of free experience to pick up, and you need to think about how these 6 characters fight together from here until, chapter 12. So this is a very sword-heavy formation. So we got 2 swords, 2 tomes, and then a lance plus axe user. We definitely want the hammer. I don't know about the iron axe. I don't think we need the iron axe. I think we just need the hammer. So hammer. I'm thinking of giving him the iron sword. I'm not sure. Let's see if he can do it with the bronze sword. Hammer, bronze sword, iron lance, silver lance. Who is he going to be paired up with? Crom, I guess. I'm actually not sure. Probably Crom. I'm trying to get Sumia Frederick going, but I just don't see it working. Especially because she's already behind in experience. And I can't deploy her here because I'd have to bench Lisa. You know what, let's try it one time without Lisa and see if it works. So we'll do Sumia here. We can give her the Javelin as well. This helps a lot with inventory management because I can trade the Javelin between Frederick and Sumia. These two are going to be fighting together. She, unfortunately, only can really hold the Thunder Tome. She doesn't have anything else available. I could give her a Wind Tome, but it's not that good. I've learned that Wind Tomes aren't really that cost effective. Because even if you forge them to have effective damage, they just deal the same damage as a Thunder Tome. Or sorry, what I'm trying to say is if you forge them with +2, they deal the same damage as a Thunder Tome. But then, of course, they do better on effective damage. But that's a very niche application. Maybe I'll go give her a forged tome, a forged Wind Tome, just so that she has a more spammable option than using a more accurate option than the Thunder Tome. Stahl will be fine with this inventory. We'll give him Vuln. And then I guess these two are going to want a Vulnerary as well. This feels fine. I'm trying to figure out if Muriel needs a Wind Tome or not. Well, we can try without a Wind Tome, and then if we need one, we'll just go buy one, right? So yeah, let's see how this looks. Actually, gonna go this way with this pair, and then Robin can maybe Robin or Muriel can fight this guy. 29 attack though, that's gonna be rough. I don't think I can work with it. 29 minus 3. Actually, we cannot survive. We would need a defensive pair up. We can get +3 defense from Stahl, so we'll have 10 defense. 29 minus 5. We actually survive on 1. All right, let's try this. Yeah, this not having plus defense on Robin is really starting to scare me. Like, it's not even, like, the crazy thing is, it's not even just that plus defense Robin is, like, so tanky. It's that without the plus defense Robin, I'm so frail. Like, I'm getting one-rounded by enemies. Like, I'm getting one-shot by enemies. It's ludicrous. What I should have done was grab the Orson Hatchet, by the way. I don't know why I didn't do that. Let's see what this matchup looks like. I'll grab the Orson Hatchet if I restart. Literally just yell at me non-stop in chat about grabbing the Orson Hatchet, because I will forget. We don't get this kill either. Yeah, we absolutely need this Orson Hatchet. You know what? Yeah, this is worth a reset. This is worth a reset. I messed up too many things. So we need the Orson Hatchet. We could potentially give a plus defense tonic to Robin. Alright, we need the Orson Hatchet more than we need... Probably more than we need the Iron Lance. And in fact, yeah, because Sumia has an Iron Lance anyway, so we can just get it from her. Alright, what skills do they have? Luna and Luna, okay. Interesting. Okay, well, let's see what the left-hand side looks like. It's probably better then to have Frederick on the left side here. So we can enemy phase this one and not have to worry about Pavis Plus. Alright. Orson's Hatchet, pair up. So we're going to do this. Now with the Orson's Hatchet, we still don't two-shot him, but we deal 32 damage. 32 plus 8 is enough for the kill. So if we get a dual strike, we kill here. Unfortunately, they did get a dual strike. It's a little bit sad, actually, that these two never reached C-Sport. Actually, you know what? It might be a good thing that they didn't kill this guy, because that means we can draw him out and enemy face him and give the experience to Crom. The only downside is our lack of vulneraries. Stahl can fight this guy, I'm pretty sure. 29. Yes. And the good thing is we don't even need to pair up. What is our damage like? 15. 11 is not going to 3-hit. So I'm going to use the Iron Sword here. 17. 13. 13 will 3-hit. So it's worth it. It's worth it to use the Iron Sword in this case. Plus we can get dual strikes from Muriel. Okay. Next on this side, we want to draw out somebody who can survive this attack. Which is approximately nobody. Because Luna is overpowered. 29. I think we have to rely on a dodge here. Is that the case? -29 -4 is 25 damage. We don't have any way of increasing our... Oh, hold on a second. We're going to have weapon triangle advantage. So we're going to reduce some of his attack. I don't know how much, but he's going to lose some of his attack. I think we survive this. I'm not sure. I'm not going to math it out. Never mind. Okay, whatever. Waste my time. Why do they go after Frederick? I just don't get it. I know that killed, but he didn't know. He didn't know that he could set up a kill for Frederick. He doesn't know that he has Luna. And he doesn't know about his friend attacking after him. The AI doesn't know any of that information. So why would he attack Frederick in that situation? Why do we think he would attack Frederick instead of Crom? I guess because Crom probably had a much higher chance of dodging. That's the only thing I can think of. What would I consider the hardest chapter in Lunatic Plus? The hardest chapters are 2, Paralogue 1, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 10, and Chapter 12. After that, it's pretty much free sailing. Even the difficult later chapters are not overwhelmingly difficult. They're manageable. Chapter 12 is the last really difficult one, and it might be the hardest chapter in the game. Especially on Lunatic Plus. Alright. Unfortunately, Robin doubles him, but he has Aegis. Plus, I would actually like to get experience on characters other than Robin. So let's set up a stall moment here. Oh, nice dual strike. I always send that Thunder Tome to the convoy because I don't want to use it accidentally. I find it's much more valuable to have a Thunder Tome with all of its charges because I know that I'm going to forge it. By the way, that was a stall moment there. Especially with that dual strike. Now, because we set things up this way, we can create a situation where Muriel can fight this enemy. She can get this kill here, and then she can fight the other enemy. Fortunately, she needs a little bit of magic, but I can get that from Robin. Do I get resistance from Robin? No. I get speed, but not enough to double. What about Crom? Not enough to double. Unfortunately, I can't chip him without killing him either. That short axe is going to be a problem. He's going to deal 25 minus 8. He's going to deal 17 damage to me. He actually exactly kills me. I actually need to deal with this guy as soon as possible, too. If they have Luna Plus, your defense doesn't matter. I totally disagree. Totally disagree. HP is the best stat for playing around Luna Plus. However, the more defense you have, the better you're going to be. The better chance you're going to have of not getting one shot by enemies with Luna Plus. I mean, it cuts the value of defense in half, but in a way that makes high defense characters even more valuable, because instead of reducing the attack by 2 damage, you're reducing it by 9 damage. Like, would it be better to reduce it by 18 damage? Absolutely, yes. But reducing it by 9 damage is still extremely useful. So the more defense you have, like, it's still better to have as much defense as possible. Okay, I think I'm just going to use Robin here. The Robin pair up here is what I'm trying to say. Like so. I have to do this to get the kill. Oh, hold on a second. We can't kill him anyway. He has Pavis Plus. Why didn't I notice that? I might actually be in trouble here. I might be in trouble because I didn't notice that. No, I can still salvage this. Yeah, this is actually even better, because I was worried about Robin stealing the kill, but that's not going to happen because Robin can't kill them. Now, the problem is I still don't finish him. I still don't have enough damage to actually finish him off. God, this guy's... How is he so strong? It's this guy having exactly Aegis Plus, which is like the one skill that I don't want him to have. I mean... Sumia? I guess... And then here. In fact, if I have to... He doesn't have Vantage, right? Oh, he does have Vantage. Okay, so I have to back up. The problem is this kind of messed with my ability to draw out and eliminate one of the short axe fighters. At least finish this guy off. I had to take multiple risky attacks there and like way overextend my units. It's not the best position, actually. I kind of probably would have preferred him being somewhere else. I should have moved Muriel down here to draw the mage further out. That was a huge misplay. Yeah, that was a massive misplay. In fact, that's going to have like resounding consequences. I just don't want Robin to steal all the experience, but I just can't stop them from stealing all the experience. Ugh. Orson's Hatchet doesn't get the job done. I can't double with the Javelin. Yeah, I really screwed up. Muriel needed to be down here. Because then I could kill this guy and then, like, not be in range of these knights. Now whoever fights this guy has to be in range of these knights. Or whoever kills the knights has to end their turn in range of this guy. I know I can let Robin kill this enemy and then stay in range of this one, but if I do that, it's like Robin is just going to keep stealing more and more experience, which I don't want them to do. I'm trying to train Muriel. I'm trying to train Stahl. This could work. This could work. the Levin Sword does pretty respectable damage too. I don't want to waste Levin Sword charges though. Let's use the Glass Sword. I love having the Glass Sword equipped when going for dual strikes. This guy having advantage is a problem. 17. 25. I can take this. Okay, hold on. If I dodge this, it's really good. Now I can go like this. Okay. I think we're fine. I think we recovered. Nice dual guard. Nice dual strike. Although, unfortunately, we're kind of just stealing experience from Stahl now. Alright, this guy's the next issue. I don't think Muriel can take him. Yeah, she gets one shot. I mean, she can... what about this one? 20... Oh, sorry, he's got a Luna, though. If this guy didn't have Luna, I could stay in his range. I'm going to... 30. I don't want to kill him. I'm gonna go like this. Where's the Iron Axe? I put it away, didn't I? Because I said I wasn't going to need it. And guess what? I need it. That's okay. I can trade with Sumia. I get the Iron Lance. Okay. This should be fine. This is going to set up some kind of kill for either Stahl, Muriel, or both. Okay. So the next problem is Lucina. Of course, she has range of God. She can just reach every single tile on the map. She covers the entire map. So whoever fights this guy needs to be able to fight Lucina. And unfortunately, Lucina has... Oh my god, she has counter and Aegis Plus, too. If she didn't have Aegis Plus, once again, if she didn't have Aegis Plus, this wouldn't be as big of a deal. The fact that she has Aegis Plus means, like, how are we going to chip her down? Like, how? I don't know. I'm really feeling the lack of Lisa right now. I think we can win this. It's just like Stahl and Muriel are not getting any action because they have to keep running away from everything. Yeah, I can't fight this guy. I also can't back up for another turn because I can't get out of his range. So what do I even do? Like in that situation, what do you actually do? Like what's the option? There's actually no option. There's nothing I can do here. As soon as I kill this guy, I'm stuck in range of Lucina, and then I kill myself with counter damage. Well, maybe I don't. What's 17 plus 9? 17 plus 9. It's 26. Actually, technically, I can. But this guy having advantage means I can't even get close and attack this guy because he'll kill me with advantage. And the vulnerary is not going to heal me for enough. This is bad, guys. This is bad. Okay, what about Crom Lucina? No chance. No chance at all. I would have to unequip my weapons. In fact, hold on. Either way, same problem as before. I'm going to take counter damage, so I can't do it. I can't. These two enemies right here have the exact combination of skills to prevent me from doing anything. If I fight this guy, I always take damage from him. I take a ton of damage because he has Luna and counter. This leaves me at low enough health that I can't stay in range of Lucina. And even if I could, I would kill myself with counter damage. So I would need to be like at full HP and not have my weapons equipped. But if I don't have my weapons equipped, like how do I deal with this guy? This is rough. You think Crom is one of the worst lords of the franchise? I think he's one of the best. He has like the best supportive skill. Like the best kit. He's not like a traditional lord who goes around fighting with a sword like a Myrmidon, but that's honestly a good thing because most of the Myrmidon type lords are actually kind of bad. The strength of Crom is his ability to support other characters. Like he's so good at supporting other characters. It's actually ludicrous how good he is at supporting other characters. I'm just thinking if we have any way forward here, like what is it? I think I have an idea. I have an idea. It's not a great one, but it's an idea. It's a notion. Ideally, we dodge this attack. Of course we don't. Of course we don't. Now, I take Frederick's equipment. This is such a bad play, by the way. And then I unequip my weapons so that I don't deal counter damage to myself. Cool. We tried. Yeah, Roy, Ellwood, and Lynn are all pretty bad. They're definitely worse than Crom. Even if you don't like Crom as much as I do, there's no doubt that Roy, Ellwood, and Lynn are all worse. All right, let's try to do better. Okay. There's actually no safe opener. If both of these guys have Hawkeye and counter, there's literally no safe opener. So I might as well just reset on that one. Not worth the hassle. I've spent too much time on failed attempts already on this stream. Okay, this is the one we have to take out. We need a dual strike here. We got the dual strike. You have to take him out because he has counter. Now we enemy phase this guy who also has counter, but it doesn't really matter because he's going to 2-range us. Now we want somebody who can fight this guy safely, which is actually not that many characters. It's a very small number of characters. 29 minus 5 is 24, but that's going to leave Stahl on very low health. I think the best option here is actually to go for a dodge with a character who can survive one attack. So what is his actual attack? It should be 26, right? 26 minus 4. He still one-shots Crom. 26 minus 3. Robin survives on 1 health. Even if my calculations are off, Robin survives on 1 health. So I think Robin's the play here. Robin can also double this guy. Once again, I just hate the fact that we're giving Robin all the experience. Is there any way we can fight him without killing him? 16, 15 times 2 is 30. I'm gonna do this. We have a good chance to dodge him. We have a good chance to survive. Nope. Okay, never mind. My calcs were off. It's really tough trying to factor in... Oh, because we don't have... Right, of course. We're using a tome. We don't have weapon triangle advantage. That was just a complete misfire. I had the logic of Crom having weapon triangle advantage, and then like I just carried that over in my brain. That the idea that Robin... Especially because I typically use Robin with a sword. I don't typically use Robin on pure tomes like I'm doing now. Now, unfortunately, we can't fight this guy safely in one range. This is probably fine, honestly. Him surviving on low health. In fact, again, we can actually use this to our advantage. There's no way we can get anybody who doubles this guy except for Robin. In this case, I'm actually fine with letting Robin do it. Oh, also, we kind of find out that this guy goes for Frederick anyway. It makes no sense, but whatever. Instead of the characters that he can actually deal damage to. Well, I mean, he doesn't deal bad damage to Frederick. I guess probably not giving him enough credit. I'm gonna go like this. I don't want Robin to steal the kill here. Yeah, he goes for Frederick instead of Stahl. Makes sense, really, right? I don't think that dodge mattered. I don't think that guy dealt 18. I think he's dealing like 15. Even that much. This guy has 2 defensive skills. It's gonna take a while to chip him down. So we don't really have a while because we have to get rid of this guy immediately. No, we don't. We can back up for a turn. Gotta be smarter about drawing these enemies out. Unfortunately, I don't think Robin can actually get out of their range, but I can put Crom here. That works. Yeah. Then I can have Frederick fight this one. He's gonna use his Vuln. Alright, let's see what happens now. Okay, they'd rather attack... They really do not like attacking Stahl. Like, they really do not like attacking Stahl. I have no idea why. I mean, his defense is good, but it's not that good. I guess it's better than Crom's. But then Crom has better evasion, so again, it's like, I don't understand why they're completely ignoring Stahl. It's like they just really don't want me to train him, I guess. This one's gonna be an absolute nightmare. I have no idea how we're getting rid of this guy. This guy does not have Vantage, which works to our favor. Yeah, we can let... in fact, we can even do something like... This guy doesn't have counter. We do this. Use the rapier. And then enemy phase the knight. Now for the mage. If we hit him with the silver lance... Oh, we'll actually kill him because we double him. I don't want Frederick to get this kill, though. So let me think about what's the next best option. Either Orson Hatchet or Javelin. I think Javelin would actually be better in this case. Let me see how much damage this pair can do. They can do a respectable amount of damage. I think if I chip this guy's health down enough, either Stahl or Muriel can get the kill. I'm just going to bank on that. I'm not going to sit here and do math. I've been doing way too much math already today. I just can't do it anymore. Sorry, guys. So we're going to go Javelin. I actually don't want Sumia to dual strike. I want to leave this guy alive so Stahl or Muriel can get the kill. We can get the kill with the glass sword. Perfect. This is going much better than the last attempt. Much better. I'm actually getting experience onto Stahl and Crom instead of letting Robin steal all the experience. Nice. Level up. Yeah, they definitely factor defense more than hit chance, but I know they do factor hit chance at a certain point. Like if they know their attack's not likely to hit, they will revert to like focusing on hit chance. Okay, because he didn't get Luna this time, I think Muriel can fight him. I can basically just test that. Just by checking. Yeah, we actually take this guy, okay. This is huge. This is massive. It actually means that we can chip this guy down with Muriel and then leave her in range of this Axe Fighter. God, this goes so differently. Lucina got the same annoying combination of skills, but like even in this situation, I think we're probably fine. What is Robin's HP like? Extremely low. Okay, hold on. 25 minus 16. 9 damage. See, the thing is, though, like, why are these guys attacking Frederick instead of attacking Stahl? Frederick has more speed and more defense. I just don't know why they're so obsessed with attacking Frederick instead of, like, Crom instead of Stahl, okay, sure. I'll accept that. But why, like, why are they going after Frederick so aggressively? That's the part I don't get. I wonder if this is worth 11 sword use. Nah, probably not. The hit rate's pretty low. Glass sword is 10 damage. A single glass sword dual strike won't get the kill here, so it's actually not worth it. So I'm just gonna go bronze sword just for weapon rank chip. Perfect. Okay, this guy does have Vantage, so I would like to attack him from 2 range. Fortunately, we don't actually get the kill here. That's actually a that's a pretty big problem. What about Sumia? Problem is, I think this guy kills Sumia. 25 minus 9 is 16 damage. He actually does not kill Sumia. Interesting. That opens up other possibilities, like fishing for hammer, dual strikes, which actually might be the play here. Problem is I have to trade the Javelin over to commit to... No, 26%, that's not worth it. I think maybe fishing for Orson Hatchet crits. Problem is, even if I get Iron Lance dual strikes, that's not enough. Muriel can fight this guy, but we need to get rid of this guy. But we need to do it in a way that leaves Frederick alive. But him having Vantage means that I don't have good options. Even with the hammer, he has a pretty good chance of hitting me. 66% chance of hitting me. I just don't know. I can't figure out what the plan is here. I don't know what our best chance of succeeding is. This doesn't feel good. Like, relying on Robin here, this doesn't feel good. Hold on. I want to give the kill to Stahl, but the most consistent thing to do would be to run up, kill this guy with Frederick, and then kill this guy with Robin, I think. That would be the most consistent play. But we're not here for consistent plays, we're here for stall gaming, so I'm gonna just send it. I'm gonna go for a hammer. I'm gonna fish for a hammer dual strike. We got 2 chances. Didn't get it. Epic. It's a stall moment right there. I'm adding that to the counter. When you have to go for incredibly risky strategies just to give Stahl a chance to get experience. You often sell the hammer after finishing Chapter 4 because you don't fight any other Armor Knights again until Chapter 12, which is when you get another hammer. Yeah, I feel the same way. Sometimes I will keep it just because it's nice to be able to forge a hammer and bring a forged hammer with you into the chapter. However, there are many times where if I need the money, I will just sell the hammer. Alright, I'm really feeling the lack of Lisa, but I don't know if we can really afford to slot her into the group. The problem is, like, with the vulneraries, it's not even like the limit of how many vulneraries we have. The problem is we don't have actions. Like, we don't have actions to use vulneraries. We have to use all of our actions to constantly be attacking. Hey Cell, thanks for stopping by. If I need to take a break, no worries. I'm not really in the mood to take a break, honestly. I knew I was going to play for a long time today. So this stream is like, this is like what I normally do off stream when I'm testing out characters and seeing which builds work and like how to train characters and what the benefits are of training them. I just thought, based on like a lot of recent comments and results on different polls, I thought people might be interested in seeing like my experiments with Stahl. He's been looking really good on my other test runs where I've been testing other characters. So I knew I was going to do like a Stahl focused run. I figured I would just stream it rather than like just like take a week off from like the main run and just record some footage for my upcoming Stahl video and show off like the process of training Stahl in real time. Yeah, the hammer does hit pretty hard. But I do agree. I think just the hammer having such a high sell price makes it very appealing to sell. 29. The problem is I can't get Muriel to survive a hit from this guy. If Muriel could survive a hit from this guy, it would go a long way. We really want a dual strike here. Didn't get it. I really wish you could use Seed of Trust outside of chapters. That would be really useful. Because we could get Sumi and Frederick up to their C support right now, which would just be an absolute like game changer. It'd make these dual strikes more consistent, which would make Frederick be on higher health in these upcoming turns, which would give us more freedom. Luna, that's pretty scary. Grab the Fire Tome. Secure this kill. See, like, I have to use a vulnerary here, so I can't unpair with Chrom. Same here, like, I would like to put Sumi in the lead with a Javelin equipped, but I have to use Frederick here, because I have to use a vulnerary. Can I survive against this guy if I use a vuln? He's gonna deal 25. -8. I think we calced this last time. Yeah, I don't take this. Alright, I'm just going to stand here on the shiny spot. Use my vulnerary. Hope for something good. Weapon proficiency, not really what I want right now. I'm not even going to comment on that one. That was That was certainly something. Can't fight this one. Can fight this one. Can't actually get Frederick over there in time. Ugh. No matter what I do, there's just like no winning. There's just no winning. Can Stahl take an attack from this guy? Sort of. Not very well, but he... Well, actually... Yeah, not very well, but he can take it. He's just not... I can't one-shot him with the glass sword. I could with a Frederick pair-up. That's certainly an idea. Because now I can pull Frederick into the lead and enemy phase this guy, which is the one that I can actually fight. I would want... I'm pretty sure this configuration. I have to be careful. I actually don't want Robin to dual strike here. No, yes I do, yes I do. That will save me a hammer charge if Robin dual strikes. And then I can also unpair these two, which is nice. Nice, yeah, that saved a hammer charge, and I just got free experience on Robin, so that was actually good. Now the problem is the stupid axe fighters have started moving, which means I can't get rid of this guy, because his range overlaps with the fighter. I can't enemy face him because he has counter. I think what I have to do is enemy phase him. But I also have to get rid of him right now. Which is actually tough because he has HP plus 5, Aegis plus, and Pavis plus. God, they really wanted this guy to annoy me. I have some ideas. Problem is we don't have a lot of 2-range characters available. Amazing. We're gonna deal 16 damage. So 16 plus 16 is enough for the kill. So we don't need to use the Katarina's Bolt here. We just need to get one dual strike. And you know we're not going to. You know we're not going to. Got one more chance. Just get something going that resembles something that looks like a winning attempt. 2 more chances to dual strike. I don't know why I'm struggling so much on this chapter. This chapter is supposed to be a breeze. Hey Blank, thanks for stopping by today. I think I'm meeting you for the first time. Yeah, if you're struggling with chapter 3, definitely check out my guide video. It shows off some strategies, kind of like what Tricky's talking about. You can open up both doors and then just like loop around the map and just like play Scooby-Doo with those guys. Just keep running back and forth between the doors. Fight them forever. I just did it on the... In fact, I just did it like an hour ago in this stream where I got like a ton of experience onto Stahl by doing that. I know I can win. That's the thing. The weird thing is, like, I know I can win. I just keep, like, not getting the luck at the exact moment where I need it the most. Like, right here. If I get a dual strike here, it just changes everything. Yeah, like this. That alone just makes the entire opener way more consistent. Because now, after I fight this guy, I'll always have enough HP left to fight this guy. Similarly, like, I have to get something going on here, but like, because this guy doesn't have Luna and he doesn't have Aegis, I can do this. Now Robin might take some damage, but they're always going to leave this guy alive on low health, which means I can use someone else to finish him off and get some chip experience. Or some actual kill experience, in fact. Yeah, by preserving Frederick's health, we can actually have him take out this guy on this turn, which means we're not going to have this guy overlapping range with this guy. It makes it so much easier to take care of the knights if they don't have overlapping range with the fighters. And if you have to wait for their ranges to desync, what happens is that Lucina catches up to them, and then her range ends up overlapping, and there's just not enough space to run around and outspace the enemies. So you just can't. You just cannot. Okay. Is there any benefit to having Stahl paired up with me? I don't think so. See, like, also I have more actions available now for healing my units and unpairing units, so then I'll have more actions available next turn. I could even, like, run up and attack this guy. I'm not going to, because I want to use my vulnerary instead. But, like, I just have so much more freedom. And then if we end up leaving this guy alive on full health, we can have Muriel run back over it. Muriel or Stahl run back over and get the kill. Yeah, like, that's perfect. Like, now Stahl can run over here and get this kill. He doesn't have Vantage, does he? Yeah, he doesn't have Vantage. So Stahl can just run over here and snag this kill. Stahl or Muriel, I don't know who's better. Chrom can't reach. I think Stahl is the best just because my other characters can't reach. I can kill this guy before Stahl moves, but it's a little bit of a risk. It's not a guaranteed attack, and if I miss, then I very much risk losing Muriel. Much better. Magic skill. I would have loved more speed, but luck's good too. Now Stahl gets a kill. And now we can start chipping away at these guys. Now I would like to deal as much damage as possible to this guy on this turn before his range overlaps with the short axe fighter. And it looks like Frederick can reach him. And one round him. So we're going to do that. We don't need the Sumia pair up. Very important information. Because I can do this. Now, if I get Chrom dual strikes, it saves me a hammer charge. Didn't get it. That's fine. Okay, so now we have two enemies left, but their ranges are now completely desynced. So whoever fights him doesn't need to be in range of this guy. And whoever's in range of this guy doesn't need to be in range of the knight. It just completely changes everything. Completely changes everything. I actually kind of don't want dual strikes here, but if I get them, I'm not going to complain. Yeah, that's actually fine. That kind of helped us chip him down to the exact amount of health that we probably wanted to have anyway. And unfortunately, Stahl can actually get this kill if I use a Levin Sword or a Glass Sword charge. Glass Sword is a lot less valuable. I feel pretty motivated to use the Glass Sword charge here. Does Robin give plus skill? Yes, he does. Quite a bit, in fact. Yes, I like this a lot. Perfect. Another kill for Stahl. Okay. That's a Stahl moment right there. That's going on the list. Let's add one to the counter. He really wants to improve his Levin Sword usage, I suppose. You usually don't comment because you don't want a Fire Emblem algorithm, but my Lunatic Plus content is great. What's a Fire Emblem algorithm? I guess you just don't want YouTube recommending you like every Fire Emblem video on YouTube. Yeah, that sucks, but the thing is, we got multiple good level ups on Stahl already, so eventually at some point you're going to get one bad level up. The good thing is we got two good level ups, two good level ups. We got two great level ups, two good level ups, and then one bad level up. Like, we're still ahead of the curve here. I'd like to get rid of this guy without using my Orson's Hatchet. I don't see that as being a good possibility. I mean, we could play for dual strikes. They're only dealing 10 damage, though. So if I get a single dual strike here, 32 plus 10, actually that does kill, and we're pretty likely to dodge his attacks too. I'm comfortable gambling on this. Didn't get it. Oh, because I didn't factor in Pavis. That's okay. That's fine. This guy being alive for one more turn is not the end of the world. I'm gonna heal Robin up, because Lucina's coming next turn. Yeah, the worst thing that happened is just that guy still has a little bit of health left over. Now the good thing is, this is a great matchup right here. No crit chance, we deal damage, not enough to kill, but enough to wound. We take a little bit of damage, but not enough to really ruin our day. If we could get Muriel over there, that would be great, but I don't think we can. Question is, 8 plus 13 is 21. What about Crom? 15 damage? I mean, we take 15 damage. The scary thing is this guy. Yeah, because him having Pavis means we can't get rid of him reliably without either wasting Orson Hatch charges, which I don't want to do, or giving the experience to Frederick, which I don't want to do. Between those two options, I think sandbagging is the correct play. Actually, I don't know why I'm rushing. There's actually no need to rush here. We can do this. We can get some excellent chip damage on Lucina. I don't want Robin to get this kill, I don't think. this might not make a difference. I don't think having 10 extra HP is going to allow Stahl to survive anything that they would otherwise die to, but it's fine. Unfortunately, I have to skip these because it makes my game lag. We'll let it play out. Actually, not that much lag. Ooh, got a Chrome Dual Strike. He missed, but that's okay. He still gets weapon experience. Okay, so now all we have to do is kill this guy and kill Lucina. Killing this guy is going to be no problem at all. Yeah, no problem at all. I would like a more reliable hit rate or the ability to survive if I miss. Looks like Stahl, unfortunately, doesn't quite get there. He would need +1 attack. I don't think I can get him +1 attack. I can fish for a Frederick Dual Strike here. Not the best idea in the world. Let me make sure I can actually get rid of everything here. So first of all, if I have to, I can just have Frederick kill Lucina. Which I may end up doing anyway. So let's start with this. I'd love a Frederick Dual Strike here. The problem is always, at the end of the day, it's going to be this guy. I think I have a solution for him. Yeah, I have a solution for him. Alright. We would love to see a Frederick Dual Strike here. I almost wonder if I want to give this kill to Sumiya. Problem is I can't actually get the kill. There's no way for me to get the kill. Because I can't deal enough damage to Lucina. Well, hold on. What's my damage with the Javelin? 8. It's pathetic. If I can get a little bit of attack, if I can get 2 points of attack. 2 points of strength, specifically. I think I can. Okay, hold on. So Frederick attacks here, drops Lucina to 2 HP. Then Lucina, with the Stahl pair-up, can deal 3 damage, which will be enough to kill. Problem is, giving a level 8 kill to Sumiya doesn't really feel that good. It would actually be better to give this kill to Sumiya. There's less wasted experience, but well, she also can't kill this guy, so that doesn't really help. Yeah, there's no way for her to kill this guy. I'd have to chip him more first, but if I chip him, then whoever chips him is going to be like killed. Or they're going to kill the enemy. Neither of those options are good. This kind of works. Six. Let's go with my original idea. Yeah, Sumiya with a Stahl pair-up. Okay, I didn't get the Frederick Dual Strike. It's whatever. That's life. It's actually a pretty good kill to get to Robin. Not very likely to happen. What about Muriel? I mean, she can chip him. In fact, if she gets a Robin Dual Strike, she actually gets this kill. Do you... Okay, you have to route all enemies. I'm just making sure if I kill Lucina, the map doesn't immediately end. I'm gonna do this just for chip, like, tome rank. Okay, it's specifically spells that cause the game to lag like crazy. So I'm gonna skip whenever I use characters who use spells. Now, I go here. I get this kill with Stahl. think it's the particle effects from the spells. Hey Cell, out of curiosity, do I think that Lunatic Plus run for any other Fire Emblem? Do I think that I would do a Lunatic Plus run for any other Fire Emblem games besides Awakening? Well, none of the other games have Lunatic Plus, so it's not really an option. If they existed, I would probably be very interested, depending on the game. There's some games that I enjoy more than others in the franchise, of course. Obviously, everybody has their own preferences. I can actually give this kill to Chrom. I think I'm going to do that. I'll use the Rapier for accuracy. And I'm also going to move over here because I'm actually trying to do Sully Chrom. Oh, that's Stahl. Sorry, that's not even Sully. What am I thinking? I saw a Cavalier icon and I almost always use Sully. I almost never use Stahl. So I was just thinking like, oh, it's like Sully. Even still, though, I want to not be standing next to Sumia because I'm trying to do Sully. Pair up. Okay.
My apologies.
Now, since we're not using any magic, we should be able to do this with no lag. I think it's the particle effects from the magic that cause the lag. Because that wasn't too bad at all. Nice. Good experience for Chrom. He's a little bit behind, so that helps. And we're doing pretty good. And we got Lonku. What happened to Stahl in the No Frederick challenge? He ended up pretty bad, but we're still using him anyway, just to debuff Muriel. Where in this run, we're kind of doing the opposite. We're kind of like buffing up Stahl. Got access to the Outrealm Gate. We're hopefully not going to have to use it. I don't think we're going to have to. Unlike certain other characters, I think Stahl works perfectly fine without grinding. I also intentionally set my birthday for the day that I knew I was going to stream this, so I can get a bunch of free rewards now. Happy birthday, Not Greenla. I'm in top form today. Get a nice boost of magic. That's good. Get some experience. I believe an item. A ladle, okay. I thought you got weapon rank too, but I guess not. And the ladle was kind of a bust, but you know, whatever. That's a good bonus right there. The rest of these I think are all empty. They're just conversations between characters, yeah, who don't support with each other. There is a skill mod that's pretty common in some games. Yeah, I haven't played a lot of modded hacks or modded games or hacks. Alright, so which supports did we get? Unfortunately, we actually didn't get any of the supports that I wanted. I mean, we're building up Stahl Muriel, but surprisingly, we still didn't get Frederick Sumia. That's very surprising to me. They were fighting together through the entire chapter. And I think they fought together last chapter too. Maybe not. It's fine, we can work with it. We also still didn't get Robin Stahl, which also really surprises me because Robin gets very fast supports with their male allies. Male Robin gets fast supports with all male like all their bros basically. Am I crazy or did Chrom's strength drop? I could have sworn he had 10 strength earlier. Oh no, that was Stahl. Yeah, Stahl's looking pretty good. Even with that one bad level up, he's looking pretty good. And I know that having a Stahl Muriel core is going to make this next chapter a lot more consistent. I can't wait to show that off. Alright, so let's get our forges out of the way first. Always forge the Killing Edge, just because you basically, because you're using it to fish for crits anyway, 1 point of might is basically worth 3 points of attack. So it's always worth it to just put that 1 extra might on there, in my opinion. It's just such a good weapon anyway. For other forges, I don't think there's any that we necessarily need yet. There's nobody who reached level 10, so I can't second seal anyone. I have gotten runs before where I was able to get Robin into Dark Mage in this chapter, and I might be able to get them to Dark Mage in this chapter, but typically I could get them to Dark Mage even before this chapter. I'm going to give him the second seal now, because I want him to go into Dark Mage if I can. I'm going to forge that other Thunder Tome, and for that reason, I need to think about what tomes I want Muriel to have. So I'm probably going to give Muriel the Forged Thunder Tome, and the Fire Tome for accuracy. Robin, in that case, should have... How much does it cost to forge a Wind Tome? Because I'm pretty sure a Forged Wind Tome is significantly better than a Fire Tome and it's like pretty equal to a Thunder Tome. 450. Plus 225. 675. I mean, that's a little bit more than a Fire Tome, but I think the extra accuracy is kind of worth it. I don't think pushing to 3 is worth it unless we end up needing it later, but I do think this is worth it. It just gives us a very accurate option for a tome that we can spam. And then I'm going to have the Katarina's Bolt and the Thunder Tome for versatility. And then Muriel is going to have the Fire, and she's going to have the Forged Thunder Tome, which I'm going to go forge right now. Honestly, because we got the Katarina's Bolt, we might not even need to have a Forged Thunder Tome, but it's good to have in the long term anyway. So I'm just going to do it. Especially because I picked up a bunch of junk items that I can actually now sell. So I'm going to start selling the junk items, like Superior Axe you don't really need. Any character who would be using this weapon is going to be a hero with Axebreaker anyway. You know what, I'll keep it just in case. I guess there's a small chance that I might use it at some point in time. But like the Titania's Axe is better and it has a lower weapon rank requirement. And the Superior Axe sells for more. I'll sell it if I need it. I'll sell it if I need the money. That's probably a smarter idea. I don't think I need any other forges. Yeah, the Forged Wind is good against the Wyverns specifically. Even a 2-Might Wind is better than a Thunder Tome against the Wyverns. And just because it's very accurate, you can spam it a lot. Alright, Rapier, Falchion, Wind Tome. We're not going to need the Hammer anymore. We do need Silver Lance, we do need Bronze Sword. We do need Orson's Hatchet. Is there anything else we need Frederick to have? Probably the Iron Axe. I've been wanting to give that to him for a while. Stahl can keep the items that he has. I would like to actually, I'm kind of wondering if I should give the second seal to Stahl. No, I'll give them the next second seal. Muriel's fine. We can keep them in Cavalier for a little bit longer anyway. Sumia, she's got everything that she needs. She's very far away from C rank. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. I remember on one run specifically, I got her to C rank like at around the time that I got the Killer Lance. I have no idea how I accomplished that. Because every other run that I've done, like she's usually at, like very low on D rank still. Is there any extra swords that we can give to Long Q? Unfortunately not, because we have a very sword heavy formation. I'm going to give him the Levin sword. I think he's a much better user of it. Just because he's more likely to double enemies. And also because we're doing Cordelia Stahl anyway, we can pair up Muriel with Lonku. That works very well. That also allows us to give Vantage to Laurent, if we want to. Which we probably want to. Lisa's fine. We actually don't need to buy her another heal staff because we benched her for a chapter. And I think that's fine. I think we're good to go. Yeah, Unforged Wind is a meme, because even the effective damage is the same as the Thunder Tome. Stahl goes to Myrmidon. Was that the whole reason to train his sword? Yeah, I think I said that earlier. Maybe it was one of the times you stepped away from the computer, or before you joined. Yeah, he has not used the lance a single time. He's only exclusively been using swords. I knew I was going to put him into Myrmidon. I'm doing Myrmidon, Swordmaster, and then probably either Assassin or Bow Knight. I haven't decided yet. I want him to be a bow user with Astra. It's something that only Stahl can do out of the Generation 1 characters. Keep in mind, when I say Generation 1, I'm specifically referring to the characters who come up when you check like the child inheritance page. So like not spot pass characters, not bonus box characters, not Anna. Like I'm not counting Anna because she doesn't like support with anybody. When I say Gen 1, I'm referring to like the character, like Stahl can pair up with any other Gen 1 character. Lisa can pair up with any other Gen 1 character. That's what when I say Gen 1 characters, that's what I'm referring to. But yeah, we're gonna do Myrmidon, Swordmaster, and then probably Assassin, but maybe Bow Knight. Haven't decided yet. It's gonna depend on what things look like in the future. The good thing is too, I typically have Lonku fighting these guys over here, but it's a little bit tough because he's a little bit on the frail side. But now that I have like a good trained Stahl, I can just have Stahl do it instead, which is kind of epic. Does this guy have pass? God, I hate when this guy has pass. I really hate when this guy has pass. That's like the worst thing that can possibly happen. I would seriously rather he have counter than pass. This is like the one enemy in the game that where I cannot stand it when he gets pass. Swordmaster Assassin. Oh, true, yeah. Well, I'm specifically talking about Bowfair, like Archer line. He's the only character who can get Astra and then go into Archer or Sniper. Which is kind of funny, because after I discovered that, I was going to put him in either Assassin or Bow Knight anyway, instead of Sniper, but that's neither here nor there. You know what? I could still put him in Sniper. That's the other thing, is I can still put him in Sniper, because he has discipline. So when you send him over to Sniper, he's going to raise his bow rank very fast. So there's not really a downtime for him. Yeah, I was talking about Bowfair. This guy, unfortunately, so there's a weird quirk of the AI in this chapter. It's more of a general rule, but you really notice it heavily in this chapter. Even though this guy has a short axe, if he can get into one range with you, he will attack you with his steel axe instead. Now on Lunatic, this doesn't really matter. You usually won't notice the difference, but in Lunatic Plus, it's a very big deal because they can spawn with counter. So it's very difficult to play around counter with this guy because he will always try to rush into one range and fight you. Because this guy has pass, we can't leave him alive, but because this guy has counter, whoever attacks this guy is going to get attacked by this guy with counter, which is going to cause them to die. So I'm actually just going to reset. Those two enemies have like a perfect chain of skills that covers each other, so that there's no possible way for me to fight them both safely in the same enemy phase. Same skills. Even worse, in fact. I love using Flux on the Dark Mage. The only problem is the accuracy. It's not ideal. Same combination of skills. This is crazy, guys. Come on. Just give me one good attempt. I honestly think my strategy for this chapter has gotten so much more consistent. I really can't deal with this guy having counter. I have one idea. I have one idea for how to make it work. And it's not great. I'm gonna try it. I need a speed pair up. How much extra speed do I need? I actually need a little bit. What does this guy have? Okay. Chrom is fine for this. Extra 10 damage. Okay, now if we can bait this guy into using his short axe against a character other than Robin by having them stand here, we might be able to stop him from attacking Robin in one range. The problem is he's really strongly going to favor his steel axe because it deals more damage. That's the key. That's why these guys prefer to run up and attack in one range. It's because their steel I was so confused by this for the longest time. I could not figure out why they were attacking it at one range when enemies always prefer to attack in two range if they can. The reason is because they want to run into one range so they can deal more damage with their steel axe. So in order to make him attack with his short axe, I need to put a character here who's going to have significantly less defense than Robin, but also be able to survive his attack. Which is going to be 4 points less, so 24. 24 minus 4. Muriel actually just dies on 1. The Stahl pair-up is probably going to give her too much defense, to the point where he won't want to attack her, but I'm going to try it anyway, just to see what he does. I could also potentially use Lanku. This is better though, because it saves me 11 sword charges. And also allows Stahl to potentially get dual strikes. Okay, so hopefully this guy will run up here and then 2-range attack Muriel. That would be ideal. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think he's gonna prefer to attack Robin with the steel axe. Especially because Muriel now has more defense because of the Stahl pair up, so yeah, this is not gonna work. But we'll see it anyway, we'll play it out. Next thing I would do is run up here, one-shot this guy with the Silver Lance. Then I like to trade the Orson Hatchet into his hands, equip the Bronze Lance, and pair up with him. Now he can enemy phase this archer, and then, because we're using Stahl, which, okay, never mind, that doesn't really work. Because we're using Stahl, typically we'd have a character who can stand on this forest and pull this guy away from Frederick. Unfortunately, Stahl's busy right now, so we can't have him do that. Perhaps Lanku, but I don't think he survives against Luna Plus. We'd have to rely on him to dodge, which I guess we'll do. He might not even attack Lanku, funny enough, even though he has lethal. Sometimes they ignore Lanku even when they have lethal, just because they know they can't hit him, yeah. Could have gone better. Still pretty consistent. Like, this opener is so consistent that even with that bad luck, it's still good. And, okay, so this guy will go after... Well, hold on, that's the wrong guy. This one's gonna go after Robin, yeah, okay, Robin's dead. I got hopeful for a moment because I thought that guy went after Muriel, but it turned out it was actually the other one. It was the other axe fighter. Wouldn't it technically be better to go to Cavalier, Archer, Sniper, Swordmaster, Assassin? No, not at all. Cavalier into Archer is pretty worthless because Archer doesn't give any good skills. Additionally, you'd have to train through 10 levels of Sniper before being able to reset over to Swordmaster to get Astra, just to train for 10 more levels to get Astra, just to reset to another bow using class. It just doesn't make any sense at all. You want to get into Myrmidon because A, you get Vantage, which you might want. B, it allows you to promote directly into Swordmaster, which is going to get you Astra as soon as possible. And then C, after you train for 10 levels in Swordmaster, you can switch over to your your final ending class, and then stay in that class forever. How does this guy spawning with counter every single time? He spawned with counter 6 times. I'm just going to reset till this guy doesn't get counter. This guy's getting on my nerves. I don't think they would go for Muriel, though. I think he would prefer to attack Robin with the Steel Axe. Okay, finally. For the love of God. I don't know why that was so hard. Now we can have Robin enemy phase this one. Lanku enemy phase... no, sorry, this guy's counter. Well, if this guy has counter, how do we even deal with that? This guy having counter is kind of a big problem. Kind of a huge problem, in fact. Levin Sword, I guess. Or Muriel. Muriel can help chip him down. What does the archer do against Muriel? 22. Yes, okay, I see it. 10 speed versus 11 speed. Lanku won't allow her to double. Correct. So we just go with Stahl here. How much damage can we do? 13 or 19. Glass Sword Dual Strike will not get the kill here. I don't think we have any good way to remove this guy safely. If he spawns with counter. You really want this guy to not have counter and this guy to not have counter. But I wanted a strategy that was more consistent without needing to reset. I'm actually surprised this happened. I didn't run into this at all during my testing. Like, the thing is, like, we could bait Lonku over to try and crit him, but that's not an option because the stupid guy won't attack Lonku. He attacks Frederick instead. So it's like I have no choice. Like, it doesn't give me a choice on whether to use Lonku or not. What if I give the killing edge to Stahl and then have Stahl fish for a crit? Let's start with this. Oh, hold on. This guy's Pavis anyway. I can't get rid of him. Okay, if I can't get rid of that guy no matter what I do, then I might as well just do this. Muriel should be safe. Frederick should be safe, although he's not going to get rid of these enemies as fast as I would have liked. I can get rid of the thief next turn, I think. That probably helps. Oh my god, she dies, even with a pair up. Okay, cool. I really want. What's funny is that I wanted to go into this chapter to show off like how consistent this core is, but all we're seeing so far is just them running into like barriers that I can't get past. It could have just been the times when my attempts went really good. I maybe just got very lucky and I didn't realize it. Hey, Josepeg, thank you for stopping by. A lot of times it's better to stay in your default class as much as possible and only use second seals if you know exactly why you're doing it. Second sealing into a tier 1 class that doesn't give good skills is almost never a good idea. Late promoting Lisa and Muriel can be really good, yeah, but I also think early promoting them can also be good, so there's an argument for both. For Sumi and Cordelia, you want to go as soon as possible. Gale Force and Falcon are both very good. Cordelia, level 15 Dark Flyer, and then into Hero. That's an interesting idea. I wonder if I've ever done that before. So typically, I usually either, like, I do Hero or I do Gale Force. I usually don't do Hero. Like, I usually don't do Heroes with Gale Force, but Heroes with Gale Force can be very good, so there's not... I mean, it's not a bad thing, but it's just not what I typically do. I typically try to, like, I try to be very efficient with my, experience gain, I guess. Alright, let's try the other thing I wanted to try, which was this. So this is my other bailout attempt, if this guy spawns with counter. God, this guy got counter too. Brutal. I'll pass the killing edge over to Stahl. Pair up with Donald. And then I can go up here and fish for a crit. 29%. I can get a bonus from pairing up with Muriel. I'm pretty sure. 40%, yeah, that's significantly better. So 40% chance to bail out here. Got it. So now we don't have to worry about that guy with counter causing problems for us. Now the archer is going to be a little bit of an issue, especially because we won't be able to enemy phase him. And then after that, he's also going to be difficult to remove because he has Pavis. But we'll deal with that problem when we get there. I'm very tempted to have Robin stand here so they can enemy phase more units. But I have to be careful because I don't have plus defense Robin. I have to remember that. These guys actually do hit me pretty hard, so yeah, we're gonna two range. Just keep doing what we've been doing. It's working pretty well. Free experience for Crom. Never complain about that. Okay, now we should be safe this turn. We're not going to make as much momentum as I would have liked, but we should be safe. Yeah, this Robin without plus defense is just giving me a panic attack. Like I'm just coming so close to dying every single turn. Now this guy gumming around the top of the map is not ideal. You know what it is? I just realized exactly what the difference is. On all of my previous test attempts, I was actually using plus defense Robin. Now that I don't have plus defense Robin, I'm really feeling that lack of defense. Especially on, like, I don't have a two-range character with good defense anymore. Which means I can't have Robin stand here. And because Robin's not standing here, I'm not drawing all the Axe Fighters down. So now they're pouring through the center. And I'm getting overwhelmed in the center. That's exactly what happened. I just realized it. Immediately I just realized exactly why everything was going wrong. The good news is, if we stand in the right position, we can have Frederick do a lot of work on enemy phase. We just have to stay out of range of this guy. And in fact, all we need to do is stay out of his melee range. We don't even need to stay out of his range entirely. Unfortunately, Frederick actually can't get to where I want him to go. That's a problem. Especially because this guy has counter. Yeah, I need someone to go further forward in this space on turn 1, and I don't have that available without a plus defense Robin. I can't believe how big of a difference that makes. A plus defense Robin here. Yes, Robin's offense is extremely good. It's way better than what I'm used to, but the lack of defense is absolutely killer. Like, this is really bad news. 28 minus 11 is 17. I can get Lisa up here and heal. It's not gonna work. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, I have one idea. That crit absolutely just saved my life. I mean, I'm still in a really bad position, but slightly less bad position now. Time for the Donald sack. I pretty much always do this now. I don't even bother trying to make Donald work. Now I have to convince this guy right here to go after Stahl, and I need to land another crit. The good thing is I can unpair from Muriel now. No, I'm gonna stay paired up. It's giving me plus... 3 crit, I think. It's either +3 crit or +2 crit. I can't remember which formula this one uses. But I need as much crit as possible. I need to crit here. Unpair these two, so I'll have more actions available next turn. We pull that guy away for 1 turn. Donnie boy. Ooh, we survive anyway, even if we don't crit. That's actually really useful. That's one situation where Stahl's below average speed actually works to his advantage. Funny enough. Donnie boy. Goodbye, Donnie boy. Yeah, plus defense Robin usually has lower strength than magic. That's the trade-off for sure. I'm actually surprised this Robin ended up with more strength than I expected. They definitely got lucky on their strength level ups. In many languages, chess pawns are referred to as farmers. That's awesome. Probably pick up a kill here. The glass sword. This guy's counter. Ugh, that's gross. We can work around it. We can work around it. I see how. Go here. Nice. Well, leaving him on 1's not nice, but everything else was nice. Okay, so we need to get rid of this guy. This is where the Levin sword comes in handy. In fact, we can leave this guy alive for 1 turn. Can we? We can enemy phase him. With Lon Ku? Yes. We gotta get rid of the archer. And it needs to be done with a character who can safely stand. Which is actually nobody, because all my characters are low on health now. What if we leave the archer alive? What if we leave the well, no, because the archer is kind of the most dangerous one. I don't need to rig levels or anything. Oh, you're saying you might need to rig levels. Most of the time you don't need to, but if you get very unlucky with Robin in like chapter 0 or chapter 1, I do find it worth resetting, because those chapters take like 5 minutes to replay anyway. I definitely recommend minus luck. It's the best flaw. The only negative growths it gives a slight negative to magic, a huge negative to luck, and then a slight negative to resistance. And because luck is the least useful stat, it's by far the best possible option for your flaw. In my opinion, of course. I can get +4 speed here. What about Robin killing this one? Oh, unfortunately he has a skill that's going to make that very difficult. Katarina's Bolt almost doesn't. 32 damage with the Katarina's Bolt. I understand this is not an item that you're always going to pick up. I got pretty lucky picking this up. But like even my Wind Tome does 23 damage. That's crazy. If this guy didn't have Aegis, I could actually have Robin get rid of him, which would solve all of my problems. But unfortunately, I cannot do that. I gotta see if Muriel can survive against this guy first. Answer seems to be yes. So I think I know what I need to do. I think I noticed this earlier and then I just like looped my brain back into trying other things. Okay. Now we need Lon Ku, I think, to one-shot this guy, which I don't think he can do. Cannot. Yeah, I think I screwed up. I recognize that this plan didn't work, and then I tried it anyway. Okay, what if I get rid of the archer then? Because if I get rid of the archer, then all I have to worry about is, well, this guy has a steel axe. So. God, there's so many reasons why this doesn't work. Okay, what if I get rid of the archer? Let's start from there. Oh, he has vantage. Crap. I think that was my best attempt anyway. I think I had to get rid of that archer. That sucks, because that was a really good attempt. Yeah, so a lot of people like plus speed minus luck. I just personally never really find it to, like... I just don't... Even though I think speed is the best stat, I think Robin is just fast enough already that I never really find it to be worth it. Okay, we've got a decent configuration of opening skills. We can actually fight these enemies now without immediately getting destroyed. Like, this guy having counter is no big deal at all, because we just defeat him at 2 range. Then we bait in this guy, who we can fight at 1 range. And because we have a tome, we're not stopped by Pavis, so this is a really good opener on the bottom. The top doesn't look amazing, specifically just because this guy has Pavis, which I don't like, and then this guy has counter, which I also don't like. But because of this configuration, I can actually do the opener that I've been trying to show off for like the last 30 minutes and not able to do because the enemies keep rolling the skills that I can't fight against. So then I go like this. I'm going to trade you to the Orson's Hatchet. I'm going to use the Iron Lance because of this enemy having Pavis. I actually want to get as much damage as I can if I dual strike. Then I need to set up a character in this guy's range, which is going to be Stahl, because Stahl can actually fight him now. Because he didn't roll a bunch of nonsense skills. I'm fine with using the Iron Sword here. And the thing I love about Stahl Muriel too is that they don't need to be paired up to be effective, because she boosts his magic, which he doesn't really need. So she can just stand behind him with the tome equipped, and he gets the benefits of their support bonuses, and he gets the benefit of her potentially dual striking, and he gets like a crit bonus and a dodge bonus and hit bonus, and her chances to dual strike, but it leaves both of them available to perform actions next turn because they don't have to be paired up, which is awesome. I'm thinking about putting Long Q here with the Levin Sword, but I don't want to waste Levin Sword charges, so I'm not going to do it. Alright, this should be... Oh, okay, he likes Frederick. Even with that, I think this opener is still a lot better. The big problem is going to be the guy with counter on the top. And then also the guy behind him, it depends on what direction he goes. But we're getting rid of enemies more consistently, which is great. Okay, this guy went down again. I don't love when he does that. In fact, I hate when he does that. It's so much better when that guy goes down here. The good thing is the archer kind of went to the middle, so that frees up a lot of space in the middle. And this guy does have counter. I think Robin can get rid of him, though. Not only can Robin get rid of him, but I think Robin... Unfortunately, I can't get healed by Lisa. And I also can't stand on any woods tiles. Hold on. If I jump my units around a bit, I think I might be able to fix... I might be able to figure something out. Let me start by doing this. Well, hold on. Before any of that, I literally have Muriel for exactly this reason. Unfortunately, she's just not quite fast. Remember that one speed level up I mentioned? It would have been great if she leveled up speed, but she didn't. If she got that level up, she could double this guy with the Lonku pair up. Unfortunately, she can't do it without it, so kind of ruins that plan, but that's fine because we can use her on to clear some of the other enemies. Perhaps, maybe. Crom here. Robin here. Robin moves up. Here. Double hits this guy and kills him. Then Lisa Crom move up here. We pass Crom back. We heal Robin. I think this works. In fact, it works so well, I'm going to unequip Lonku, because I don't want to waste killing edge charges on this. This is how this opener usually goes if the enemies don't have every single possible skill to deny your opener. This guy having Pavis is very frustrating. Can I double him? No way. I'll just have Frederick kill him, I guess. Sumiya can't do it. She's not fast enough. Which is hilarious. Frederick's fast enough, but Sumiya isn't. Obviously, it's because he's getting the speed bonus from Sumiya, but it's still funny. If that's the case, let's train our Lance rank. Alright, sorry, Axe rank. We brought the Iron Axe specifically for this. And then she will train her Lance rank. That's what I'm trying to do. Unfortunately, this puts them in a tricky position where I can't get healing from Lisa, but I also couldn't heal myself with a Vulnerary this turn, and I can't leave Sumiya in front, which is... You want Sumiya in front if you can. So I kind of missing everything that I want, but you gotta take what you can get. Okay, so this one... Probably give to Stahl. Is he guaranteed on this kill? I don't like the fact that this guy has advantage plus. So I'm going to give it to Muriel. In fact, that kind of frees up Stahl's action anyway. And it also means that if Muriel misses, Stahl can still bail out. Yeah, this is fine. That's just one of those situations where you have to adapt. Like that guy having advantage plus and a crit rate, it would be foolish to have Stahl attack there. There's no reason to do that. It's not time to use Donny Boy yet. We can save him for later. What I'm actually going to do is unpair these two. Because having Sumiya available... Oh man, the extra movement from the Cavalier allowing me to like run around and unpair my units. It's just delicious. So good. This frees up Sumiya in a big way. I'm fine with using fire here. No, I'm going to use thunder specifically because he has Aegis Plus. Hold on a second, I need to make sure I can get rid of this archer. I can body block him. Worst case scenario. We just end up pairing these two back up again, but it's fine. Again, I'm going to use the Iron Lance specifically because this guy has Pavis Plus. Is it worth using the Silver Lance here? I don't think so. There's no real rush. Yeah, we can take our time and get rid of this guy. We might even be able to give this kill to Robin. Although we probably need Robin to get rid of this guy. Or, even better, Crom. Alright, I'm going to use a Forged Thunder here. Nice. Crom cannot get the kill, but he can weaken the guy. Or we go like this, and we get the kill with Robin. I'm fine with that because it's going to allow me to get into Dark Mage quicker. Am I fine with that? Yeah, especially because if Crom dual strikes, he actually just gets free experience anyway. Didn't get it. It's fine. Start unpairing our units. Healing up our units. We're going to have to start rushing to the left side now. I think the Thief hasn't reached the door yet. Okay, Thief is going to reach the door next turn. We got plenty of time. After he opens the chests, he has to come all the way down here to escape. He has to reach this tile. And if you block this tile, he cannot escape. He has to attack your units. This guy has both Aegis and Pavis. I'm pretty fine with using Frederick here. He needs Axe rank. He needs healing, which means I can't have him rush forward anyway. Yeah. And I got really good rollover experience. Oh my god. This should have been the Frederick stream, guys. Wow. Frederick, I think every single level has been incredible. Now we're in a little bit of danger because we have to set up to intercept this Thief, but we don't have a turn. Like, typically I like to move forward here for a turn, stop, think about my options, and then move forward. But because this Thief is already here, I think we kind of have to go like from these positions into immediately our forward positions. So I have to figure out what those are going to be. Typically what I like to do is run in and kill this Thief, but I'm like way too far away. Like, there's no chance for that to happen. This guy has counter anyway. If this guy has counter, you can't do that opener anyway, so it doesn't even really matter. The next option I like to do, if that's not available, is this square right here. Unfortunately, that's not available because this guy also has counter. These two guys here both having counter just like ruins every single plan for the mid-game of this chapter. Like, these guys are linked together, and their ranges overlap. So there's like no safe way to engage these two enemies if they can just run up and counter you. I'm honestly trying to think about what I'm even going to do from here. This attempt might already be screwed. Frederick is just a better stall. I mean, in the sense that he starts like fully promoted and like fully ready to go, yes. In terms of long-term viability, I think Stahl might have better long-term viability, although I could be wrong about that. That's definitely something we can test out. Okay, I have to do something about this Thief, but he has so much speed. Unbelievable amount of speed. 15 speed. It's enough to at least not get doubled. The problem is there's no, like, I can't do the opener where I start in this square, and I can't do the opener where I start in this square. But that's not 100% true. That's not 100% true. There's one way this can possibly work. I'm gonna try it. First, I need to get Frederick as far as possible. And I need Sumia. In fact, I'm gonna put Sumia. I'm gonna do this. Okay. So I need Frederick to be here with the Silver Lance equipped in case this thief attacks me. I don't think this thief will attack me. He usually doesn't. Then I need Sumia to be here. Stahl's positioning doesn't matter. Robin and Muriel can go up here. Okay, I'm going to be one turn behind, but that's not the end of the world. I can potentially use Donny Boy here. Alright. This guy has Luna as well. If he just had counter, I think I could do something, but him having Luna and counter, it's gonna make this pretty dicey. I think this is still my best play though. So here's my logic. I've done this before. So Frederick runs up here. You Silver Lance this guy. And then you use Sumia to trade him to the Bronze Sword. With the Bronze Sword equipped, he's going to deal 17 damage to himself from counter. Now the unfortunate part is that if he gets hit, he's going to take 28 minus 8, 20 damage, so that's 37. So he won't survive. Because this guy has Luna, I can't survive. Unless I dodge his attack. I have to go for it anyway. The key here is that you do not pair up Sumia and Frederick. You leave them unpaired so that Frederick does not double this guy. We actually specifically do not want him to double, because if he doubles, then he kills himself with counter damage. But if he does not double, then he does not kill himself with counter damage. The problem is if this guy hits me, I just die anyway. So the other idea is that I can potentially bait him out with either Donald or somebody else. Unfortunately, I can't really get Donald into position. Because he's too far back. I guess I can do this. Oh yeah, hold on. I can do it. Donald here. Now we go like this. We drop Donald here. This should bait the guy over to attack Donald so that I don't deal any counter damage to myself. And I swear to you, I do not do this just because I'm a Donald hater. I do this because it's genuinely extremely useful, because this is such a hard chapter. That, like, having the ability to bait out even just one enemy without having to fight them really makes the pressure on this map so much lower. Oh, God, all three of these enemies have counter. That's really tough. Okay. Robin can eliminate this one. Nope. No, because he has Aegis. Optimal Donald usage. We lose Donald anyway unless you give him +1 level. Yeah, exactly. Like, unless you spend time training Donald, you end up losing him anyway. So using him as a bait unit is, like, kind of one of the best uses of him. Totally unironically. Okay, I see it. Arguably, I might have been able to use Long Coup for that instead of Crom. That might have been a smarter idea. Strength we don't want. HP, skill, luck, and defense are all good. I would have preferred speed, but it's fine. Defense is actually good. I've been feeling the lack of defense, so getting that 1 extra point of defense kind of actually helps a lot. Now we go here. I'm gonna go like this. 17 plus 17. How much is Sumia doing? 4 damage. I can deal 38 if Sumia gets 1 dual strike. If she doesn't... Okay, she got it anyway. I was going to say, if she doesn't, I have other characters available as bailout options. Now, I would like to bait this archer into attacking Muriel. Everyone who is in range of the archer has a 2-range weapon equipped. Unfortunately, I can't proactively attack him because I will deal counter damage to myself, which I cannot afford to take right now. But I can do this and just enemy phase him. He should always attack Muriel here. He might go after Robin. I actually don't want him to go after Robin, but he probably will, just to annoy me. I can't afford to take 14 damage. Yeah, we'll just do this. I just need to chip this guy down a little bit. Okay, cool. He went after Muriel. That's great. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay. Now Frederick can one-shot this thief. And now, in an ideal world, I would love to set up this kill for Sumia, because she is very behind on her experience right now. I would also like Robin to be able to use the second seal this turn. Extra 18 damage. 12 plus 18 is too much. What about Stahl? 10, 12, 18. It's not worth that. The problem is I actually don't know how much damage Sumia is going to do. Also, I need this pair to actually grab Sumia, so I can't use them for this. Okay, so I have to use Robin for this. Either Robin or Stahl. Robin won't work because they'll chip down the enemy too low on health. How much damage does Stahl do to this guy? Let's set up... Okay, here's what we do. We're going to set up the kill for Stahl. So all we need to do is at least 9 damage, which I think Crom does, even without a dual strike. Yes. He can even potentially crit because of Solidarity. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to falchion this guy. Deal 12 counter damage to myself. Now, because I did it this way, I can transfer Sumia over, and if she doesn't have enough damage for the kill... I don't like that shaky hit rate, especially with how many times we've already reset this chapter. The thing is, if she misses... So Stahl can get a guaranteed kill here, or if Sumia misses, Stahl can also get the kill in that case with a potential dual strike. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to risk it. There's a potential 25% chance for a Stahl moment here. Okay. Sumia just took care of herself. We got great rollover experience. Magic, skill, speed, and luck. That's actually kind of good if we're going to be doing Dark Falcon. From this point on, we're pretty much set. Untangling this group can be a little bit tricky sometimes, but otherwise... Untangling this group can be a little bit tricky sometimes, but otherwise the rest of this map is pretty much free. So first, I'm going to pull this guy out. Unfortunately, he has Luna Plus and Hawkeye. I'm definitely not going to waste valuable Orson Hatchet charges just to pull an enemy out. So what I'm going to do is give my best defensive pair up to Frederick. And then just have him stand here. Oh crap, why didn't I use my second seal that turn? I could have done it too. I actually could have done it. I'm pretty sure I had a free action to do that, and I just didn't do it. It's not the end of the world, but it's a little frustrating. Okay, so I have to find out a way to chip this guy down and then kill him while leaving a unit in range of the archer who's not going to get killed by the archer. I'm pretty sure this archer is not going to kill Stahl. So I could just do this. So I just have to chip him down to 15. The problem is, because he has a short axe equipped, I'm pretty sure most of my 2-range fighters actually cannot safely chip him. Let me just confirm again how much I need. 15, in fact, 17 or 23. The problem is this. He's going to deal 24 minus 2 damage to Muriel, so Muriel actually can't take the hit. Robin can. It's a little bit wasteful on experience. Okay. I can drop him to 11 health or less pretty reliably. And Stahl can finish him off. So this is the play. So we're going to go like this. I'm going to unequip Muriel. Is it ever worth it to have Stahl attack first and then heal him with Lisa? How much damage is he going to take from this guy? 24. Minus 7. He's going to take 17 damage from this guy. And then he's going to take 7 damage from this guy. 17 plus 7 is 24. He actually survives even if Lisa does not heal him. And there's no crit chance. Now I was hoping she could finish this guy off. It looks like she can't. I'd have to chip him again. So it looks like Robin's actually just going to get this. That was actually bad. That was the opposite of what I wanted. Yeah, that was a misplay. What I wanted was to chip him down and then let Stahl get the kill. That was a Frederick moment, by the way. That was not a Stahl moment. Keep in mind, he is benefiting from the Frederick pair-up, but yeah, his base defense and strength are just really good. I could use 11 sword charge here. I'd have to use it with Crom. Or I could just give the experience to Robin and just call it a day. Or... How much does the Killing Edge do? 17. Minus 4, it's actually not enough. I feel like I have to give this kill to Robin because I made a mistake. Just a little frustrating. I wish Muriel could just get 1 extra point of magic or attack somehow. Or sorry, she would need 2 points anyway. Katarina's Bolt is C rank, unfortunately, so I can't trade the Katarina's Bolt over. She hasn't got enough tome rank yet. Stahl is like an armor knight with a horse. Yeah, he's a lot more similar to an armor knight, but just mounted. She can't use the Katarina's Bolt. She needs C rank tomes. So my options are basically chip with the Levin Sword, which I don't want to do. Oh. Crom can't even use it anyway. So yeah, that's not an option. Because Lone Q can't survive a hit from this guy. None of my characters can take a hit from this guy. Maybe with the Frederick pair up I could. What does he deal? 24? 24 minus 5 is 9. Actually, I can survive with the Frederick pair up. Let me do this. In my opinion, this is worth it. I should survive on 1 HP here. Even more, yeah, because weapon triangle advantage, of course. Now I use my Fire Tome here, and Muriel gets the kill. That was way more complicated than it needed to be. All for a +1 skill level up. Perfect. I typically have like a very small number of like single-digit Levin sword charges left over by the time I get to the point where I get like a second Levin sword. So wasting one Levin sword charge to cover for a mistake is not that big of a deal, I think. Okay. Now I'd like to, this is unfortunate. I really hate when archers spawn with counter because you can't fight them at 2 range, but then you also can't fight them at 1 range. I mean, Muriel can attack him at least once. I don't want her to crit though. What I really want is for either Stahl or Sumia to get this kill. I can trade Crom over. Deal 16 counter damage to myself. And still survive. Good chip experience. Now with the Frederick pair up, Stahl can get this kill. Perfect. Now I can do this, which I've been meaning to do. Don't let any experience go to waste. If you are going to use a second seal, try to use it on even numbers if you can. It's not a huge deal. Like, it's not worth like changing your entire life to try and get these to use a second seal on an even number, but it is better if you can. The reason is because the formula works like this. So it's going to be, you know what, I'll even type it in chat so people can see. It would be really cool if class changes did give weapon rank bonuses. Yeah, that would be really awesome. Thank you for making me realize that Awakening is not just pair up the game. I used to exclusively play with pair up, and thanks to your videos, I'm having a really good time with Lunatic. It's like a new Fire Emblem game experience. Yeah, I think the puzzle of figuring out when to unpair your units and when to keep them paired together is one of the parts of this game that is really appealing to me. Okay, so the way the formula works is basically 10, because I'm level 10 right now, minus 1 equals 9. Then we're going to have 9 over 2 equals 4.5. And then you truncate that. So 4.5 just gets rounded down to 4.0. I don't know why that 0 looks so funny. I think I pressed the letter O key instead of the 0 key. But either way, 4.5 gets rounded down to 4.0, which means when I do this now at level 10, I only gain 4 levels worth of internal levels. which is not very much at all, especially for Robin, who levels up super fast anyway. Stop lagging, please. Yeah, to get the lowest internal level possible, it's better to go on even levels. It's not that big of a deal if you do odd levels, but it's definitely better even levels. It's such a minor difference though. It's basically it's one internal level, so it's nothing worth, you know, overhauling your entire strategy. Be very careful. Don't give that shiny spot to Lisa. She does not want it. She does not need it. Now I am, because Sumia is very far behind, I'm definitely giving this kill to Sumia if I can. Unfortunately, this guy spawned with Past. Which means I'm going to have to mess around a little bit to give the kill to Sumia. It's not going to be too difficult. Let me heal Frederick up. Okay. This guy is going to deal 22 minus... he's going to deal no damage to Frederick. So if I just put Frederick right here, I can box the archer in. The problem is I have to stand on all of his other valid movement tiles. So let me get characters in position. I'm also not going to give Sumia a pair up. Okay, who wants this shiny spot before I do anything else? You know what, actually, no, let me do this first. Okay. I would love Lisa to be standing right here. Frederick here. Then I just need 2 more characters who can reach. Which seems to be Lonku and... oh, what's his name? Although, hold on a second. I think I can do it like this. Can she reach? Yes. Okay. So Frederick here. Lisa here. Lonku here. Robin here. Sumia here. I believe this works. I'm going to do it very carefully to make sure I don't make any mistakes. Lisa here is really good because it allows me to heal Frederick if I need to. I probably won't need to. He's only going to be taking 1 damage per shot. In fact, before I do anything else, let me do Robin here first. Then Lonku here. Then Lisa here. Then Sumia here. Frederick has nothing equipped because we do not want him to dual strike. We're just going to hit this guy with the Bronze Lance 6 times. The only thing he can do is attack Frederick for 1 damage, or miss, even better. The only sad part is every time he attacks Frederick, that contributes to our experience decay. Oh, he hits for 2 damage, interesting. I don't know why that happened. Either way. Every time he attacks Frederick, that contributes to our experience decay, which is not great. It's better if you can do this with as little experience decay as possible. Unfortunately, because he spawned with Pass, we have to do this. If he didn't spawn with Pass, we could just have Sumia sitting here and just get as much free experience as she wants. We should end right on 98, and then now when we get the kill shot, we'll actually get rollover experience, which is very good. I talk about rollover experience probably at least once per stream, but essentially what this means is that when I kill the enemy, I'm on 98 experience, so I'm going to be gaining experience as a level 2 character, but most of that is going to go towards my level 3 meter. So I essentially just got 32 rollover experience as a level 2 character. Skill and defense, not great. Strength, actually kind of useful. Who has the other chest key? Not sure. Alright, now let's think about who the shiny spot goes to. Does Stahl have it? No, I must have sent it to the convoy. Robin definitely doesn't need it. Rescue staff, that's gonna be awesome. We love the rescue staff on this channel. It's our favorite staff. This game took the concept of randomness and built pretty much all systems around it in a way that still rewards skilled play. That's a really good way of explaining Awakening to people who think that it's all just completely random, because it's definitely not. It's definitely not like pure randomness. Okay, the next thing I want to do is draw out this guy and then give the kill probably... You know, honestly, as much as I love Lonku, if I'm using Stahl, especially if I'm using Stahl as a Myrmidon, the question is, do I really need Lonku in the long term or the short term? Answer is probably no. So I don't think I really need to be training Lonku here. The one reason why I would train Lonku is just to support Miriel and to pass down Vantage to Laurent. If we're focusing on Stahl anyway, especially Cavalier Stahl. What's our matchup against this guy look like? 28 minus 14. Nope. 28 minus 14 is 14. He two-shots us. We deal 15 minus 4. 11 damage to him. We four-shot him. We can actually use this to our advantage to get a lot of free experience. I will switch to the Iron Sword though, just because the extra damage will matter. Who else do we support with, by the way? I don't want to keep building ranks with Miriel because I want her to start building with Lonku instead. I actually think Miriel's the best recipient for this. In fact, yeah, let's do this. This is smart. Weapon proficiency, that's fine. She's actually been struggling to get to C-rank tomes. That's one of Miriel's biggest weaknesses. It's fine. Oh, I could have put Lisa next to Stahl. Technically, it would have been optimal. Ooh, interesting. Well, standing on the pillars, he actually doesn't kill us. He actually doesn't two-shot us anymore. The thing is, I want Stahl to get this kill with his next attack, because I want to get rollover experience. So let me think about how to do that. So I need to drop this guy down to 13 or less health. Do that very reliably. The only issue is Miriel can potentially steal the kill with a crit. %19 crit rate. That's nuts. Oh, it's because I'm standing next to Robin. I'm getting the benefit of solidarity. That makes sense. That explains it. What if I do this? I still got that 10% crit rate, but if I crit in this case, it actually doesn't do anything. But I'm not dealing enough damage. Okay, what about Crom? If I can get Crom slightly more attack power, which I should be able to do with Frederick. I love having Frederick with no weapon equipped pair up with people just to give them like extra attack power. It's so awesome. Okay, so this deals 15. 15 plus 13 gets the kill. So we're going to do this. Crom is going to get chip experience. And then Stahl is going to get rollover experience. So most of this... Yeah, we just got 29 experience, rollover experience. Skill and defense, fine. We got B-rank swords already. The B-rank swords is a much bigger deal, just because it's going to give us additional bonuses. Okay, now picking apart this group over here tends to be the most difficult thing, especially if they have dangerous skills. We got kind of lucky. These two got pretty, like, skills that don't really do anything. The hammer is still scary. The thing is, because we have Stahl, the hammer is actually a lot less scary than it would otherwise be. Sometimes I take my units all the way back around here just so I can stand on this pillar when I draw these guys out. I don't think I'm going to do that today. I'm going to show off another strategy, which I like. What you do is you have a character block here, and then you bait the other character into attacking over the wall. We should be able to do that fairly reliably. We are getting low on heal stabs though, so I have to be a little bit careful. As long as you're not in range of both of them, they won't start moving. I need to give Robin a cheaper tome. Probably the fire tome. Oops. That's actually fine. Yeah, give me the fire tome. Stahl here is fine. I'll check what my actual combat against him looks like now. So he does have Luna, so he's going to deal a lot of damage. Good thing is we just switched to Dark Mage, which has really good defense, or at least better defense than what we had before. So he's going to be dealing 28 minus 5. He's going to deal 23 damage to Robin. He's actually going to be very incentivized to attack Robin. Problem is we have to actually make sure Robin will be okay. Then we need a character to stand here who can bait out... Oh, I was looking at the wrong guy anyway. Yeah, he's actually going to do a lot less damage to us than I thought. Let's see if Robin can survive attacks from both of these guys, because that's going to make our problem... That's going to make our life a lot easier. 56 damage, minus 11, minus 5 is 40 damage. Not even close. I don't even think the Frederick Parrot would make it work. The problem is Frederick can't really stand here because he gets killed by the hammer. I could pair up Crom and Robin together, have Robin go over here, and then just kill this guy, and then enemy phase this guy. It's not ideal, but it definitely works. Let me try that. We actually don't double anymore because we lost a little bit of speed. We lost 1 point of speed, and that's just enough to matter. Yeah, this formation right here is a nightmare. I have no idea how you're supposed to do this, like with a riskless line, depending on what skills they get. What about having Frederick fly in and kill this guy? (19 plus 19) is 38. We can guarantee the kill as long as both of our attacks hit. If one of them misses, then he'll be alive on low health, but then Robin can run in and finish him off. This guy deals... Okay, so let's see if Frederick can survive an attack from both of these guys. 28 plus 28 is 56. Minus 17 minus 8 is 31. Frederick actually survives on 1 HP. And that's assuming the worst case scenario here, that we take all attacks. Okay, so let me triple check to make sure that I'm correct about this. So this guy's going to deal 28 minus 17. We're going to take 11 damage. We're going to survive with 2 HP. We're totally fine. We are completely fine. And because we attacked him anyway, it's actually going to bait this guy into moving, which can force him to attack other characters that we would prefer for him to attack. Now, if I was smart, I would have had Stahl in a much better position here. I can potentially still pick something up with Muriel. But if I had Stahl in a more forward position, I could have done something even smarter. Can Muriel survive an attack from him? 28 minus 8? No. We can hit him for 12. Plus 19. That's 31. That's not enough for the kill. We'd have to use the Katarina's Bolt or play for dual strikes. Yeah, okay, hold on. I've got the idea. So we're going to go fire. We get the dual strike. Because we got the dual strike, this means Muriel can run in and get the kill now. Perfect. So that was a situation where, because we got the dual strike, Muriel was able to get free experience. If we did not get the dual strike, we would have just let that enemy fight Robin and Frederick on enemy face. Now we have to start setting up archer kills for probably Sumia, maybe Stahl and Muriel. I'm not sure about Sumia. I'm not sure if we're gonna train her or not. We have to decide like right now. Like this is the moment to decide. Like, are we training Sumia or not? I'm not sure. Feels like there's not gonna be enough room on our team for her. So let's think about chapter 12. Fire Emblem. Oh, you think Shadow Dragon hard 5 is pretty easy? It's very hard. It's definitely easier than Lunatic Plus, but I wouldn't say it's like super easy. Okay, so let's think about our chapter 12 configuration. So we're gonna have Chrom. Probably Frederick. Maybe Sumia. We're gonna have Stahl, Muriel. We're going to have Stahl, Cordelia, Muriel, probably Lonku. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 deployment slots already. We're going to have Lisa, Libra, maybe Anna. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 deployment slots already. I didn't even write down Robin yet. We need Robin. That's 11 of our 12 deployment slots already. So we basically have one more deployment slot. Is there anyone else that we would consider deploying in this chapter? So Sumia, Anna, maybe Saria. Yeah, the first 4 bosses in H5 are horrifying. They're just a huge waste of time is the problem. See you later, Tricky, although you're probably already gone now. I just saw your message. Have a good day. Superstar Kim, thank you for stopping by. You think Fates has a better combat system, but learning about Lunatics and its nuances made you appreciate the pair-up system more in this game? Yeah, a lot of people just write off Awakenings systems. For a long time, it's just been completely written off. By the way, I'm going to Serene's Forest right now. I'm looking up... I want to see which characters I might potentially want to bring with me to Chapter 12. But yeah, a lot of people have just like written off the system for a very long time and not really given it a fair chance, including me. It took me a long time for even me to really appreciate this game. I had to come back and give it several chances before I started to really love it. But I feel like I'm helping spread a little bit of awareness on the game. You know, unfortunately, my stupid notepad file is like overlapping. That's not the file that I want. I had two notepads open. I just realized that was why. But also, it's blocking the part of the screen that I want to read. Okay, so Chapter 12. Chrom, Lisa, Olivia. Yeah, we're gonna need Olivia, so you have to write her down. So Olivia's gonna be there. Maribel is a hard maybe. Sully is like a maybe. Sumia is our maybe. Cordelia is going to be there for sure. Pan, probably not because we're doing Stahl Cordelia. Noe, I'm definitely not doing Noe this run. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we have to cut 2 characters. Between Sully, Sumia, Maribel, and Anna. The thing is that having 3 staff users is so useful. It doesn't necessarily have to be Anna, but it would be really nice to have that extra staff user. I could see myself cutting the Muriel Lanku unit. Let's think about what role each of these characters would take. Robin is going to be our enemy phase. Sumia, if we build her, is going to be player phase removal with Frederick. Stahl Cordelia is going to be... It's actually kind of tough to envision what they're going to be doing. Probably player phase removal, but not with Gale Force. And then Muriel Lanku is also like player phase removal. The thing about Muriel Lanku is that we're condensing them down. We're going to eventually get rid of them and replace them with Laurent, who's actually going to be an enemy phase sweeper. So if we're doing that, I think it's worth it to train Sumia to make the Sumia Frederick core better. So yeah, I'm gonna give these I just spent a lot of time figuring out that I'm gonna give these archer kills to Sumia. One of the best ways, in my opinion, to plan out your team is to look at Chapter 12 and think about what units you're gonna bring, because Chapter 12 is just the absolute bottleneck of this game. Nice. This is very good. We need Lanku and Muriel to get their S support as soon as possible. That way we can bench them and replace them with Laurent. Frederick is definitely going to need some healing before he goes forward. I can pair up Stahl with him to boost his defense. Now we need to draw out this archer. He does not have pass, so it's going to be pretty easy to deal with him. I want to get him into this position first. I'm going to back up the rest of my units, not too much. Crom's HP probably doesn't matter for the rest of the chapter, so I'm not going to waste heal stabs on him. Lisa can be here, I think. Excuse me, Lisa can be right here, that's fine. I can feel myself getting hungrier. Okay, the enemy has no crit chance, so I don't have to worry about that. What I do want to do is pull him out far enough. Yeah, I want to pull him here. And I don't need to heal because he's only going to deal another 12 damage to me. I can even do this. Okay, this should be fine. This is going to get him into position. Okay, so he's no longer a threat. We're going to do the same thing we did last time. We're just going to hit this guy a lot of times, actually. More than 6 times, because we're only doing 3 damage per hit. If we get to the point where we reach experience decay and we're getting 0 experience per attack, I will kill him. Other than that, I'm just going to leave him alive for as long as possible. Especially because we're getting Lance rank for these attacks, and that's going to help us get the C rank for the Killer Lance. Blank says it goes to show how playing through hard or normal mode one time and then basing your view of the game on that isn't the best way to represent. I think it goes beyond that. I think people's dislike of the game is valid. There's a very high barrier of entry, I think. This game has a very high skill floor. Like, you can't... The highest difficulties of this game, if you try to approach them without really understanding the mechanics, they can be extremely, like, punishing, extremely difficult. And that's one of the things that turns people away. It's not just that the skill floor itself is high, but it's also because... how do I want to say this? The game expects you to understand and implement systems that no other Fire Emblem game really expects you to know or understand. I'm actually going to do this. This should be 9 damage. No chance of crit. Now Sumiya can get rollover experience with the kill. Anyway, Lunatic Plus challenges you to utilize skills, strategies, and techniques that are not used on any other Fire Emblem game or any other difficulty mode, even in this game. Like, you could master Lunatic mode and still have no idea how to play Lunatic Plus. And because of that, and because the skill floor is so high, it causes people to try Lunatic Plus like one time and find that it's just impossible to play, and then they give up on it. Where it's not really as impossible as they think it is. It's just, it requires them to learn something that they don't, that they don't, like, they wouldn't expect. Like, why would they think like, oh, I've just finished playing the game for 40 hours. Why am I learning everything again from scratch? Like, it doesn't make sense, but the game really does require that of you. Okay, so this guy's gonna deal 22 minus 8 damage. 14, we take 14. We don't really take 14 twice very well, but we're just gonna have to take it. I'd like to stand here, in fact. This is gonna give me a little bit of breathing room. I think this should be fine. Yeah, we take 13. Now the problem is we still do take 14 when we move up the pillar. So in order to bait him into a good position, we're gonna have to move further back. Where do we want him to stand? I think he doesn't move if you get out of his range. I'll check that now. I'm pretty sure if we get out of his range, he won't keep moving towards us. He'll just stand where he's standing right now. I'm fairly sure of that. Yeah. The problem is moving him into this square isn't really that useful either. So I'm just going to do this. I'll move him here first. That's going to allow me to reposition him where I want him to go. Okay. So now he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here, here. Yes. This is fine. Causes me to use 1 extra heal staff, but thankfully I have extras. So we should be fine. We reached our magic benchmark on Lisa, so we're fine. She started off with pretty crummy magic. It's finally come back around. Nice dual guard. Alright, same formation. Same exact skills. So this is essentially gonna be the same exact combat that we just fought. Which is perfect, because I can turn my brain off. Just mash the button. Yeah, normal hard don't teach you how to play Lunatic, but the problem is Lunatic doesn't even teach you how to play Lunatic Plus. Like, Lunatic Plus, it's just unlike any other game mode that's ever existed in Fire Emblem. They've never done it again. Since then, they've never done it before. And it just challenges you in ways that can feel unfair if you don't know what you're doing. And so people, reasonably conclude that it's unfair, and then they just give up, and they don't waste any additional time trying to master a system that's unfair. Which is, totally valid. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up another rollover kill, if we can. At the very least, we're going to get Sumiya as close as possible to 99 before we do anything else with her. So we got 5 experience for that shot. We're going to get 4 more for this. And then we're going to get 3 more for this. This is actually perfect. This lines up perfectly. We don't even need to use Stahl this time. Yeah, we're going to get 3 more. And then now, even though we're not going to get full experience for attacking, we still get full experience for the kill itself. So we still get decent rollover experience. Level 5 Sumiya with pretty good progress on C rank and lances. Kind of based. We can also utilize the boss to start training Robin through their dark mage levels. I don't mind the idea of letting Muriel get a round of combat or 2 if she can. She probably can't. It typically depends on what skills this enemy gets. Typically they're just far too dangerous. The one downside of Dark Mage Robin is they are a little bit slower, so you have to account for that. Especially because I don't like running plus speed. I think one of the reasons people like running plus speed Robin is because they like the extra speed on the Dark Mage class. But for me personally, I don't like running plus speed, but I do like running Dark Mage, so usually I have to think about what Robin's speed is going to be like. So first of all, what skills did he actually get? This is a very good combination of skills. This is going to allow us to fight him on our own terms. Excuse me. Yeah, it would be so cool if switching to promoted classes gave you even just D rank at minimum. That I agree, that would be so awesome. Especially switching over and being stuck with E rank weapons. Axes aren't too bad. I think the other weapons suffer a lot more from being reset to E rank. Okay, we can hit for about 5 damage. He's not going to be dealing 31, but he's still going to be dealing a lot of damage. I don't think Muriel can take his attack. I will see if she can do it with the Frederick pair-up, but I sincerely doubt it. It's going to require doing a little bit of math. Okay. When he switches... 15. -7. When he switches to the short axe, he's going to lose 8 attack points. So he's going to go from 35 to 27. We can actually take 28 damage. I'm very scared because that's like exact damage. I don't like risking taking attacks when the numbers are exact because I'm always worried that my math is going to be slightly off. In fact, I'm pretty motivated to run these numbers again just to make 100% sure. So the silver axe has 15 attack. The short axe has 7. $27 attack. We've got a 28 effective HP. You think it's fine for Robin to have E rank in their new classes, but for other Gen 1 units, it would probably help to close the gap a little bit more. It's an interesting take. I think even Robin struggles sometimes, depending on the weapon type. I think the biggest example is resetting Robin to a Pegasus Knight early on. I think that causes so many problems. Okay. By the way, my neighbors are banging right now. I'm sure you guys can hear that. I don't know why they just started banging for no reason. Okay, I'm pretty sure Muriel takes this and survives on 1 HP. I feel reasonably confident about this. That is so loud. That is so loud. If we get like another dual strike or something, we would actually just kill this guy. Well, can we just give the kill to Crom right now and not have to risk? Looks like we can't. Well, how much are we hitting for? Funny thing is, we hit for exactly 13, which is just not enough. If I was willing to risk this, Sumia could plink him with the Javelin. But that's a 75% chance. Instead of relying on a 75% chance, I'm going to rely on the chance that I believe that my math was correct and that Muriel can survive this attack. Yes, I was correct. And actually, I'm glad Frederick did not dual strike there because this guy being on 1 HP means I can give the kill to whoever I want. And whoever I want is probably Lon Ku in this case because he didn't get a lot of experience this chapter. And we have concluded that we're probably going to use him, at least to the point that he needs to get Vantage before we retire him. Unfortunately, this boss has Vantage, which means I have to do something to mitigate his crit rate, which I can actually just by having Robin stand next to him. The other option would be to give it to Stahl. But Stahl's kind of accelerated a lot already. Like, Stahl is already in a very good position. And then the other option would be to give it to somebody who's going to get good rollover experience, which would be Crom. In fact, Crom benefits a lot from this kill. because he's going to get fantastic rollover experience. Yeah, I like Chrom here. Oh, I just remembered this guy's Vantage. And I moved Lisa before I healed, so I cannot give it to Chrom anymore. I mean, the only way to give it to Chrom is if I'm willing to risk a 45% attack on 6 hours of gameplay, which I'm definitely not. Glass Sword. Oh yeah, no, the problem isn't that Lan Ku can't get the kill. The problem is that he was going to get crit. But now he can't get crit because of Solidarity. I wanted to give this to Chrom, but I can't do it. Because when the enemy hits me, I'm going to die. And I don't want to die. And I moved Lisa without thinking about the fact that this guy had Vantage. So we're either going to give it to Stahl or Lan Ku. I think Stahl is already on track to reach level 10 before the chapter where I need him to, which is the desert chapter. 7, 8, chapter 8. I need to get him to level 10 before chapter 8. He's already way ahead of schedule. So the options would basically be Muriel, who can't take an attack because of Vantage, or Lan Ku, who can take an attack. So I mean, it's Lan Ku. It has to be Lan Ku. He dodged anyway, like a king. I'm not actually sure how I feel about, like, Henry versus Saria. I used to think, like, Saria was way better, but now that I've been experimenting with Henry, I've definitely come to appreciate him a lot more. Got a lot of supports, finally. A lot of the supports that I've just been building finally just got, like, pushed over the threshold. From either C to B or so forth. I wonder if I should do Robin Maribel. That's going to allow me to get Demoiselle, dual support plus, extra resistance. But I think Robin kind of needs speed more than anything else. Although Maribel can reclass into Pegasus, but it would be a while. Like, I need the speed now in the short term. I need a lot of speed. I can't do Robin Cordelia, because we're doing Stahl Cordelia. I could do Robin Sumia. That would actually be pretty smart. That's actually way smarter than Sumia Frederick. Because I don't think Frederick has good long-term viability. I don't think Sumia has good long-term viability for this build that we're doing. Sumia can give Robin the speed that they need. We haven't started building their support, but we can start it now. All right, I don't know. I don't think I have the strength in me to do like a chapter 5 slog. But because this is a Stahl showcase, I do want to go into this chapter and see how Stahl performs in this chapter. So first of all, units. It's going to be very tricky to trim our squad down to a good number of units, especially because we have a lot of characters that we like using. So, I mean, we definitely need Frederick. We definitely need Robin. We're obviously bringing Stahl, because it's a Stahl showcase. Muriel maybe can be benched. Lan Ku, like, maybe can be benched. These are characters I normally bring, but I could see possibly not bringing them. We absolutely need Lisa. Virion typically helps with my opener, but I can use Muriel to replicate Virion's role. And I haven't been training Virion. Instead, I've just been using Muriel to do the things that Virion would typically do. The only thing she loses out on is that she doesn't get a strength bonus from Vake, but that also means that I don't have to field Vake. So, like, not using Virion means that I don't have to use Vake, and that frees up 2 deployment slots, which is kind of a big deal. It essentially means I can bring Muriel, Sumia, and Lan Ku, and then I still have 1 extra deployment slot for either Sully or Kellum. Like I was saying before, I kind of want to start building... Sully's a little bit behind, I don't think I can build her for the long term, but I do think I can get the short-term benefit that I want out of her, which is just getting her and Chrom to C support so that I can pass down discipline and good physical stats to Lucina. By the way, we just hit 50 concurrent viewers. That's awesome. It's pretty rare for me to get over 50. I think I've done it once before, maybe twice. Typically, I hover around like 30 or 40. Virion's entire character is dragged down by his speed base. Yeah, his speed's not great. Honestly, Virion is a pretty good utility character. He's not what I need on most of my builds. So my options would be Kellum, who I don't really like because he doesn't give... I do like his defense, but his movement being so limited makes it very restrictive. I actually like Sully here, not even just for the Chrom pair up. Tricky part is I have to get her a Bronze Lance, which actually I have a 50 charge Bronze Lance, so it's not tricky at all. Do I have any other lances she can use? I didn't pick up any glass lances, unfortunately. I'm going to give her one of my iron lances just so that she has one, so that if her weapon rank increases, which is pretty likely, if she fights a couple combats with discipline, she'll be able to use the iron lance. I don't know if she needs a sword. Robin is pretty fine as is. I'm going to be taking the Elwind from Rickon. Muriel's fine. She can use that Forged Wind Tome for pretty much this entire chapter. Thunder Tome can maybe be used to hit other enemies a little bit harder if she needs to. In fact, I'm pretty motivated to give the Forged Thunder Tome to Robin, but they have the Katarina's Bolt, so I think they're fine. Stahl, we need to give him back some of his swords. Lonku, we need to empty out his inventory a little bit. Leaded Sword Killing Edge is probably fine on Lonku. Stahl wants definitely an Iron Sword and a Bronze Sword for spamming, and those are the only swords he has access to. One Vuln is fine there. In fact, I'm actually going to take the one Vuln here, and then probably give the 3 to Frederick. Now I need to limit Frederick's inventory, because when I swap his weapons, I want to be able to empty out his inventory so that he doesn't take counter damage. So there's only a couple things I need him to have. I need him to have the Silver Lance, the Bronze Sword, and maybe the Orson Hatchet. But if I'm doing that, then Sumia needs to only have the Bronze Lance, the Javelin, and the Killer Lance. Is that correct? 6 weapons? No, that's too many. I'll always leave a weapon in Frederick's inventory in that case. So I need to ditch one weapon. What's the least valuable weapon here? Probably the Bronze Lance. Now I'm a little bit worried because I think Vake is actually needed to one-shot this guy. I could be wrong. I can double check that now. Let me finish sorting my inventory just in case. I don't want to miss anything. Oops. Is there a spare Bronze Sword for Sully? It would be nice if she could grab one. I could grab the one that Frederick's holding and have him switch to axes instead, but honestly the fact that Frederick has C-rank swords, or sorry, B-rank swords, is kind of useful. It's going to make his bronze sword combat pretty good. I'm definitely going to give Frederick a defense tonic, but I'm holding off. Saria with Lonku or A-Train Gaius is so good, and you don't feel like Henry has anything similar to really compare with her in that role. That's fair. It's Henry's good for different things. Henry is probably your best character for, like, if you look at like who is the best character for supporting like every character in the game, if you look at all of your female characters, Henry is like at the top of the list or near the top of the list for like many of the female characters in the game. So if you're using like any female character in any like serious role, usually Henry is a very solid option to consider for supporting her. Hey Highwind, thank you for stopping by. You're glad you could come in and say thank you live. Thank you for coming and saying thank you. Alright. We could buy Sully a sword. I don't think it's worth it. I think it's fine to just keep her on lances. This opener is a little bit strange because it's a little different from what I typically do. I just have to figure out what is the role of each of these units in this opener, because it's different from my typical opener. First of all, I think the strategy where Lonku runs over and kills the Dark Mage, I'm pretty sure that only works on Lunatic. Like, you just can't get it to work on Lunatic Plus. There's too much variation in the skills that these enemies have. I mean, I'll try it out a couple times if I feel like it's worth trying, but I feel like it's probably not. Okay, so ideally... See, the thing is that the 1 point of speed that we lost from Dark Mage is making it so that we just barely don't double these enemies. It's a little bit frustrating because I really would like to double these guys. I think we only get +5 speed from Chrome. I don't think we get +2. Oh, sorry, +6. I can double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's true. All right. Lisa needs a heal staff. Good catch. I'm also going to buy a few more strength tonics. Sorry, defense tonics, because I know I'm going to use at least one here. So I want to replace them now before enemies appear on the world map and block the shop. Do I ever work Shirsh into my teams? In the past, I haven't used her very much outside of very, very specific contexts. She's very good in LTC. She's very good in like zero growth runs. She's actually pretty good like in general, but I definitely underestimated her in the past. I had a really good conversation with Danny Doyle about Shirsh recently to help her with one of her videos. And it, like, once I started talking about how good Church is, it really made me appreciate also how good Church is. And then I ended up going back and using her myself more, and really coming to appreciate how valuable she is. So I want to use her more in the future, but I have not used her a lot in the past. I've typically underestimated her outside of, like I said, very specific contexts. I think Frederick here is actually fine. Lonku here is fine. Stahl here is fine. Sully, we need more forward position. We need you actually like here-ish. I think this is okay. This should be a okay opener. We're definitely going to use some tonics. Right now I'm just checking what our combat looks like, and then I'll see which tonics I need to use. Okay, so first of all, we're 2 points short of this kill, so a strength tonic will allow Frederick to get this kill. It's a little unfortunate because Frederick's actually not going to do a lot of fighting this chapter, so it's a little bit of a waste to stick a strength tonic on him when he's essentially going to be using it for one attack. He's literally going to be using a strength tonic just to land one attack. This guy started with Pavis Plus anyway, so we can't kill him. Let me check what speed bonuses I get. I get +5 from you, and I get +4 from you. So yeah, I cannot get the +6 speed that I need to double these enemies. Very unfortunate. We're just one level short of where we need to be. We also didn't get Levin Sword access on Crom. That hurts us as well. I think we should go for a more conservative opener, where we bait the enemies over here into attacking us. So let's try this first. Yeah, her and Henry. Blank thinks that they are hard to fit into teams due to how late they join. That can be true. That can be true. But like on that same note, one of the things that I've started to appreciate about these late joiners is that if you don't train characters, you can just like fit them into the party anyway. So that's like one of their benefits is that they can just join the team later on without any like additional without needing to train like all this effort that we spent on training Stahl. He's still not as good as Church is when she joins. Like we can just get her a version of Stahl that for free that's better than Stahl. It's better than like training Sully and switching her to a Wyvern Rider. Like when Church joins, she's just the same or better, but for free, like without having to do all that training. So I also just realized I could have just used Stahl here instead of using a Strength Tonic, but it's fine. This guy having magical resistance, unfortunately, actually kind of works against us. I would probably greatly prefer Frederick to dual strike more than anyone else. So who has support ranks with Frederick? It's actually not a bad idea because I get 2 chances to dual strike. This is interesting. I've never used this opener before, but this definitely has potential. Didn't get either dual strike, but I like this idea. This is very interesting. This is very interesting. It gives Frederick 2 chances to dual strike. Does this guy have pass? No. Alright, let's see what we're going to have to do about this group. That's disgusting. All of them have counter. Cool. I'm going to go for a crit on this guy. This is nasty. We can use this to our advantage though, especially because we're not going to double him. Unfortunately, if we crit, we don't kill him, so we want to not crit here. $22. I see a problem here. The only way I can get rid of his crit rate is by using Solidarity, but if I use Solidarity, then he gains a crit rate against me, which is not ideal. I'm just gonna run it through and see how the matchups look. This also kind of robs Crom of getting rollover experience. I wonder if using Stahl here is better. Maybe Stahl with Robin. So we deal pretty low damage to ourselves. $6 damage to ourselves, or 18 on a crit. The problem is if we crit, we kill ourselves. What about the glass sword? We deal 10 damage to ourselves, or 30 on a crit. Again, if we crit, we kill ourselves. So there's no real good option here other than just hoping not to... The weird thing is we're hoping that we don't land a critical hit. Like, we're the ones who want to not crit. This doesn't work because Robin's defense is not good enough. I'm going to use Stahl. I'm also going to use the Katarina's Bolt. Now if I stand here, I can pull this pair to safety. This attempt is definitely messed beyond belief. Okay, that dodge and that dual strike helped a lot. Now Longku needs to crit here. He got the crit, okay. Did we somehow salvage this attempt with good luck? Ooh, skill and speed. Nice. I see the problem. I see the problem. If you use this opener, the Dark Mage moves onto the fort. If the Dark Mage moves onto the fort, everything's over. You can't. There's just nothing you can do from that position. So yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't use Sumia for this, because if Sumia is standing here behind Frederick, this mage will attack Frederick. If he attacks Frederick, he's going to stand on the fort. If he stands on the fort, then I can't get onto the fort. If I can't get onto the fort, then I'm just completely screwed. Also, by the way, he hit me with a 49%. Oops. Okay, well, let's see. How would we salvage this situation? If we were going to salvage this situation, how would I do it? So first of all, I need to look at these enemies and what skills they have. This guy having advantage is actually less of a problem than you might imagine. It essentially means he's not going to get Nosferatu healing, because he's going to damage me first. If I crit him, I immediately get rid of this problem, which is great. That's exactly what happened. This guy we can now eliminate safely with just about anyone. I need to find out if Stahl can stay in this position. Answer seems to be no, and I can't get behind the enemy either. What about giving this kill to Robin? And then I also end up... Yeah, oh, I really like this because it actually leaves... It leaves me standing next to the Myrmidon, and that means because of Hex, his avoid goes way down, which is going to make him a lot less annoying to deal with. Like, this guy's avoid causes so many problems. The fact that we're... Yeah, the fact that we're reducing his avoid by 15 is a massive deal. Even with that reduction, I still only have an 84% chance to hit. Think about how much weight Hex is pulling here. My hit rate would actually be 69 without this, which is like the furthest thing from consistent. Okay, I'm gonna blast him with Elwind. Then... Does he have advantage? No. Can we get +5 strength from Frederick? I'm pretty sure we can. Hold on a second. Perfectly consistent Sumia kill. This is so different from my typical strats. It's actually very interesting that it's kind of working out this way. Okay, I would love it if there was somebody who could enemy phase this guy. I'm fairly sure the answer would be Robin, but Robin can't get over there. Muriel can't get over there. Frederick can get over there? Yes, I'm seeing it. It's a little wonky though because Lisa's gonna get backed into a corner. Let me think about keeping everyone away from the bottom of the map where they're stuck in these woods, because if I'm stuck in these woods, it's going to be hard to get back out. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to grab Frederick. I'm going to equip him with the Orson's Hatchet. I'm going to put Frederick in the rear position. Crom is going to grab Frederick. transfer him over, move Frederick into the lead position, heal myself back up with a Vuln, and then I'm going to enemy phase this fellow. Exceptionally cursed attempt, but somehow we're pulling through. That's the craziest part, is we're actually pulling through. Now the problem, of course, is actually this guy right here. Because we don't have anybody up here on the fort, all these enemies are now coming over the cliff, and they cover so much territory, there's no way for us to get out of their range. The only thing we could possibly do is, like, eliminate him, but we don't really have units who can do that safely. We would need Sumia to, like, fly up here and do it. I mean, it's not impossible. It's certainly unlikely. We can't really block him either, and he has counter, so we have to get rid of him on player phase. This guy's counter, so we have to get rid of him on player phase. This guy has counter, so we have to get rid of him on... This guy has counter, so we have to get rid of him on player phase. Okay. Yeah, this attempt is over. This attempt's over. There's no way. There's no way. Like, if all four of these guys didn't have counter, like, maybe I could find a way out of here. But this just goes, like, beyond anything that's ever been known. This goes beyond human reckoning. I mean, the stupid thing is, like, if I back up, I can maybe get out of this. I can block this fort, which is very important. Unfortunately, I moved Rickon and Lisa in the wrong order. If I moved Rickon first, dropped Maribel here, and then moved Lisa over and paired up with him, I could have saved Rickon and Maribel. Because I did it in this order, I kind of messed everything up. Sumia can get out. Frederick can't really. He has options. The problem is the problem right now is actually Rickon. I completely messed up Rickon's movement. This was salvageable. I could have bought myself one more turn. I don't know if I could have won. I probably would have just got backed into the corner, but I could have bought myself one more turn. But I messed up by moving Lisa first. What you need to do is move Rickon over here, drop Maribel, and then Lisa can move over and pair up with Rickon to get out of enemy range. Now we have to end the turn with Rickon in enemy range, which obviously is not viable. Hold on. There might be a way to save this still. So if I put Rickon here, Robin can go here. Take the Elwind Tome. Now I'm not sure if I one-shot this guy. If I one-shot this guy, then I'm pretty safe. If I don't one-shot him, then I'm pretty doomed. Next, we gotta look at Frederick's combat versus him. He is going to deal 28 minus 19. He's going to deal 9 damage to me. I'm going to deal 24 minus 10. I'm going to deal 14 to him twice, unfortunately, which is 28. 28 plus 9 is 37. I would kill myself with counter damage, unless I can get rid of my speed pair up, which I can. But I actually want the speed pair up, because I want to get Falchion dual strikes. In fact, you know what? I feel pretty confident. I feel pretty confident that he's actually not going to attack Frederick anyway. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to fish for Falchion dual strikes. It's not going to matter because he's not going to attack me anyway, but... Then I send these two over here. Now I think we're doomed already, but let's just see what happens. Yeah, we're beyond doomed, in fact. We could have kept those two paired up, technically. Okay, so we don't one-shot them even with Elwind. That's actually really sad. How is... We invested so much magic, like, we invested so many resources into boosting Robin's magic as high as possible, and they still don't one-shot these guys? Yeah, counter really sucks on this chapter. Honestly, it's not counter itself, it's these cliffs. The fact that they have these cliffs that the enemies can fly over, and I can't fly over these cliffs, just makes everything so hard, especially because you start in such a small area and you're surrounded by enemies. You have to like carve out a small space for your units to reposition, but then no matter where you're standing, the enemies can just fly over the cliffs and attack you, and you can't preemptively get rid of them. We saw this on the previous attempt. There was a flyer up here. We couldn't get rid of him on player phase because he was out of range of all of our units because the cliffs are in the way, but then he can just fly over the cliffs and cover all of this territory. It makes it so hard to get rid of those guys. Okay, this attempt, I think, has a little bit more legs. He's going to advantage us for 0 damage. We're going to one-shot him with the Silver Lance. Tricky thing is, we kind of need to have a unit standing here who the Dark Mage wants to attack more than Frederick. And that's pretty tough. Maybe Miriel? What does he deal? 18 damage? -6? He deals 12 damage to Miriel. He deals 15 to Frederick. The question is whether he values the dealing more than half to Miriel or less than half to Frederick, and that I actually don't know. So the good thing about the Virion opener is that this guy always gets baited into attacking Virion. And we're kind of missing that here. I can't find a way to bait the Dark Mage to not attack Frederick. Or if he attacks Frederick, like how do we get him to not be alive on enemy face? I have some ideas. I probably should have gone Sumia first. This was a little bit of a misplay, but we can maybe make it work. Nope, didn't at all. So here's my idea. We go for dual strikes. Perfect, we actually got it that time. Now, because we got dual strikes, we can actually bait him into attacking Rickon. Or even Maribel. In fact, we can stand here. Yeah, this should guarantee that he won't go onto the fort. This should stop him from going onto the fort, I think. I could be wrong. We'll see how it plays out. This is tough because it's so different from my usual opener. I'm like, I really have to figure things out. Unfortunately, it looks like we kind of need to get another long coup crit here. Not necessarily, because if we don't crit, we just survive anyway. I can boost my crit rate with Solidarity. That way we don't kill ourselves with counter damage. Well, we won't anyway, but you know what I mean. Next, I want to see if I can match up Crom against this guy now that we have a better matchup. This guy not having counter. It's either Crom or Stahl. I'm fine with using Crom for this. There's not a massive reason to have Sully paired up. It's fine to just have them unpaired. And then I can put Lisa here. I can save a rescue staff use, in theory. Nice, crit. Nice level up. Okay, please don't move on to the fort. Please don't move on to the fort. Oh my god, this is going so well. Please don't move on to the fort. Oh my god, I just need him to not move. All I need is for this guy to not move onto the fort. He moved onto the fort. Perfect. Why? Okay, so the thing is, this opener on the bottom half is so good and so consistent. The middle part is actually pretty good and pretty consistent. The only thing I need is to find a way to get this guy to not move onto the fort. All I need to do is get this guy off the fort, and I think I can clear this chapter like pretty consistently within a couple of attempts. Sacrificing Rickon isn't necessarily the worst move. What you like to do is pass Maribel over to Frederick and fish for dual strikes with Rickon and Virion to get rid of the Barbarian. The problem is I need Frederick to not be paired up. On Lunatic Plus, you need Frederick to not be paired up, because what you have to do is have him move forward. Frederick needs to move onto the fort and then kill this guy with the Iron Lance, and then Sumia or someone else needs to pair up with Frederick while taking away all of his weapons so that he has nothing equipped. That way he can't kill himself with counter damage. If I have Maribel paired up with Frederick right now, there's no possible way for me to do an equipment swap on him, because whoever moves next to him to trade his gear is going to have to end their turn there, and you really do not want them to end their turn there, because they're going to get killed by all these enemies. Alright, let's kind of do what we did last time, try to figure out a way to make this work. So him not having Vantage makes Nosferatu a little bit more tricky, especially because he also has Pavis. This guy's actually going to be very difficult to get rid of. Very difficult to get rid of. I mean, I can still play for crits, but they're not going to deal that as much damage because of Pavis. And then he's also going to heal himself because of Nosferatu. I'm going to go for Katarina's Bolt here. Yeah, even the crit just did like nothing to him. Absolutely no damage. Okay, this guy's the next problem, and unfortunately we don't have the benefits of Hex this time, so we have to be very careful about him. Can I get him with the Killer Lance? I can definitely damage him. I need to chip him down first, and I also need to get rid of this guy. He has Vantage, so I can't use Crom to attack again. I mean, I can, but I would risk getting attacked. I think using Stahl here is the play. I gotta be careful though, because... Okay, we're safe here. So I can take this Vantage hit with Stahl. I can do this. Rickon is going to be in so much danger next turn. Unbelievable amounts of danger. There's more danger than you've ever seen. Unfortunately, whoever stands here is going to be in range of the Plegian Dark Mage. This guy have Vantage. He doesn't have Vantage. Does not have Vantage. I don't think I can get into a good position to attack him from 2 range. Well, if I'm going to be in range of the Dark Mage anyway, why don't I just accept that and just stand in his range? That extra 11 damage or 13 damage goes a long way. Unfortunately, Thunder's not very accurate here. I could pair up with Sully to give myself some extra hit. Gable asks, how is the stream still live? Honestly, I have no idea. I usually do not stream for anywhere near this long, but I'm having a lot of fun. This is like what I normally do off stream in my free time. The only thing is, typically it only takes me like 2 to 3 hours to get this far, instead of taking 7 hours to get this far. Because I play like garbage on stream, and I play much better off stream. Cannot take any hits here. How much damage does Sumia do again? Okay, I think I can set up a kill here. I can set up a kill here. Now I would like to end either Sumia or Frederick's turn with them in range of the Dark Mage. And actually, Sumia might be the better option. So what if I go like this? I want Bronze Sword dual strikes. I can kill him with the Killer Lance. Then I can use Crom to switch her to the Javelin. This is so scuffed compared to my normal openers, by the way. I really underestimated how valuable it is to have Virion always drawing the fire from this Dark Mage so that he never goes onto the fort. Okay. This guy moved into a much better position. In theory, whoever stands here can fight this guy and this guy. If we can find somebody capable of surviving a round of combat against them, both, and hopefully killing both of them, which kind of seems like Frederick can do it, he can at least chip them down significantly. Are there any other safe tiles? No. Is this guy a threat? No. Okay, so Frederick attacks from here. Got it. Okay, we're doing good, we're doing good. Lanku blocks the fort. Now we can switch Frederick over to the Bronze Sword, but whoever does it needs to be able to survive a round of combat against this Wyvern, and ideally wants to fight the Wyvern. Not just can fight the Wyvern, but wants to fight the Wyvern. I strongly think that I'm describing Robin here. I have a lot of things that I need to do right now, so I have to very carefully think about my moves. I want to give Maribel... First of all, does Robin actually survive against this guy? 28, -8, oh yeah, comfortably. Comfortably. Okay, so I want to give the Elwinds to Robin. I'd actually rather have Rickon keep the Fire Tome for accuracy reasons. I want to give Maribel to Robin. I want to heal Crom. I want Robin to stand here with the Elwind equipped. Trade the Bronze Sword back into Frederick's hand so he can fight on enemy phase. Then I want to take Miriel and move her down here. Okay, we're not dead yet. We're getting backed into the corner, but we're not dead yet. That helps so much. Okay, here's the problem now. We're getting pushed into the corner. I need to look up the reinforcements. I kind of know them off the top of my head, but not well enough where I'm going to trust myself. Like, without checking. So let me check this really quick. Fire Emblem Awakening, Chapter 5. Because if I know what ambush spawns are coming out of here, I can prepare for them. I think there's no ambush spawns this turn that I need to worry about. I'm pretty sure they spawn at the very top of the map. So, enemy data, Lunatic, reinforcements. Okay. So turn 3. Hold on a second. Okay, sorry about that. Really badly needed some water. If we can clear out all of these enemies, we're actually fine. Like, this is the last trial. Like, clearing out these enemies and then dealing with the incoming reinforcements. So the only reinforcements coming this turn are 2 Wyvern Riders from the very top of the map. That's just exactly what I thought. Geo says that Stahl has made me mid at the game. I wish I could blame Stahl. It's really not. Stahl's actually performing amazingly. I just play like crap on stream for just reasons. I just have to acknowledge that. Is there any way to safely remove this Wyvern with anyone other than Frederick? I think the answer is no. 14. How much speed do I need? I just need 1 point of speed, which I think I can get from Sully. Question is the damage value. 23. Does this guy advantage? No. Okay. $23 minus 4 is 19 damage. Crom survives. So if I go here, I hit this guy with the falchion, take him out. I gotta be careful because this guy has pass. It's not just that he can reach Crom, but he can actually go right through Frederick. So I have to be very, very careful about that. I could theoretically get rid of him right now with the Javelin. No, but I can damage him, for sure. I think it's worth doing. I'm pretty sure that's worth doing. The next question is whether these enemies would prefer to attack Frederick. Unfortunately, this guy has Hawkeye and Luna Plus. That's bad news for Frederick. Frederick's gonna take 19 damage from him. Okay, let's start with this. We have to do this. Ooh, unfortunately he has a short axe. I wasn't really considering that. Long Cube might be able to fight him. It's a little risky. Also, he can hit me with counter damage. I would have to bank on a crit here. This is a little safer. I can get +2 speed from Stahl or Muriel. I get +1 from Muriel. I get +1 from Stahl. I want to enemy phase both of these guys, but I don't think I can. Well, I have to, because if I don't block them, this mage is going to kill Crom. The problem is, Frederick really cannot fight both of them. What about Sumia? Her health is low already. If her health wasn't low already, I think she could handle this. I could use a rescue staff charge here, considering the fact that I preserved one earlier in the battle. That's a consideration. This guy's a huge problem. This guy's like public enemy #1. Yeah, Crom's in a lot of danger if I don't get rid of this guy. I could try to bait in a Killer Lance attack to remove him. Hold on. I really think the big issue is actually this guy here, and how he's like so far behind my lines. Hey Miracle Dank, thanks for stopping by. Stahl did well in your Lunatic playthrough. Good player face combat. Passed down Aegis to Severa and became her backpack for the endgame. Yeah, we're also doing Severa here. Well, Cordelia Severa. Stahl, Cordelia Severa. Sometimes you wonder why Stahl, of all people, isn't a support for Sumia. They genuinely do so well together. Yeah, I wonder why. Hey, Waiting Man, thank you for stopping by. In your current hard playthrough, you got the outdoor avoid skill, and then went Myrmidon for avoid plus 10 on an outdoor maps. He just doesn't get hit ever. Yeah, we're actually doing the same thing. We're going Myrmidon here. We're going to have outdoor fighter. We're going to have Myrmidon for avoid plus 10. We're going to get Astra, and then we're going to switch over to either Assassin, Bow Knight, or Sniper. I haven't decided yet. I want to use bows for sure. I just don't know exactly which class I'm going to end up in. But Astra with bows is a lot more powerful, especially on Sniper classes who have high skill. Can Rickon even take this attack? Hard no. I just can't figure out any way to get out of this. This guy doubles us. We have to get out of his range, no matter what. Fortunately, we cannot take this attack, and we're not that likely to dodge it. And we also deal pretty low damage to him, so we have to chip him down a lot before Robin could even consider attack. Well, Katarina's Bolt, we can deal 13 damage. If we can deal 25 damage to him, Robin can finish him off, but 25 is a lot of damage to get on this guy. If he didn't have counter, I would feel okay about going for this risky attack, but because he has counter, it's way more risky than it looks. The only way we don't get a game over here is if we crit, and our crit rate's not that high. It's high, but it's not that high. What about Muriel? Does she take an attack? She can. In fact, yeah, this is the place to start. This is the place to start. Glass Sword. Give Muriel the defense that she needs. Hopefully bait in a Stahl dual strike. Okay, so we got a chance to crit here. We got a chance to dual strike here. Got the dual strike. That is absolutely beyond clutch. Pretty sure Lonku can pick up this kill safely now. That frees up Robin. This guy does not have pass. So if I move Lisa here and heal Robin... In fact, I can give him Rickon to boost his damage. Okay, so let's see. If we gain 2 points of damage, our max damage is 26, although the hit rate is atrocious. So let's say 19 damage. 19 plus 18 is 37. We have a very good chance of getting rid of this guy. I'm going to start with this. Fish for a Killer Lance dual strike. Got it. Okay, that immediately solves every problem that I had. If we did not get that dual strike, what I was going to do is have Robin move over here and finish him off with Elwind, which is reasonably accurate. And then they would only be in range of this mage, who they can handle. Now let's think about what this mage can do and who he's actually a threat to. So the big problem is the crit rate, which we can potentially mitigate by keeping Robin next to Frederick. But if we keep Robin next to Frederick, we need some way to get their health back up. We do have vulneraries available. Okay, so 19 damage on Frederick will not kill. 19 damage on Robin will not kill if I use the vulnerary. So I'm going to trade the vulnerary over from Frederick. And then use it. In fact, I don't even have to do that. I can do the other thing that I wanted to do. Well, hold on, I have to see what this guy does against Robin, because he will have a crit chance against Robin, because Robin won't benefit from their own solidarity. No, he won't have a crit chance. Okay, so we're pretty safe then. I'm gonna go Katarina's here. Now, by moving Robin here, we body block this mage so that he can't get to well, he can't get to Lisa anyway, just from having Frederick in the way. So, first of all, let's check this then. I mean, it'd be nice if I had a less expensive sword to use here, but it's not the end of the world. Love to get crits when you don't need them. Alright. Got one thing left to do. Trade. Actually, Javelin's probably fine here. I think Frederick is the one getting attacked. I'm going to equip the Katarina's Bolt anyway, just in case. Alright, let's see what happens here. Frederick is low-key leveling up like peak. He's been getting fantastic levels. And he's getting plenty of experience, really, without like taking a lot of experience away from other characters. Nice. Okay. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reinforcements that are going to spawn this turn. From here, from up here, 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 and then here. This one we can block just by standing here. Bottom fort, right? Southwest, yes. We can block this Dark Mage from coming out just by standing here. These enemies will come out and start immediately moving towards us. This one is going to be a Myrmidon. The big problem is actually, for me, is going to be these Wyverns. Because after this turn, they're going to move into positions that's going to make them hard to get rid of. Ideally, I would clean up these 2 units and then move as far to the right as possible to give me more flexibility. There's going to be a Barbarian who comes out of here. He's not too threatening. He threatens like this area over here. The enemy coming out of here threatens like this area over here. Then we're going to have Wyverns and ground units coming at us from multiple angles. But if we can get rid of these guys before that, it will go a long way. Fortunately, I can't get Muriel over there. I can get Lone Ku over there. That's very important information. What I can do is this. Nice. Okay. We have Crom and Robin's actions both available. This guy is going to be an absolute pain. Because of the powers of Hex, I have a pretty good chance of hitting him. Unfortunately, if I miss, I'm in a pretty bad spot. Does Crom have better accuracy, do you wonder? 103 versus 109. No, Crom's accuracy is actually worse. So it's better to have Crom pick off this guy. The one advantage of having Robin pick off this guy is that he has Vantage, which I don't want to deal with. But there are ways around that. First of all, we can dodge. Unfortunately, there's no way for me to get rid of this crit chance. I have to play. I just have to not get crit here. I mean, it's a 6% of a less than 37% chance to die here. Okay. I don't love that, but I'll live with it. I would love to start unpairing some of my units. I don't think I can. I don't think this Barbarian's threatening us right now. We have to stand next to him because of... We need Hex. We need the accuracy from Hex. So this means if we lose... I mean, if we miss, it was game over anyway, so... In a sense, the threat of having to stand next to him is not really that big of a deal. There is one thing that I could consider doing to boost my accuracy. $95. 90. How much does the Wind Tome have? 100. The problem is if I trade the Wind Tome over to Robin right now, it's going to mean Muriel won't have a good tome for attacking Wyverns on the next turn. Yeah, this wastes too many actions. I'm just going to go for it. I just had to do that. I really need a plus speed level up here, please. No. Ugh, that hurts. That hurts a lot. I would love to heal Krom, but I think it's... Oh crap, I have to block this fort. Oh, I'm so glad I remembered that. I almost forgot to block that fort. That would have been a disaster. Alright, everything you see on the map, there are no more ambush spawns. So everything that's on the map right now is everything that we need to deal with. The tricky part is we cannot get Lisa out of range of the enemies now. We would have to put units here and then pass them over, which is doable. Which units are the best for doing that? Probably units like Muriel, who I'm not going to be able to enemy phase with anyway. Yeah, Muriel's good. Krom is fine. Unfortunately, because I have to separate out my units, I can't get any healing done this turn either, which is another unfortunate disaster. And we're getting somewhere, though. We're getting somewhere. We can enemy phase this guy. He doesn't have counter. Hey, Poochivert. I'm still live. Yes, I am. Run's going okay. I had to really adapt on this chapter because I can't prevent the Dark Mage from standing on this fort. So I ended up having to like pull my entire team down here and then back to the right, instead of what I normally do, which is have Frederick stand up here and hold all the aggro. But honestly, it worked out pretty well, and it actually means that we got experience onto more characters than just Frederick getting a lot of experience decay from sitting on this fort. So in a sense, this actually kind of worked out better. This guy does have counters, so we cannot enemy phase him. Can't one-shot him either. Can't believe we don't have the magic to one-shot him. Maybe with Rickon we do? +2 magic? No, I don't think that's enough. That's still only 31. How much does the Katarina's Bolt do? It only deals 1 less than the Wind Tome. We could have Frederick fight him. I'm pretty sure Frederick would actually, like, one-round him. Or very seriously injure him. Especially if I can get a sword into my hands. Don't think I have access to a good one. Oh, yes I do. Ooh, I need to be careful because Stahl has a very limited range of movement. Frederick's also got pretty low HP. Let's do it like this. Now, in theory, I should be able to trade the Iron Sword into Frederick's hands for better combat against this Wyvern. Let's see how it goes. Nice. Okay, perfect. Problem solved. Well, not exactly, because now I still have a crap load of Wyverns bearing down on me. The issue is, even if I get rid of all three of these enemies, this is the issue I was talking about earlier with the cliffs. Even if I get rid of all three of these enemies, this Wyvern here can still fly over the cliff and just destroy my day. There is a pretty big lack of enemies with counter. This does mean if Frederick stands in this position... What about Luna? No Luna, no counter. If Frederick stands in this position, he can block a lot of the enemy movement. I don't know if I can safely block everything, especially because this guy covers the entire map. I think I need to get rid of this guy, but then I also need to get rid of this guy. But then whoever gets rid of this guy needs to be able to fight all three of these enemies, which is just ludicrous. The other option would be pushing my entire army up here. And then making sure that they can survive against this Wyvern. Theoretically, Robin can move into this position. I just can't one-shot this guy. It's very frustrating. Robin can move into this position and massively chip down this enemy. Then I need somebody to move up here. See, the problem is I need to also get rid of this guy, which I can't do. I mean, I can have Frederick move here and remove this one. Still doesn't solve the major problem. Actually, yeah, this guy has counter. So I have to get rid of him right now. But I can't. So, how do I do something that I can't do? It's a great question, isn't it? Pass? No pass. Oh, they do. Actually, both of these guys have Luna Plus, and this guy does have counter. I don't know how I missed that. I can't go bottom left because this guy's blocking bottom left. I can't go bottom right because this guy's blocking bottom right. I have to get rid of this guy, but whoever I leave in the center is just going to get swarmed and killed. So what's the play here? I just need Robin to be able to one-shot this guy, but he just can't. Maybe if Stahl can take both of these attacks. Sully actually would have to be Sully because Stahl, no, Stahl can do it. Stahl can do it. Okay, so 28. They deal 28 damage each, right? 28 plus 28. 56. Minus 12 is 32 damage. He's shockingly close to being able to take this. If Sully gives him +3 defense, that reduces it to 26. He actually survives, especially because they won't be getting their axe rank bonuses. I think we can actually get through this. As crazy as it sounds, we might be okay. So I have to start with this. I'm very worried about Frederick's health. I feel like what's going to happen is that Frederick is going to get hit by an attack. His health is going to drop very low, and then other enemies are going to, instead of ignoring him like they would do because his defense is very high, if his health gets low enough, the enemies are going to see that they have lethal, and then they're going to swarm him and kill him. But I don't think I have a better option than what I have. Like, this is it. Like, this is what I have. I'm committing. I also kind of need Sumia to get a dual strike, which is, I mean, not really guaranteed. In fact, even with the dual strike, we didn't get it. I mean, this does lower his health enough to the point where we won't kill ourselves with counter damage, but that doesn't solve the main problem, which is that whoever he hits is going to take a massive amount of damage, and then they're not going to be able to survive. Well, I think this attempt has failed. I'm just going to see if my plan would have worked. In fact, I can already see how it wouldn't have, because this guy actually has Vantage. Which means he's going to hit me. Well, potentially hit me. Yeah. In theory, I think if Stahl or Frederick dodges enough attacks, they might be safe. The problem is, I need to get characters out of range of this Wyvern Rider, which I can't do. I needed to get rid of him so that he didn't kill my units. But now I can't because I couldn't get rid of him. So he is going to kill my units. Speed. I mean, maybe Lisa survives a round of combat. 28. -3. She unfortunately takes exact lethal. I can move her onto a forest. Lonku. He has exact lethal on Lonku. I can't move onto this woods tile, because the Myrmidon will be able to reach me. I need the woods tiles to stay alive, but I can't have... I don't have two adjacent woods tiles that I can... Other than if I stand on these two, whoever stands on the left side is going to die. So that's not an option. The other issue is that I actually can't even keep... I can't keep Crom or Rickon alive anyway. I could sacrifice Rickon here. Somebody floated that idea earlier. I'm starting to like that idea, because I don't really see another way out of this. But then I still have the issue that Lisa just dies anyway. She has Miracle. No. No. Lonku survives. Because of Weapon Triangle. Right? No, because Weapon Triangle's already factored into this. Ugh. I mean, he could dodge. Okay, I'm going to move Lisa over here, go into the convoy, and grab a defense tonic. This removes the enemy's ability to deal lethal damage to Lisa. This means he should favor attacking Rickon, who, by the way, I should have traded the Fire Tome over to Crom, but that's a misplay. He should favor attacking Rickon and killing Rickon, which... Gotta do what you gotta do. Then Lonku can safely move out of enemy range. Now the problem is, Frederick and Stahl need to dodge some attacks, I'm pretty sure. Honestly, Rickon kind of probably just saved Frederick's life. That hurts, that's over. Yeah, that's over. If that Luna hit had not killed Frederick, I think we would have been fine. Unfortunately, there was just nothing we could do about that. We just got pushed into the corner. So this comes back to the same thing I said before. We have to find a way to keep this guy off this fort on turn 1. If this guy moves onto this fort on turn 1, it ruins everything, because then our entire team has to get pushed down here, and then the entire time we're dealing with wyverns who are flying over these cliffs. Got a lot of chatters right now. I kind of didn't even notice. Well, I noticed there was like a bunch of like different colors flashing in the chat, but I wasn't even thinking that that meant a bunch of people just showed up. Welcome to the stream. We are getting pretty close to the end of the stream. I don't think I'm gonna beat this chapter today. This map makes Wyvern riders look annoying and scary. Stahl can do it. Push them into the right corner. I didn't have enough movement. I did sacrifice Rickon, it just didn't work. Rickon could have killed on player phase and then die on enemy phase to the Luna Myrmidon. That actually would have been a good idea. I don't know why I didn't consider. I think I considered that, and then I like threw the idea away in my head because I was gonna trade the Fire Tome over to Crom so that I didn't lose it. But then I lost it anyway, so the whole thing was just stupid. I still do genuinely believe that, yeah, Stahl would have been fine there. Like, everything about that was fine, except for the fact that we just had Wyvern Riders who could fly over these cliffs and kill our enemies. If they were limited to going through this choke point the same way that we're limited to going through these choke points, we could have done so much better. Oh yeah, Crom would die in that case. After Rickon dies, then the enemies would swarm Crom and they would kill Crom. That's a good point. So yeah, that wouldn't even work. Lon Ku could take Crom. I would have to look. Yeah, I would have to review the footage, but you're right. That probably could have been done. So what I would have done is had Lon Ku move over, take Rickon, and then Rickon move up and then attack. Was Rickon in the lead or was Crom in the lead? That's the question. Because if Crom was in the lead, then that wouldn't work. I have to go back and review the footage. So Crom was in the lead. So the only thing we could have done is have Lon Ku move over and then grab Rickon, but then Crom would just be stuck. So it wouldn't have fixed the problem. We still would have needed somebody to pass Rickon over to. Unless what you're saying is have Rickon move up and then attack, and then have Lon Ku move up, grab Crom, and pull Crom over. But then that leaves Lon Ku in a position where Lon Ku just dies. So it doesn't really solve the whole problem. Like, it doesn't solve the problem. I also could have just left Crom in the lead and banked on the fact that he could have potentially dodged this attack, but the bigger issue was actually Frederick here. As soon as that guy hit him with Luna, it was over. We needed a way to not get backed into this corner. My strength comes from diligence. What is our magic score? 15 with Lisa. Ours is 17 with Maribel. Even Muriel would not be one-shotting these wyverns. I don't know why. I feel like I used to be able to one-shot these wyverns. I don't know why I'm not getting these one-shots. I swear I had all my previous strategies were built on the idea that I could one-shot these wyverns, and now I'm just like not doing it. It's very strange. We're just 1 damage short. You went back to the VOD and you don't think it would have worked. Yeah, I think because Crom was in the lead. If Rickon was in the lead, it would have worked. Because Crom was in the lead, I don't think it would have worked as well. Or maybe not at all. Nice. Is this no bonus box? Because the Celica's Gale usually gives 1-round kills. I think the Celica's Gale... I'll have to check, but I'm pretty sure you wouldn't get the Celica's Gale this soon. I let myself get the first few items because you have to have 300 Renown to unlock Lunatic Plus, so there's no real reason to not give yourself those items. It was obviously balanced around those, but the Celica's Gale requires a lot more renown that you wouldn't normally have on a first-time Lunatic Plus playthrough, probably. Let me check. Nice. We can get something from the barracks. So... Oh, well, the bonus box, first of all, I can't access unless I modify my save file. I'll try to update now. I don't think it'll work. Yeah. So, on my other save files have all these items unlocked, but and like the bonus maps and stuff unlocked, but for some reason it doesn't update my global save file. I guess because I had to edit the save file. Yeah, so this is 550 renown. I'm pretty sure there's no way you beat 55 chapters before unlocking Lunatic Plus. Like, even if you do, I can actually check. Serene's Forest, Awakening. So, how many main chapters are there? It's like around 30, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a way you can check. There has to be like just like a list of every chapter somewhere. Shops. Okay, so there's actually only 25 chapters. I thought there was more. Okay, so that's 250 renown right there. I'm pretty sure the way renown works is you get 10 per chapter that you beat. So that's 250 there. And then there's 23 paralogs. So if you got 250 plus 230, you would have 480. You still wouldn't even have the Celica's Gale. You'd have the Spirit Dust, but not the Celica's Gale. Well, hold on a second. Then on top of that, you would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more. So 480 plus 60 is 540. You'd actually still be 10 short of getting the Celica's Gale. So if you did a fresh Lunatic playthrough and you beat every single paralog chapter and you beat every single main chapter, and then you started a new game and you beat all of these chapters, you would still not have the Celica's Gale. So yeah, I'm not going to give myself the Celica's Gale. So in the most extreme case, the only way you would have the Celica's Gale is if you've already done multiple playthroughs, which I don't like going in with that mentality. I'm totally fine with going in the mentality that, like, yes, you would have unlocked, like, these first 5 items, even the first, like, 6 items. I'm usually fine with. The Beast Killer you would normally get, like, before it becomes relevant, but the Celica's Gale, you're not going to get until much later on in the game. Let's see what we got from the barracks. Maybe something good. Nope. Does the prologue count? I counted the prologue. Yeah, we didn't get anything good. So unfortunately, we have to develop a strategy that pulls that guy off the fort. But I just don't have the energy left to do that today. I've just been streaming for 8 hours. I'm going to call it a day here. Thanks to all the regulars who showed up today and actually, like, honestly, not only am I surprised at myself that I was chatting for 8 hours and playing games for 8 hours, the fact that there were people in here, there were some people who were here like almost the entire time chatting for 8 hours is absolutely nuts. Like, in a good way. Thanks a lot for that. Thanks to the new people who showed up for the first time. Thanks to the people who left a like on the stream. Thanks for the people who are chatting. What else do I need to say? Jansen says thank you for streaming. You're welcome. I'm actually just enjoying this a lot. You can tell I'm enjoying it because I played for so long today. Typically I do not play for anywhere near this long. I'm like a 2 to 3 hour streamer, not an 8 hour streamer. Is this my longest stream? I think so. If not, it's very close. I've had a few streams that were in like the 6 to 8 hour range. So if this is not the longest one, it's very close. Make sure you guys drink plenty of water. And for now, enjoy the rest of your day.